Chapter 361. Looking at the playful expression on Rog's face, Luo Nan silently clenched the warhammer in his hand. His mood suddenly sank to the bottom. He originally planned to drag the fight into a long war of attrition, using time to wear down Rog's 8 inner hidden gates. But he never thought that the second gate of the 8 inner hidden gates, the gate of healing, would cause his plan to fail completely before it could be implemented. After returning to the Empire, he needed to have a good talk with Rothschild. Luo Nan silently made a decision in his heart. The universe was so big, no one knew how many powerful existences were hidden in the universe. If it was within the Carey Empire's control, then it would be fine. But Rothschild was someone who couldn't stay idle. With his style of doing things, if he continued to be arrogant and despotic, then sooner or later he would provoke a powerful existence that he couldn't afford to provoke. Luo Nan spoiled Rothschild, so he hoped that Rothschild could live on safely and not die on some planet at such a young age. After the fight, this planet Earth will become famous in the universe. Of course, you will be the same. Luo Nan said to Rog in an incomparably serious manner as he threw all thoughts that had nothing to do with the fight to the back of his mind. Although Earth's technology wasn't very advanced, as long as Earth had an existence like Rog, then Earth's status in the universe wouldn't be low. Powerful existences could not only establish their own prestige in the universe, but they could also make their planet famous. No matter how backward the planet was, as long as there was a powerful existence on the planet, then the planet would become a high-level civilization in the universe. Although this didn't seem scientific, in the universe where strength was paramount, this was a rule that had been passed down for countless years. Although this will make me feel like I'm stepping on you, but to be honest, I'm looking forward to that scene. Don't worry, I won't kill you since you're doing your best to cooperate with me to test the 8 inner hidden gates. As soon as his voice fell, Rog disappeared. Although opening the second gate of healing could offset the exhaustion brought by opening the first gate. But there was always a time limit. The current Rog was overloading his body's energy. The instant Rog's figure disappeared, Luo Nan didn't hesitate at all. He immediately urged his warhammer to construct one energy shield after another around himself. Luo Nan's choice seemed a bit cowardly, but this was already the best choice he could make. Whether it was strength or speed, he was far inferior to Rog, who had opened the 8 inner hidden gates. If it weren't for the fact that he was still holding the useless weapon in his hand, he would have already admitted defeat. Pitch-black energy shields of various sizes continuously appeared all around Luo Nan. Soon after, they shattered like glass. Luo Nan was like a target right now, receiving attacks from all directions. After Rog opened the first door, the audience could no longer see him with their naked eyes. When he opened the second gate of healing, it was as if he had completely disappeared in the eyes of the audience. The pitch-black energy shields shattered one after another, and sonic booms rang out in the arena one after another. Although Rog's figure could not be seen at all, the audience's frenzied cheers did not weaken at all. Instead, they became more and more intense with the sound of the sonic boom. The third door, Life Gate, open. After crazily attacking Luo Nan like a Gatling gun for more than 10 seconds, Rog opened the final safe zone of the 8 inner hidden gates, the third gate. With the opening of the third gate of life, Rog's figure once again appeared in front of the audience. Although Luo Nan and the audience didn't know the effects of the third gate of life, the same thought appeared in their minds when they saw Rog's body turn completely red and emit green chakra. Rog had been strengthened once again. The opening of the third gate of life meant that Rog had met the minimum requirement to use the inner lotus. However, since he had already opened the third gate of life, he had no intention of using the inner lotus for the time being. The third gate of life was only the bottom line for Lian Hua to use. It did not necessarily have to be used at the third gate of life. What the third gate of life could fulfill, the fifth gate of limit could also fulfill, or even better. The fifth gate, Stop Gate, open. A few seconds after the third gate of life was opened, Rog took the opportunity to open the fifth gate of limit. An unimaginable amount of chakra gushed out from Rog's body. It was like a surging river after a dam burst, flowing through the chakra meridians in his body. If it wasn't for the immortal body that he inherited from Hashirama and the immortal body's development to a certain degree, the opening of the fifth gate of limit would have been enough to leave an invisible injury in Rog's body. Accuser Luo Nan, don't let me down. This was the first time Rog had opened the fifth gate of limit, so he wasn't too sure what kind of attack power he could unleash at this time. Although he had just said that he wouldn't kill Luo Nan, he couldn't be blamed if Luo Nan failed to live up to his expectations. Unlike the opening of the previous gates, Rog didn't dare to waste any time after opening the fifth gate of limit. He immediately attacked Luo Nan. Luo Nan could feel the changes in Rog and knew that his next attack would be even more terrifying than before. But he still could only stand in place and wait for Rog to take the initiative to attack. After Rog opened the second gate of healing, Luo Nan was unable to keep up with Rog's speed. And Rog, who had opened the fifth gate of limit, seemed to have disappeared into thin air from Luo Nan's perception. Right now, Luo Nan could only barely determine Rog's attack trajectory based on the ground that was stirred up by Rog's movements. There's only one chance. Steady. Don't panic. Don't panic by any means. Luo Nan, who had extremely rich combat experience, was like a new recruit that had just stepped onto the battlefield. He silently reminded himself in his heart. Although Luo Nan had already fallen into an absolutely disadvantageous situation, he still had a sliver of a chance to resist. A final chance to resist. Time Shift Domain. This was the most powerful killing move of the omnipotent Warhammer. It was also Luo Nan's only trump card. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. Time Shift Domain was clearly a powerful killing move. But in front of Rog, this incomparably powerful killing move was reduced to a defensive skill every single time. It was like this before on the Kree warship, and now it was like this in the arena. Although this was only his second time fighting with Rog, Luo Nan discovered that he actually didn't have the upper hand even once. To the famous Supreme Manipulator, this was undoubtedly a sad piece of news. Luo Nan used Time Shift Domain as his final trump card. Of course, Rog was also on guard against this trump card of his. Having already experienced Time Shift Domain once, how could he possibly forget this trump card of Luo Nan's? The fifth gate of limit, Lotus Flower. After moving to the direction of his chosen attack, Rog used this ultimate body technique that he should have used at the third gate of life. Chapter 362. Gladiator Camp, Training Field. You need to be careful of attacks from behind and blind spots. Your body is your strength, but it is also your weakness. You need to remember this point. In this training field that was not much smaller than the gladiator arena, Rog was in the middle of giving Hulk a temporary special training. 3 days had already passed since his fight with Luo Nan. The result of the fight was easy to see. He won. Luo Nan wasn't able to block the lotus flower of his fifth gate, the gate of limit. Luo Nan ended the fight in a heavily injured state. Luo Nan didn't even have the time to use the Time Shift Domain under the terrifying amplification of the fifth gate, the gate of limit. Rog's lotus flower struck Luo Nan squarely in the chest. Then Luo Nan directly smashed through the metal wall of the gladiator arena, leaving the arena in defeat. Rog silently withdrew a bit of his strength the instant lotus flower struck Luo Nan's chest. He didn't let Luo Nan bear the full might of the lotus flower. The next morning, Luo Nan was taken away by Rothschild after finishing his emergency treatment. They took the Dark Star and left Sokka Planet. Luo Nan's departure didn't attract too much attention. Or it could be said that the residents of Sokka City didn't care about the whereabouts of the loser. And at noon on the same day, the residents of Sokka City received another piece of news that was enough to make them excited. The recently famous Destroyer of the World, Hulk, was going to fight against the top assassin with the title of the most dangerous woman in the universe, Gamora. And the time of the fight was tonight. This was also the reason why Rog was in the Gladiator Camp's training field today to give Hulk special training. On the surface, the difference in strength between Gamora and Hulk was like a heavenly moat. It was impossible for Gamora to be Hulk's opponent. But the problem was that Gamora wasn't a warrior like Hulk or Luo Nan. She was an assassin. A top-notch assassin with exquisite killing techniques and incomparably rich experience. Before Gamora obtained the title of the most dangerous woman in the universe, many people looked down on her. Even the targets of her assassination didn't take her assassination to heart. However, when Gamora officially started her career as an assassin, going around the universe to assassinate targets, people's evaluation of her became higher and higher. According to the latest news that Rog had received, since his debut, anyone who had been targeted by Gamora for assassination had all died without exception. Although Gamora's assassination method was different from what most people imagined, it was undeniable that her assassination success rate was 100% so far. In this aspect, Gamora was very similar to Rog. Both of them maintained a 100% success rate in their careers. However, one of them was an assassin, while the other was a ninja. In order to avoid Hulk's sudden failure, Rog had to let Hulk understand the fighting style of assassins and ninjas, which was completely different from that of warriors. Hulk is very strong. Hulk is not afraid of these attacks. Hulk, who was hit by Rog's blind spots one after another, did not take these attacks to heart. From his point of view, these attacks were no different from scratching an itch. However, this was exactly what Rog was worried about. Hulk was used to fighting head-on. Even if he encountered some blind assassins, his super physique would ensure that he would not be fatally injured. If it was a head-on battlefield, Hulk's approach would have no problem. But the problem was that the Colosseum was not a head-on battlefield, and Gamora was not a serious warrior. If it wasn't for the prohibition of firearms and other hot weapons in the Colosseum, as well as inhumane poison gas and biochemical attacks, Rog was even certain that Gamora would have set up all kinds of deadly traps in the Colosseum. No, you should be afraid of these attacks. No matter how strong your body is, there are still many weak spots. For example, these places. As soon as he finished speaking, Roger circled behind Hulk and launched a combo attack on his ears and eyes while Hulk couldn't see him at all. Rog didn't intend to completely blind or deafen Hulk, but even so, when he changed the attacking parts to the eyes and ears, Hulk still felt what is called the natural weakness of creatures. If it weren't for taking care of Hulk's dignity, Rog wouldn't even mind letting him experience Konoha's secret taijutsu, Millennium Kill. It hurts. You hurt Hulk. He didn't know why, when Hulk, who was more than 2 meters tall and strong, suddenly said this sentence, Rog felt that the style seemed to have become a bit wrong. Odama Rasengan. 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 In order to make this seemingly deviated style return to normal, Rog's right hand condensed an Odama Rasengan with a diameter of 1 meter, and hit it hard on Hulk's thick and broad back. Boom! Hulk, who was rubbing his ears, had no time to make any defense. His whole body flew out like a baseball hit, and then fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. If you don't get serious, you won't be able to eat anything from now until the start of the gladiator fight. To deal with Hulk, who was similar to a naughty child, sometimes it was necessary to use some seemingly childish behavior. After being warned by Rog, Hulk reluctantly got up from the ground and continued the special training tailored for him by Rog. Time passed little by little, and when night began to fall, Hulk finally ended this special training that was completely out of his fighting style. He enjoyed a super large dinner that was heavier than Rog's weight. Ladies and gentlemen from different planets, I'm your most familiar old friend, Joe. Yes, tonight's high-profile individual battle will still be me as the commentator and referee. Now, let me see your excited hands. It was the middle-aged man who was responsible for commentating Rog and Ronan. But this time, the audience at the scene was not willing to cooperate with him. After a somewhat awkward silence, the exaggerated Joey began to introduce the two gladiators in tonight's individual battle. Hulk was the first one to appear. When he arrived at the gladiator arena wearing a pair of elastic special shorts with a look of excitement, the originally dull gladiator arena instantly erupted into cheers. There was no need for Joey to introduce Hulk's battle record. Every audience knew it in their hearts. He was different from Luo Nan, the controller, who had already made a name for himself. Hulk only gradually made a name for himself after arriving on Sokka planet. In other words, Hulk walked step by step under the gaze of the audience. After Hulk appeared on the stage, it was naturally the turn of his opponent tonight, Gamora. However, when Gamora, who was wearing a slim leather jacket, walked out of the gladiator tunnel, there was a burst of curses and boos in the arena. At this time, Rog still booked a VIP box on the top floor of the arena. Unlike the crazy curses and boos of the audience, when Gamora walked out of the tunnel, Rog's face showed an incomparably serious expression. The most dangerous woman in the universe, the top assassin, the cold-blooded butcher, the lackey of Thanos' overlord, the inhumane Zehu Bailey, Gamora had a lot of unpleasant nicknames, but what really made Rog care was not these nicknames, but her status. In other words, her position in Thanos' overlord's heart. Chapter 363. On the surface, Gamora is just one of Thanos' adopted daughters, and she is his top assassin. This is the view of many people, and the other forces in the universe basically only know this. But Rog is different. He is a traveler, and he knows a lot of things that others don't know. Perhaps even Gamora herself doesn't realize how important she is in Thanos' heart. Soul Gem, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, is the only Infinity Stone that needs to be obtained by sacrificing the soul of a loved one. Rog has always known where the Soul Gem is, but he has never thought about the Soul Gem. The reason is simple, he doesn't have a true love at all. And even if he has a so-called true love, he will never sacrifice the soul of his loved one to get the Soul Gem. Thanos can get the Soul Gem by sacrificing Gamora, which is enough to prove Gamora's position in Thanos' heart. In addition, Rog also remembered a particularly small detail, a small detail that even Gamora herself didn't notice. Gamora hates Thanos' flagship spaceship Temple 2 and everything on it. Especially in the second temple, the chair that represented the supreme power of Thanos. Thanos has always hoped that Gamora can inherit his position, and that Gamora can sit on this chair that represents power and status after himself. However, after Gamora expressed her refusal, Thanos did not force her once. Because Gamora doesn't like that chair, in front of Gamora, Thanos would rather sit on the stairs under the chair than make Gamora unhappy. Although this seemed a bit outrageous, Thanos' overlord really did it, and he did it very casually. Gamora may not be willing to admit that Thanos is her father, but Thanos really treats her as his own daughter. Compared with Nebula, who is also an adopted daughter, it can be seen how much Thanos favors Gamora. This is also the reason why Nebula has been hostile or jealous of Gamora before she completely woke up. Get your equipment ready, it may not be peaceful tonight. Rog, sitting on the sofa, silently reminded Natasha, Ant-Man Scott, and others. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Natasha asked doubtfully. I don't know for the time being, but there's no harm in getting ready first. Although Rog doesn't know how Gamora fell into the hands of Gao Tianzuan, his intuition tells him that Thanos will never let his beloved adopted daughter become a slave gladiator for Gao Tianzuan and the residents of Sokka Star. And as time passes, this feeling becomes more and more obvious. He even suspects that Thanos' men, or Thanos himself, are hidden in the audience below. Okay. Looking at Rog with a serious look on's face. The wine-red-haired Gamora arrived at the center of the arena amidst the boos and curses of the audience. She sized up her opponent for the night. Like Hulk's, Gamora's skins. But Hulk's SSSSS. SSSSSSSSSS. And because his opponent was Gamora, Hulk didn't plan to use any weapons in this battle. Hulk stood barehanded about 20 meters away from Gamora, his face serious as he looked at Gamora whose waist was even smaller than his arms. Although he had been forced to undergo special training by Rog, Hulk still did not feel that Gamora could pose any threat to him. I can kill an opponent with such thin arms and legs with one punch. Hulk silently made a judgment in his heart. Although he thought so, Hulk did not intend to kill Gamora. Women would always receive some preferential treatment, especially beautiful women with curvy figures. In Hulk's opinion, Gamora, with her green skin and wine-red hair, was much more beautiful than the women on Earth. Gamora's green skin just happened to hit Hulk's aesthetic point. Hulk didn't know why, but after seeing Gamora, he suddenly thought of what Rog and Natasha had told him, the so-called gentlemanly demeanor. Hulk likes you. Hulk doesn't want to hurt you. Just admit defeat. After a few seconds of silence, Hulk suddenly said. You, like me? Hulk's sudden words made Gamora a little stunned. As a top assassin, and a female assassin, Gamora was very good at using her feminine advantages. She also knew what kind of charm she had. Gamora had heard a lot of disgusting or strange confessions, many of which she had heard from her assassination targets. But after hearing Hulk's words, especially after seeing Hulk's sincere expression without any lust, a strange feeling welled up in Gamora's heart. This big guy's mind is still underage, right? The audience in the auditorium originally thought that they would see a bloody battle tonight, but the development of things completely exceeded their expectations. Although they couldn't hear the conversation between Hulk and Gamora, they could see that Hulk had no intention to fight at all. Not only were the audience in the auditorium puzzled, but even Gao Tianzuan, who was sitting in his exclusive box, was also puzzled. This is not right, this is not the script's arrangement. Gao Tianzuan single-handedly planned tonight's battle script, but he now found that the plot he planned was already showing signs of collapse before it even began. No, it can't go on like this. The arena of Sokka Planet absolutely won't allow such a boring plot to play out. Gao Tianzuan waved his hand at the female guard Topaz next to him, wanting to take the scepter in Topaz's hand that looked like a candied hawthorn. The ruler of Sokka Planet, Gao Tianzuan, was going to take action himself. However, before Gao Tianzuan could take the unconventional scepter, a giant castle-like spaceship flew over the arena, covering the night sky like a black cloud. Sanctum No. 2, this was Thanos Lord's flagship, Sanctum No. 2. It really appeared. Looking up at Sanctum No. 2 that covered the night sky, a smile appeared on Rog's face. Since Sanctum No. 2 was here, it was impossible for Thanos Lord, who was known as the Mad Titan, to be absent. Sure enough, when Sanctum No. 2, which was far larger than other spaceships, arrived above the arena, a bright white transmission beam shot out from the bottom of Sanctum No. 2, like a bridge of light descending from the sky to the middle of the arena. With the descent of the transmission beam, a huge figure more than 2 meters tall slowly walked out of the light beam. It was a simple yet intimidating set of armor that was blue and gold in color. The 2-meter-long double-edged broadsword still had lines of blood that had yet to solidify flowing down the broadsword. Purple skin, a round bald head, a giant vertical chin, a robust body, and an innate domineering aura. This was Thanos Lord, the Mad Titan Thanos Lord, the Thanos Lord known as the Emperor of the Universe. Thanos Lord had appeared in person. Chapter 364. For others, intervening in the battle before the outcome of the battle has been decided is a direct slap to the face of the ruler of Sokka Planet, Gao Tianzuan. But for Thanos Overlord, this slap is a slap in the face, there is no need to worry about it. Gao Tianzuan has an almost infinite lifespan, it is said that he also has a variety of powerful abilities, and is a member of the Universe Elders Council. Although not many people have seen Gao Tianzuan in action, from the fact that he built Sokka Planet and turned it into a gladiator planet that is not controlled by any civilization, one can know that he is more unfathomable than he looks on the surface. A person without much strength can't become the ruler of Sokka Planet, let alone build his own private kingdom here. Normal people wouldn't slap Gao Tianzuan's face in Sokka Planet, especially in the arena where more than 100,000 spectators gathered. But Thanos Overlord is not a normal person. If Thanos Overlord was a normal person, he wouldn't have come up with a crazy plan to destroy half of the life in the universe and carry it out. Natasha, if a fight breaks out later, the three of you go back to the hotel directly, I will take Hulk back. Since Thanos Overlord entered the arena, Rog's eyes have been focused on Thanos Overlord, and at the same time, he used chakra perception to perceive Thanos Overlord's situation. As he expected, he felt a powerful energy signal from Thanos Overlord's body. Although the strength of this energy signal is not as strong as Mephisto in Hell, nor as strong as Odin in Asgard, it is still amazing. Inferior Heavenly Father. The current Thanos Overlord is without a doubt an inferior Heavenly Father. Little Black, it's time to do something serious. As soon as Rog's voice fell, Little Black, who was standing next to Ant-Man Scott, showed a ferocious smile, and his figure instantly shrank, turning back into the pitch-black Northern Cold Blade form. Wearing the Northern Cold Blade on his belt, Rog directly disappeared from the box with the Flying Thunder God and came to Hulk's side. After knowing that Hulk's next opponent is Gamora, Rog quietly left the Flying Thor technique on Hulk, ready to support Hulk at any time. Hulk was strong, very strong, but Thanos was stronger. In Rog's memory, Thanos was the only one who defeated Hulk with a physical attack with his bare hands. Although Ancient One can also stun Hulk with a single palm strike, Ancient One used magic to push Hulk's soul out of his body, not in the real sense of knocking him down. Moreover, what Ancient One pushed out of the body at that time was not Hulk's soul, but Banner's soul. Gamora, come with me. After arriving at the arena, Thanos completely ignored Hulk, who was not far away, and ignored Rog, who had just arrived at the arena, and said softly to Gamora. If it weren't for the double-edged sword in Thanos Overlord's hand that was still dripping with blood, Thanos Overlord at this time looked like a kind old father. However, Gamora did not intend to cooperate with Thanos. After hearing Thanos' words, Gamora pulled out 2 slender scimitars from her back. These 2 scimitars were originally intended to be used by Gamora to deal with Hulk. Now, it had become a weapon against Thanos. Gamora replaced her answer with practical actions, making the gentle expression on Thanos' face disappear suddenly. Looking at his daughter who was facing him with a sword, Thanos Overlord didn't say anything. There was no anger, and he didn't even say anything in a heavy tone. After looking at Gamora silently for a few seconds without saying a word, Thanos Overlord finally retracted his gaze from Gamora and looked at Rog and Hulk who were not far away. Thanos Overlord's gaze only stayed on Hulk for a second or two before it swept away, and then it stopped on Rog, who was wearing casual clothes. In the eyes of the audience of Sokka Planet, Hulk is the absolute king in the arena, and he is a well-deserved superstar in their hearts. However, in the eyes of Thanos Overlord, the current Hulk is just a warrior with a slightly decent strength. Compared with Hulk, Thanos Overlord obviously values Rog around Hulk more. Don't look at the current Rog only wearing ordinary black casual clothes, but Thanos Overlord saw a sense of déjà vu on Rog. In addition, Thanos Overlord also found that he seemed to have no way to immediately see through Rog's strength. This is an extremely rare situation for the battle-hardened and powerful Thanos Overlord. Young man, your strength is good. Are you interested in joining my side? After looking at Rog seriously, Thanos Overlord said to Rog. Sorry, I'm not interested for the time being. During the conversation, Rog came from Hulk's side to Hulk and protected Hulk behind him. Now is not the time to let Hulk confront Thanos Overlord one-on-one, and Rog does not want Hulk to have any psychological shadow. It's a pity, if you can join me, we may be able to become good friends. Thanos Overlord said with a little regret. At this time, Thanos Overlord's other adopted daughter, Nebula, and his 5 most powerful men, the 5 Black Radiance Generals, also came out of the transmission beam and stood silently behind Thanos Overlord. Nebula's image was no different from Rog's memory. She was still a blue-skinned half-human half-machine. As for the 5 Black Radiance Generals, according to Rog's evaluation, they were uglier than the other. Not to mention Ebony Throat, who was pale and didn't look like a good person. The head of the 5 Black Radiance Generals, the Death Blade General with a sickle-like long blade, and his lover, Proxima Centauri, were also not in line with Rog's aesthetic at all. As for Black Short Star, who was taller than Hulk and had the strongest defense among the 5 Black Radiance Generals, as well as the universe-level scout supergiant, whom Roger had never seen before, who was wearing a white battle suit, they had nothing to do with being good-looking. Thanos Overlord, Nebula, and the 5 Black Radiance Generals, although there were only 7 of them, when they appeared in the arena, the audience in the auditorium, without exception, felt a powerful oppressive force, an oppressive force that seemed to come from the depths of their souls. Whether it was Thanos Overlord, Nebula, or the 5 Black Radiance Generals, they were all bloody butchers whose hands were stained with blood. Furthermore, they were different from the other butchers who had killed tens or hundreds of people. the number of people they had killed was much higher. At the very least, it was tens or hundreds of times more. For a super fierce person like Thanos Overlord, his killing unit was calculated in planets. Slaughtering an entire civilization or planet, for others, was just a description. But for Thanos Overlord, it was a real bloody record. Of course, under normal circumstances, Thanos Overlord would kill half of them and leave the other half alive. He didn't often do things like completely slaughtering the life of an entire planet. It's fine if we become friends, but if you know what I'm planning, you'll want to skin me alive and pull my tendons out. Chapter 365. Rog's answer quickly aroused the dissatisfaction of the 5 black generals and Nebula. Although Thanos didn't say anything, he couldn't help but frown slightly after hearing Rog's answer. He didn't know if it was his own illusion, but Thanos always felt that Rog knew a lot of secrets related to himself. This kind of feeling of being completely seen through made him very uncomfortable. "You know me very well." After thinking for a few seconds, Thanos asked in a domineering tone as usual. "I don't dare to say that I know you very well, I can only say that I know a little bit." Although Thanos didn't deliberately release his powerful momentum, it was difficult for ordinary people to keep calm in front of a powerful and famous person like him. But just like Thanos wasn't a normal person, Rog wasn't an ordinary person either. If Thanos was a powerful madman, then Rog was the same as him, a madman with amazing strength. The only difference was that the craziness of the two of them was a little different. "Your Excellency, I hope to teach this kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson for you." Before Thanos answered, Ebony Throat, who was standing behind him, knelt down on one knee and said very respectfully, "Keep him alive, I want to know what he knows." When Ebony Throat took the initiative to propose to teach Rog a lesson, Thanos thought for a few seconds and then agreed to Ebony Throat's request. Although it was the first time Thanos saw Rog, he instinctively felt something called trouble in Rog. This guy is not simple. This was purely an intuition, but Thanos firmly believed that his intuition would not be wrong. "Praise your benevolence. Your will is my mission." After speaking, Ebony Throat, whose skin was pale like the undead, stood up and looked at Rog not far away with a proud face. "I'll leave that big black guy to you, I'll deal with the others." Rog ignored the hostility in Ebony Throat's eyes and turned to Hulk next to him. Hulk's physical attack and physical defense were extremely outstanding. Letting him fight against Black Short Star, who had the strongest defense and physical strength among the 5 generals of Black Radiance, was a battle plan that did not require much consideration. Rog planned to deal with Ebony Throat, who had telekinesis abilities, Supergiant who had mind control abilities, as well as his lovers who had outstanding close combat abilities, Deathblade General and Proxima Dark Knight. Of course, Thanos was also handled by him. As for Thanos' other adopted daughter, Nebula, she was naturally Gamera's opponent. Ebony Throat took the lead to walk out from behind Thanos and went straight to Rog, who was not far away. Just when Ebony Throat moved, Rog also used ninjutsu. Would release, would clone. 4 wood clones that looked exactly like him rushed out from behind him and attacked Ebony Throat and the others. Rog did intend to deal with Ebony Throat and the other 3 by himself, but he did not intend to do it himself. Generals against generals, kings against kings. Thanos' subordinates only needed wood clones to deal with them. When Rog's wood clones attacked Ebony Throat and the others, the guards of Sokka Planet's ruler, Gao Tianzuan, finally arrived at the arena. However, Luo Gu, Thanos, and the others didn't care about these guards at all. Thanos waved his left hand casually, and small spaceships of different shapes flew out from Temple No. 2 above the arena. A donut-like circular spaceship, a triangular pillar-like landing ship, and a dense number of small troop carriers. This time, Thanos did not send the Chitauri Legion that had appeared in the Battle of New York, but another legion under his command, the Vanguard Guard Legion. Judging from Thanos' arrangement, it was obvious that he came to Sokka Planet this time not just to take Gamora home. The circular spaceships and landing ships that flew out of Temple No. 2 did not take the arena as their main target, but flew to different corners of Sokka City and began to attack the entire city. It didn't take long for explosions to come from Sokka City. The complete attack of the Vanguard Guard Legion made Gao Tianzuan's face extremely ugly. He thought that Thanos only wanted to take Gamora away, but it turned out that Thanos had come with an all-out attack on Sokka planet from the beginning. Inform all the troops in the city to fight back against the invaders. Let the slave gladiators also participate in the battle. Tell them that those who perform well will be restored as free gladiators after the war. Gao Tianzuan, who was holding a scepter in his hand, gave the order with a cold face, his eyes fixed on Thanos in the arena. Since he wants war, we'll give him war. Although Sokka planet was a dictatorial planet with a special shape, the armed forces of Sokka planet were not weaker than those of other civilized planets. To some extent, Sokka planet could even be regarded as having all its citizens as soldiers. Gao Tianzuan's order was quickly passed down, and the defense of Sokka city officially began. As Rog expected, Nebula went directly to Gamora, and the sisters engaged in a life-and-death battle. Hulk was entangled with the tall and strong Dark Short Star, and the two were like two crazy beasts engaged in a hand-to-hand fight. Ebony Throat and the other three were targeted by Rog's Wood Clone, and they used ninjutsu to fight against superpowers, genjutsu to fight against mind control, and taijutsu to fight against close combat. At this time, Thanos and Rog became the two people in the arena who have not yet started fighting. Your little tricks are quite good, I appreciate you more and more. Taking a look at the battle between the Wood Clone and Ebony Throat and others, Thanos spoke again. Correct you, these are not little tricks, but art that can take people's lives. As soon as his voice fell, Rog took the initiative to attack Thanos. Although the current Thanos did not have an Infinity Stone, Rog still did not dare to have the slightest carelessness. Even without an Infinity Stone, Thanos is a real Heavenly Father level existence, a super powerhouse who can slaughter an entire planet and civilization. In just a moment, Rog crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and came in front of Thanos like a ghost. Without any hesitation, the Northern Cold Blade in his hand directly slashed at Thanos's neck. The instant kill after the high-speed sprint has become his starting move for most of his battles. Opponents who are not strong enough or react fast enough are no different from lambs waiting to be slaughtered in the face of this simple and crude surprise attack. Clang! Although Rog's surprise attack was very fast, Thanos's reaction was also very fast. Thanos raised the double-edged saber in his right hand and blocked Rog's lightning-fast slash. A crisp collision sound rang, and the Northern Cold Blade and the double-edged saber that collided with each other vibrated slightly at the same time. This kind of attack power is a bit interesting. Feeling the power from his right hand, a look of curiosity appeared on Thanos's face. Chapter 366. There are many races in the universe that look exactly like the Earthlings, so Thanos Overlord couldn't tell which planet Rog came from for a while. However, in his memory, even if it was Asgard, not everyone has such outstanding physical strength. Regarding this, the main reason is that Thanos Overlord came a little too late. If he came to Sokka Star earlier, even if it was only a few hours, he could easily know the origin of Rog. Although he was a little curious, Thanos Overlord did not stop his movements. Thanos Overlord's right wrist gently turned, and the 2-meter-long double-edged sword with amazing weight turned in a direction extremely flexibly, slashing diagonally from top to bottom. If he was cut, with Rog's current physique, cutting him in half would be his best ending. Although Rog didn't know who helped Thanos Overlord build such a domineering weapon, he knew that the double-edged sword in Thanos Overlord's hand had a super attack power that could cut through vibranium shields. The existence of the immortal body allowed him to have a physique far beyond that of the Earthlings. But no matter how strong it was, the immortal body could not strengthen his body to be stronger than vibranium. In the face of Thanos Overlord's casual but powerful counterattack, Rog did not dare to hesitate and immediately used ninjutsu to retreat. Lightning Release, Lightning Body Flicker. Compared with the ordinary body flicker technique, lightning body flicker is not only faster, but also better looking, which is more in line with Rog's combat aesthetic. The huge and sharp double-edged sword directly cut through the position where Rog was originally standing and passed through the light blue electric current left by Rog's lightning body flicker. Thanos Overlord was not surprised that the counterattack failed. If Rog couldn't even avoid such an attack, Thanos Overlord would feel abnormal. After quickly pulling away, Rog did not immediately launch a second wave of attacks, but carefully looked at Thanos Overlord. Because the current Thanos Overlord does not have any Infinity Stone, he does not need to worry about Thanos Overlord's incredible energy attack. But even so, Thanos Overlord, who can only use physical attacks, is still a difficult enemy. Although the rapid surprise attack was blocked by Thanos, it also allowed Rog to have a preliminary understanding of the physical strength possessed by Thanos. Among the opponents he had encountered so far, Thanos's physical strength was well deserved to be number one. Even Thor and Hulk were weaker than Thanos in terms of physical strength. If Slayer Overlord didn't have the advantage of making the first move and the speed of the surprise attack, Slayer Overlord's block just now had a great chance to directly send the Northern Cold Blade in Rog's hand flying. Until now, Roger's right hand still felt waves of pain from the web between his thumb and index finger. In addition, what made him more concerned was Thanos Overlord's casual and understatement. There were many opponents who could block his rapid surprise attack, but none of them could do it as casually as Thanos. Rog had only seen this kind of fighting style of casually repelling the opponent's attack and immediately counterattacking. It was just that the opponents he faced at that time were all insignificant soldiers with mediocre strength. Thanos was more difficult to deal with than expected. Rog quickly made a judgment. If Thanos Overlord didn't have this kind of strength, he wouldn't be qualified to carry out the crazy plan to destroy all life in the universe. Strength, speed, physical strength, combat reaction, combat skills, combat experience. Rog helplessly found that except for the advantage in speed, he was far inferior to the current Thanos Overlord in several other indicators. The limitations brought about by his race were now vividly displayed. Since his innate conditions were not as good as the opponent, then he would add a few buffs to himself. In short, Rog was going to start stacking buffs on himself. Chakra Coat, Thunder Release Chakra Mode, Sage Mode, Hellfire, Hashiman Tanku, Nine-Tailed Chakra Coat, these were the buffs that Rog currently mastered that could significantly improve his combat state. After thinking for a few seconds, Rog quickly made a decision. Buffs, to stack layer by layer, there was no need to use a killer move at the beginning. Thunder Release Chakra Mode. In just a moment, Thunder Release Chakra was concentrated in every part of Rog's body. His body instantly became active, his speed, defense, and nerve conduction speeds suddenly increased, and the silver-white lightning also covered his body. Looking at Rog's body suddenly shrouded in light blue chakra and wrapped in lightning, Thanos Overlord's face showed a hint of excitement. Until now, Thanos Overlord didn't know why he had such a strong interest in a stranger like Rog. In his intuition, he always had a feeling that he had met a real kindred spirit, which was one of the reasons why he took the initiative to recruit Rog before. Such an opponent, if he killed him directly, it would be a waste. Just as Thanos Overlord was thinking about how to beat Rog without really killing or crippling Rog, Rog launched his second wave of attack against Thanos Overlord. Just like before, Rog chose to use his most familiar and favorite rapid ambush tactic. Thunder Release Lightning Body Blink. Rog's figure disappeared in an instant, leaving a weak electric current with the thickness of a finger in place. The lightning body blink in the Thunder Release Chakra mode allowed Rog to have a speed far beyond the previous, making him disappear from the arena as if he really disappeared. However, in front of Thanos Overlord, his speed was not fast enough, at least not fast enough to break through the limits of Thanos Overlord's dynamic vision. At the moment when Rog disappeared, Thanos Overlord, who was holding a double-edged saber, took a step forward with his left leg, and the double-edged saber in his right hand slashed out. Clang! The Northern Cold Saber in Rog's hand once again collided with Thanos Overlord's double-edged saber. But this time, it was Thanos Overlord's double-edged saber that took the initiative to hit Rog's Northern Cold Saber. A huge force was transmitted directly through the Northern Cold Saber to Rog's right hand, making his right hand slightly numb. However, at the moment when the Northern Cold Saber collided with the double-edged saber, his empty left hand pulled out the Flying Thor Kunai that had not been used for a long time, and threw the Flying Thor Kunai directly at Thanos Overlord. Uchiha Ryu Throw. Although Rogue is not an Uchiha clan member, his throwing technique is not worse than the Uchiha clan member, and is even stronger. The physical strength of Thanos, who was obviously a level stronger than Roger, sent him flying without any suspense, causing him to fly out uncontrollably. Rogue never expected himself to be able to compete with Thanos' Overlord in physical strength, including being hit now. Everything was in his plan. Rogue, who was holding the Northern Cold Saber, flew out upside down, and the flying Thor kunai that was thrown out by him also came in front of Thanos' Overlord at this time. As an experienced fighter, Thanos' Overlord certainly can't ignore the existence of the flying Thor kunai. He only slightly tilted his neck and avoided the flying Thor kunai that was like a bullet. Is that all? After easily avoiding the flying Thor kunai, Thanos' Overlord couldn't help but lower his evaluation of Rogue. Using a throwing weapon to launch a second attack, this tactic can't be said to be wrong. It's just that this tactic appeared at this time. It's obviously a bit inappropriate. This is not in line with Rogue's strength, but it also has the mentality of underestimating the opponent. It's impossible to make an accurate judgment of the enemy's strength, which means that Rogue is only a so-so. Just when such an idea just emerged in Thanos' Overlord's mind, an instinctive sense of danger instantly emerged in his mind. No, this is not the end. Thanos' Overlord just wanted to react, but everything was too late. Flying Thor Second Stage, Flying Thor Chop. Chapter 367. Although this was the first time that Rogue used Flying Thor Slash in a battle, this did not affect his familiarity with this move. As long as he mastered the second stage of Flying Thor, whether it was followed by Rasengan or Slash, it was equally powerful. The dark northern cold sword from the blind spot where Thanos couldn't escape, slashed at his neck like lightning. However, just when Rogue thought that he would take the first blood of Thanos, an accident happened again. The northern cold blade drew a beautiful arc in the air and directly attacked Thanos' neck. Then, it slashed on Thanos' helmet that didn't look very heavy. In front of Flying Thor Slash, although Thanos didn't have enough time to dodge and counterattack, he could still tilt his neck slightly. Clang! The crisp sound of metal hitting metal rang again. Relying on Flying Thor Slash, Rogue successfully caught Thanos off guard, and then, he didn't get any results. Although the helmet worn by Thanos looked ordinary, its hardness was no worse than the double-edged sword in his hand. The Northern Cold Sword, which cut iron like mud in front of ordinary metal, only left a finger-sized slash mark on Thanos' helmet, and did not cause any damage to Thanos. Damn it! The hardness of Thanos' helmet was far beyond Rogue's expectations, which made him curse in his heart. Under normal circumstances, the existence of physical strength didn't like to wear armor, such as Hulk, who was a typical representative. Thanos' physical strength was stronger than Hulk's, but he still wore a solid armor, not giving his opponent any chance. What is called being cautious, this is it. Thanos' helmet made Rogue return without success again, and it also exposed his Flying Thor Slash, a surprise attack move. In front of Thanos, a powerful and highly intelligent existence, the more moves exposed, the more troublesome the next battle will be. This is why Rogue has always been cautious in choosing offensive methods. The Flying Thor's Slash did not deal the expected damage. Without any hesitation, Rogue used Lightning Body Blink to increase the distance between them. When Rogue's figure reappeared dozens of meters behind him, Thanos holding the double-edged sword slowly turned around and looked at Rogue seriously. I have to admit that I underestimated you. You are an opponent worthy of being treated seriously, so I will treat this battle seriously. Rogue's Flying Thor chop made Thanos feel a long-lost sense of danger. As a madman who constantly fought in the universe, it had been a long time since he felt such a threat to his life. Out of respect for Rogue, he had to take this battle seriously. Don't look at how Thanos came to the Colosseum fully armed, but before Rogue's Flying Thunder God Slash, he always held some indifferent attitude. Sokka Star's gladiators did have some fame in the universe, but in the eyes of Thanos, these gladiators were barely qualified. Because of this, Thanos had never put Sokka Star's gladiators in his eyes. Before, he had always had a game mentality when he fought with Rogue. The appearance of the Flying Thor's Slash gave Thanos a reason to take it seriously. Rog didn't know what Thanos would look like when he was serious, but after Thanos said those words, he couldn't help but clench the Northern Cold Sword in his hand and the Flying Thor's kunai. Just as Roger was thinking about how the serious Thanos Overlord would attack, Thanos Overlord, who was holding a double-edged sword, suddenly disappeared from his eyes. So fast. Thanos broke out with a speed that was no slower than Rog's lightning body blink in the chakra mode. He instantly came in front of him, and the huge double-edged sword slashed toward him. This sword cannot be blocked. Block, you will die. The terrifying combat intuition honed by rich combat experience allowed Rog to make a judgment in an instant. Thanos' sword seemed ordinary, but if he really treated this sword as an ordinary slash to block, he would definitely be cut in half by Thanos. Flying Thor. When Thanos' double-edged sword was about to cut Rog's head, Rog's figure disappeared again, disappearing out of thin air in front of Thanos. This time, Rog did not use the Flying Thor to counterattack, but purely retreated. In just a moment, he came to the vicinity of Hulk from Thanos' double-edged sword. Relying on the Flying Thor technique on Hulk, he successfully escaped Thanos' lightning-like sword, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Thanos had never been known for his speed. At least in Rog's memory, Thanos' speed could only be regarded as average. But just now, Thanos relied on his incomparably strong body and broke out with an amazing speed that was completely inconsistent with his body shape. If it weren't for Rog himself being very good at this kind of rapid attack, Thanos' sword had a more than 90% chance of hitting him directly. Does he have to be so abnormal? This kind of physical fitness is cheating. Your reaction is really fast, but how many times can you escape? After the sword missed, Thanos did not show any unexpected look, but instead, he looked at Hulk next to Rog with interest. Now Hulk was in a close combat with Black Short Star, and they did not pay attention to the sudden appearance of Rog. Rog just relied on the Flying Thor to avoid Thanos' attack, but Thanos also noticed something from his evasion. When he first appeared, Rog used the Flying Thor to teleport to Hulk's side, and instantly came from the top box to the arena. And just now, he used the Flying Thunder God to avoid Thanos' attack and came to Hulk's side again. For others, there was no relationship between the two, but Thanos saw the key point. Hulk was the key point of Rog's two teleportations. Coupled with the previous Flying Thor, Thanos immediately found the fatal weakness of the Flying Thor. Rog's teleportation required a key space jump point. Although Thanos didn't know how the Flying Thor did this, Rog's teleportation reminded him of the spaceship space jump in the vast universe. You'll know if you try it. Roger now found that he increasingly hated Thanos, an opponent with rich experience and keen combat intuition. Although Thanos didn't say it clearly, he could see that Thanos had already seen the key to the Flying Thor. The only thing that hasn't been mastered by Thanos is that he still doesn't know the existence of the Flying Thor technique. If you only know how to dodge, you can't win against me. As soon as the voice fell, Thanos attacked Rog again. Exactly the same as before, Thanos instantly crossed the distance of tens of meters and waved a powerful chop. The double-edged saber slashed toward Rog with full power, but Rog stood silently in place as if he didn't see it. Who told you that I only know how to dodge? While talking, Thanos' double-edged saber came in front of Rog, and it was only the last tens of meters away from him. However, it was this short distance of tens of centimeters that became a moat that the double-edged saber could not cross. The huge and sharp double-edged saber was held by an equally huge light blue right hand. The sharp blade slashed on the bony hand formed by chakra and was firmly grasped by the bony hand, unable to move. Manjikyu Sharingan Susanoo. Chapter 368. If there were other options, Rog wouldn't want to use Susanoo so soon. However, Thanos Overlord's performance made him have no choice but to use this powerful ninjutsu not long after the battle started. Although Thanos Overlord without Infinity Stone couldn't release energy attacks, his powerful body allowed him to have extremely terrifying physical attack and physical defense. If described in the words of the game, the current Thanos Overlord was a cheater with both the attack power of a full level 6 God armor and the health and defense of a full level 6 God armor tank. Although Rog will fight like a berserker when he goes crazy. But in the end, he is still a ninja similar to an assassin. High attack, low health, and fast speed, this has always been his battle positioning. However, Thanos Overlord's cheat-like existence just restrained his best fighting style, so he had to use Susanoo early. When Susanoo appeared, Rog also removed Raiton Chakra mode from his body. Now, he hasn't reached the level of combining Raiton Chakra mode and Susanoo at the same time. When Susanoo's materialized skeletal hand firmly grasped the double-edged sword, Thanos Overlord's face showed an unexpected look for the first time. Thanos Overlord thought that he had figured out Rog's fighting style, but in the blink of an eye, Rog gave him a new surprise. His right hand slightly exerted force, but the double-edged sword held by Susanoo didn't move. This energy materialized armor is a bit interesting. What's the name of this move? With this move alone, you have the qualifications to be famous in the universe. Although Susanoo hasn't launched an attack yet, Thanos Overlord has already seen the powerful potential of Susanoo. Its defense is amazing, and its strength is not weak. Even if this move can only be used as a simple defensive move, it can be regarded as a very good move. Thanos Overlord was very clear about the attack power of his double-edged sword, so he was very clear about what kind of defense was needed to block his double-edged sword. Susanoo. The name of this move is Susanoo. Rog didn't mind Thanos Overlord knowing the name of Susanoo. Even if Thanos Overlord's combat experience was rich, it was impossible for him to know the secret of Susanoo from a name. If Thanos Overlord could really do this, he would have already become a terrifying existence at the level of Heavenly Father, or even a single universe level. Susanoo, this name is good. Thanos Overlord's right hand tried several times, but he couldn't pull the double-edged sword out of Susanoo's hand. Susanoo is not just good name. As soon as his voice fell, Susanoo suddenly changed to its second form with flesh and blood and flesh and blood. The initial form of Susanoo could be used to temporarily resist the attack of Thanos, but if he wanted to truly display the power of Susanoo, he still needed to upgrade it to the second form with flesh and meridians. In the Hell Sage mode, Rog once upgraded Susanoo to the third form with armor for a short period of time. But that was a temporary breakthrough to the third form under special circumstances, not the real level of his Susanoo. If it was possible, Rog would like to play the Susanoo Great Buddha again. Unfortunately, the current him was still unable to do so. However, even the second form of Susanoo was enough to compete with Thanos Overlord for a while. When Susanoo was upgraded to the second form, Rog didn't hesitate and immediately manipulated Susanoo's right hand to grab Thanos Overlord's double-edged sword and threw it into the distance. Disarming was only the first step. When Susanoo's right hand took away Thanos Overlord's double-edged sword, Susanoo's left hand also emerged a Super Jade Rasengan with a diameter of several meters. The madly rotating Super Jade Rasengan was just formed and was pressed by Susanoo to Thanos Overlord not far in front of him. He didn't know if it was because he was confident enough or wanted to personally experience the power of Super Jade Rasengan. Facing Susanoo's Super Jade Rasengan, Thanos Overlord didn't retreat, but fiercely punched at Super Jade Rasengan. Boom! Super Jade Rasengan containing a lot of chakra and Thanos Overlord's right fist fiercely collided, and then it shattered. In front of Super Jade Rasengan with a diameter of several meters, Thanos Overlord's right fist seemed so small. However, such a seemingly completely unequal right fist broke out with a shocking force, directly smashing Super Jade Rasengan that was bigger than Thanos Overlord. The terrifying explosion shock wave and the uncontrolled chakra turbulence hit the surrounding like a tsunami, blowing away Hulk, 5 Black Radiance generals, and others who were fighting in the arena. The ground of the arena completely collapsed, and spiderweb-like cracks spread throughout the entire arena. Even the metal walls around the arena had cracks and holes in them from the terrifying shockwave of the explosion. For a time, broken stones and metal fragments flew around, and the sky was filled with flying dust. Fortunately, the audience in the auditorium had already begun to evacuate from the battle, otherwise, who knows how many innocent spectators would have been affected by the terrifying explosion shock wave. Although the sudden explosion shock wave blew away Hulk and others who were fighting, it did not cause any obvious damage to them. Except for those Sokka city guards who were easily dealt with at the beginning, everyone fighting in the arena was not weak. Although it would be a bit embarrassing to be blown away by the shock wave, that was all. When the explosion shock wave had just dissipated, Ebony Throat and the other 5 Black Radiance generals wanted to support Thanos Overlord, but before they had time to step out, they were stopped by Rogswood Clone and Hulk. This was a battle between Thanos Overlord and Rog. Whether it was Thanos Overlord or Rog, they would not let others intervene. You really surprise me more and more. I'll give you one last chance, join me, and I'll spare your life. Thanos Overlord, who had smashed Super Jade Rasengan with a punch, said again. I also appreciate you, but I don't have the interest to become someone else's subordinate. As soon as his voice fell, Rog once again controlled Susanoo to launch an attack. Although there were not many ninjutsu that Susanoo could use, it was completely enough for close combat. Rasengan, Super Jade Rasengan, Super Jade Rasengan, Chidori, Chidori Stream, Chidori Sharp Spear, Thunder Sword Draw, Lightning Palm, Lightning Release. Rog regarded Susanoo as his original body and released one ninjutsu after another. And Thanos Overlord also seemed to be tit for tat, using his completely unreasonable body to face Rog's Susanoo with his bare hands. Rumble, the sound of thunder and explosions continued to sound, and the already ravaged arena became even more dilapidated. Chapter 369. Scarlet Dusk, Arena Theme Hotel, Top Floor Royal Suite. Is Rog really going to be okay? That man is Thanos. Noah stood behind Natasha with a two-handed greatsword on his back and asked worriedly. He has never lost since his debut, I believe in him. Natasha stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, looking at the distant arena that was constantly surging with silver-white lightning and violent explosions, and slowly said. I admit that he is very strong, but that man is Thanos after all. You are from Earth, so you may not know how terrifying Thanos is. Thanos is a terrifying existence that can destroy a civilization by himself. Natasha was full of confidence in Rog, but Noah was not as optimistic as her. As the deputy head of the rope trappers, Noah knew better than anyone else how terrifying Thanos, known as the Emperor of the Universe, was. In his view, Rog was the kind of powerful existence that could dominate a planet. And Thanos was the pinnacle existence that could dominate the universe. Are you trying to escape? Natasha still didn't look back and asked calmly. No, I absolutely don't have such an idea, but I don't think he should be an enemy of Thanos. We are not Venerable Gao's people, and we will not live in Sokka Star forever. We don't need to offend such a powerful existence as Thanos. To be honest, when Rog confronted Thanos, Noah did have the intention to escape immediately. Now that the entire Sokka city was in chaos, with his strength, as long as he was careful, he could easily grab a spaceship, and then quietly leave Sokka Star, completely getting rid of his hostage status. But before he could implement this plan, he remembered Rog's warning. This is a safety device, but I believe you are a smart person, you won't let this safety device take effect. Thinking of this, Noah couldn't help but touch his neck. Forget it, I'll believe him this time. A person with such powerful strength can't be a reckless guy. After touching his neck for a few seconds, Noah finally made a decision. While Natasha, Noah, and the others were anxiously waiting for Rog's return, Rog in the gladiator arena was caught in a dilemma. Relying on the powerful defense granted by Susanoo, Rog didn't have to worry about being seriously injured or killed by Thanos for the time being. Thanos can't hurt him for the time being, but he can't give Thanos enough fatal damage. Using the Meridian system in Susanoo, Rog can make Susanoo perform ninjutsu on his behalf. However, Susanoo's ninjutsu couldn't cause serious damage to Thanos. With the passage of time, the chakra in his body was being consumed at a terrifying rate. Whether it is Susanoo or those ninjutsu, they all consume a lot of chakra. What's more, before using Susanoo, he also summoned 4 wood clone jutsu, which took away a lot of chakra from his main body. Don't look at his crazy release of ninjutsu like a ninjutsu cannon, but the damage these ninjutsu can bring to Thanos is extremely limited. The strength of Thanos' body is far beyond his expectations. Now he finally understands why Thanos can use a set of military boxing to completely defeat Hulk. Although Thanos had a human-like body, his body was completely beyond the concept of human beings. His flesh and blood is comparable to God. This is the deepest feeling Rog has had since he fought with Thanos. No, I can't continue like this. If I continue to fight like this, sooner or later, Thanos will die here. Rog perceived the remaining chakra and intended to end this war of attrition as soon as possible. Just like Roger, the current Thanos was getting more and more frightened as he fought. Thanos thought that Rog was just a strong man from a certain planet, a strong man with some strength, but only at an ordinary level. However, after really fighting with Rog, especially after fighting with Rog's Susanoo, Thanos was surprised to find that Rog was a powerful existence that was not much weaker than him. If he was not present, he could single-handedly take on the 5 black generals and the entire Vanguard Guard Corps. Thanos made an extremely rare high evaluation of Rog's strength. There are not many people who can make Thanos make such an evaluation, even looking at the whole universe. For example, Asgard's father of gods, Odin, and the planet Devourer who lives by devouring planets. Of course, in addition to Odin and the planet Devourer, there are many stronger existences in the universe. But those existences basically don't care about what happens in the universe. As long as the universe is not destroyed, even if all the civilizations and lives in the universe disappear, they may not care. Thanos was thinking about how to attack Rog and Susanoo, and Rog was also thinking about how to restrict Thanos for a while so that he could take Hulk out of the arena. If you want to restrict the enemy, the best choice is to use sealing technique. Rog doesn't know many sealing techniques now, only the 4 symbols seal and the King Kong seal. However, these 2 sealing techniques are not suitable to restrict Thanos, so he intends to use the magic he learned in Camartage. Although from the perspective of the sorcerer profession, he is not a very pure sorcerer. But what can't be denied is that he has a talent in spells. If not for this, there would be no need for Sorcerer Supreme to accept him as a student who was not in the plan. Would release, would human jutsu. Would release, would dragon jutsu. Unlike other ninjutsu, would release is a Kekkei Genkai and can only be used by Rog himself. However, with the protection provided by Susanoo, he doesn't need to worry about being attacked when he uses these 2 ninjutsu. Under the control of Rog, Wood Arhut, more than 10 meters high, and Wood Dragon, tens of meters long, emerged from the ground and directly attacked Thanos who was attacking Susanoo. The power of Wood Arhut and Wood Dragon is unquestionable, but it is too realistic to expect them to completely entangle Thanos. With the combat power shown by Thanos, Wood Arhut and Wood Dragon can only buy more than 10 seconds at most, and then they will be completely torn into ordinary wood by Thanos. However, Rog didn't expect Wood Arhut and Wood Dragon to completely entangle Thanos. What he needed was just a time for him to cast magic without being disturbed. When Thanos was repelled dozens of meters by Wood Arhut and Wood Dragon, Rog immediately removed the Susanoo that had been fighting for a long time and mobilized the magic in his body. Rog's hands quickly made a few gestures like ninjutsu, and then, the orange-red magic halo wrapped around his wrists like bracelets. Magic, Mirror Dimension. Chapter 370. The mirror dimension is an independent space parallel to the real world. No matter what happens in the mirror dimension, it will not have an impact on the real world. In Camartage, the mirror dimension is often used as an independent training space. Of course, because the mirror dimension and the real world are parallel to each other, the mirror dimension can also be used to monitor the real world, or to isolate dangers from the real world or the multiverse. However, in the hands of Rog, the biggest role of the mirror dimension is to isolate his enemies and become a cage-like existence. When the mirror dimension was completely prepared, Rog did not hesitate, and his hands wrapped in an orange-red halo suddenly pushed forward. With the push of Rog's hands, an invisible energy surged out like a wave. In the blink of an eye, Rog enveloped everyone in the arena in the mirror dimension. Unlike the real world, in the mirror dimension, there was a sense of mirror refraction like folded glass in the empty air. In order to pull Thanos, the 5 generals of Black Radiance, and the others into the mirror dimension space, Rog's mirror dimension space this time was quite large. Not only did it cover the entire Colosseum, but it also included the city area outside the Colosseum. When the real world was replaced by the mirror dimension, Rog did not hesitate and immediately summoned the necessary prop for the portal magic. Rog used the mirror dimension to trap Thanos and others in the mirror dimension, not to change the venue to continue fighting with Thanos. Although he was somewhat helpless, he had to admit that he did not have the strength to completely defeat Thanos. Even if he enters Sage Mode or borrows Kyuubi's chakra, the result will not change. Fighting Thanos to a draw was the limit of what he could do now. Thanos is a relatively pure fighter. Although he can't control energy, he noticed the existence of the mirror dimension, but he couldn't figure out the nature of the mirror dimension for the first time. Unlike Thanos, Ebony Throat, who has the ability to teleport objects, discovered the difference between the mirror dimension and the real world when the mirror dimension was unfolded. Not only that, but Ebony Throat also discovered that the mirror dimension that Rog had just used was extremely compatible with his extraordinary ability. It was as if it was tailor-made for him. Among the 5 Black Obsidian generals, Ebony Throat, who had the ability to teleport objects, was the one who resembled a mage the most. Although his telekinesis ability was not magic, the effect it displayed was no different from magic. In addition, he was not good at close combat, so among the 5 Black Obsidian generals, he had always been the think tank and the long-range attacker. In the real world, Ebony Throat, who had the ability to move objects with his mind, could freely control the surrounding matter. After being forcefully pulled into the mirror dimension by Rog, his telekinesis ability became even more terrifying. Controlling matter in the mirror dimension was much easier than controlling matter in the real world. "Sir, this is a special parallel space. He's planning to escape." Ebony Throat, who was originally entangled by the wood clone, flew to the side of Thanos Overlord and said respectfully. In the real world, Rog's wood clone could barely suppress Ebony Throat. After entering the mirror dimension, Ebony Throat's telekinesis ability had been terrifyingly improved, and it took him only a few seconds to solve the wood clone. Find a way to solve this special space. The guy on the other side must not be left alive. Now Thanos Overlord had completely no intention of subduing Rog. In Rog, he saw signs of being completely out of control. Continuing to keep Rog's life would only bring endless trouble to himself. Thanos Overlord did have some appreciation for Rog, but this appreciation was not enough to let him keep Rog, a troublesome character. With the help of Ebony Throat, Wood Arhut and the Wood Dragon, who could not stop Thanos Overlord for a long time, were suddenly ravaged and scarred, and there were signs of collapse at any time. Rog was not surprised that Ebony Throat's telekinesis ability would be strengthened in the mirror dimension. Before casting the mirror dimension, he took this into account. However, Ebony Throat was not the only one who could telekinesis in the mirror dimension. Folding space. Matter control. In the real world, Rog could not do this. Even if he used the reality gem, he could only achieve limited control and folding. But in the mirror dimension, even if he did not use the reality gem, he could control everything at will. His hands kept turning, and the arena in the mirror dimension began to change in a way that did not conform to the laws of physics. The earth fluctuated like the surface of the water, and then quickly reconstructed like building blocks. The sky began to reverse, gravity began to reverse, and everything in common sense began to change. In this strange world that seemed to have been turned upside down, Rog seemed to have transformed into the master of the world, dominating everything in the mirror dimension. Although Wood Arhut and the Wood Dragon fell down and turned into a piece of lifeless wood, the attack of Thanos Overlord and Ebony Throat did not decrease. All kinds of bricks, stones, metals, and other items, like a swarm of bees, attacked Thanos Overlord and others. At the same time, the chaotic gravity and the mysterious space folding also made Thanos Overlord and others fall into an unprecedented passive situation. Under the control of Rog, Thanos Overlord and others seemed to be targeted by the whole world, greeting all kinds of inexplicable attacks from all directions. Judging from the scene, Rog now has the upper hand, showing a powerful posture like a god. But Rog knew very well that these were just some fancy operations. Wanting to use these attacks to completely defeat Thanos Overlord was pure wishful thinking. So when Thanos Overlord and others resisted all kinds of incredible attacks, Rog did not intend to further expand the battle results, but directly flying Thunder God came to Hulk's side. Magic Portal. As Rog's right hand continued to draw circles, a portal with golden sparks appeared in front of him and Hulk. When the portal was formed, Rog grabbed Hulk's shoulder and threw Hulk, who was far larger than himself, into it. Then, he went in as well. Using the portal, Rog and Hulk returned to the real world and returned to the empty Colosseum. Are we not going to fight? Although he had been fighting with Dark Short Star for a long time, Hulk was still somewhat unsatisfied at this time. No more fighting. There will be opportunities in the future, let's call it a day. Rog quickly replied to Hulk, then grabbed his right hand and Flying Thunder God again. In the next second, Rog and Hulk returned from the messy Colosseum to the royal suite of the Scarlet Dusk Hotel. Chapter 371. When Natasha and the others returned to the hotel first, Rog had already planned to use the Flying Thor to bring Hulk back. If not for this, he would not have suddenly confronted Thanos Overlord and launched an unplanned battle with Thanos Overlord. Using the Flying Thor on Natasha, Rog successfully returned to the hotel suite with Hulk. As for why Natasha had the Flying Thor he left on her, it started from the days in the land of nothingness. But this is not a very important thing. Anyway, after that night, he left the Flying Thor on Natasha's body and Ant-Man Scott's helmet. As the captain of this rescue operation, he still cares about his team members. Are you okay? Should we leave immediately, or stay and see the situation? As soon as Rog and Hulk's figures appeared, Natasha, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, immediately rushed over and asked with concern. We're fine. Let's leave here first. Thanos Overlord is obviously prepared this time. Sokka Star may change its ruler in the future. Roger replied casually, then continued to ask, how's the exchange of the new star coins that I asked you to exchange? Most of the championship coins have been exchanged back to new star coins, about 1 billion, and there are still some championship coins that have not been exchanged. When they first came to Sokka Star, Rog used 500 million new star coins to exchange for 50 million championship coins. As a result, after spending indiscriminately on Sokka Star for a while, their 50 million championship coins grew to 1 billion new star coins, which was twice as much as when they first came. The most important reason for this was that Rog, Hulk, and Little Hay participated in the gladiator fights repeatedly. Although their odds later became lower and lower, when they first appeared, the odds were still normal. It was through this legal method of betting that their wealth not only did not decline, but became more and more. This also reflected the saying that the rich will get richer and the poor will get poorer and poorer. Don't worry about the remaining championship coins, let's leave Sokka Star now. Rog had more than 500 million new star coins on him, and with the money that Natasha had exchanged, it was enough for them to squander on Xander. I know where to get a suitable spaceship. When the slave hunters were transporting slaves to Gao Tianzuan, we went to his private hangar. There are many spaceships that meet the requirements for crossing the universe channel. At this moment, Noah, who was standing aside, suddenly stepped forward and said to Rog. I appreciate your initiative, but we can't use the spaceship for the time being. We'll leave by other means. Rog glanced at Noah and said with a smile. Before he returned to the hotel, he was still wondering if Noah would take advantage of the chaos to escape. In the end, not only did Noah not run away, but he even showed signs of taking the initiative to integrate. This made him feel slightly gratified. However, even though he was pleased, it did not mean that he would let Noah go. That was a separate matter. Things still had to be made clear. Just like Thanos appreciates Rog, but this does not prevent Thanos from wanting to kill Rog. In this regard, Rog and Thanos were indeed very similar. To some extent, they were not the kind of people who would be easily influenced by emotions. No spaceship. Then how do we leave? After hearing Rog's answer, not only did Noah's face show a puzzled look, but even Natasha, who knew him better, was also puzzled. If you want to leave Sokka, in addition to the spaceship, you can also use this. After that, Rog pointed to the ring on his right hand with his left hand. Under the puzzled gaze of Natasha and others, Rog drew a circle in the air as if drawing out of thin air. Then, a circular portal with golden sparks appeared in front of them. On the other side of the portal was the farm of the rope hunters on the outskirts of Halton City on Xander. This is the farm base of the slave hunters? Natasha asked with some uncertainty. Yes, it's the farm base of the slave hunters on the outskirts of Halton City. Hurry up and go in, I can't maintain this kind of ultra-long-distance portal for a long time. Although Rog has mastered the magic taught by Ancient One, he is not an orthodox sorcerer of Kamartaj after all, and his magic power is not vast. Not every Kamartaj sorcerer can open a portal directly to Earth from the distant Titan star like Doctor Strange. The longer the distance across the portal, the more magic power it requires, and the more difficult it is to control it. Regarding this, Rog quietly tried it on the second day after he came to Sokka. Teleporting back to Xander or the Land of Nothingness is the limit of his current portal. As for returning directly to Earth or Asgard, he can't do it for the time being. Unless his magic power can be further increased, or in the Land of Nothingness, he may be able to open a portal to Asgard or Earth. Although Natasha and others didn't know how Rog did it, with their trust in Rog, they quickly crossed the portal and returned to the farm base of the rope hunters in Halton City. When everyone passed, Rog, whose magic power was about to be exhausted, walked into the portal, and then immediately closed the portal that was madly devouring his magic power. At the moment of crossing the portal, even Rog, who had the body of an immortal, couldn't help but shake and almost fall to the ground. His chakra was mostly consumed and his magic power was exhausted, which brought a double sense of physical and mental exhaustion, making him look extremely tired. This is your home ground, the rest is up to you to arrange. Rog said to Noah in a tired tone, and then returned directly to the room where he lived before and began to rest after the battle. What will become of Sokka next, he doesn't particularly care. And with the strength of Gao Tianzuan, even if he can't keep his Sokka star, he can leave Sokka star alive. Although Gao Tianzuan and his brother Collector don't look very reliable, they are old monsters who have lived for God knows how many years, and as a member of the Council of Elders, they are definitely not as weak as they look. As for what Thanos Overlord will do next, Rog is not too worried. After the fight just now, he has roughly understood the strength of Thanos Overlord. As long as Thanos Overlord doesn't collect 6 Infinity Stones, he doesn't need to worry too much about the threat he brings. The Reality Gem is now in the hands of Rog, the Time Gem is in the hands of Ancient One, the Space Gem is in Asgard, and the Spirit Gem is in the head of Illusion. Even if Thanos Overlord wants to collect Infinity Stones, he can only start with the 2 gems, Power Gem and Soul Gem. And even if Thanos Overlord collects the Power Gem and Soul Gem, he may not dare to go after Ancient One and Odin. Chapter 372. The news that Thanos led an army to attack Sokka quickly spread. At the same time, the news that the 4th Hokage Rog defeated Ronan the Manipulator on Sokka and fought against Thanos without losing also spread. When he received the news, Rog was enjoying the traditional massage and relaxation service of Xander with Scott in New Star City, the capital of Xander. It has now been almost a week since Thanos attacked Sokka Star. 5 days ago, Rog and others left the farm base of the rope hunters on the outskirts of Halton City and came to New Star City, the capital of Xander. As the capital of Xander, New Star City is not only the most developed city on Xander, but also the headquarters of the New Star Corps. The existence of the New Star Corps makes New Star City have a public security environment far superior to other cities, and it also makes New Star City the city with the highest satisfaction among the residents of Xander. In New Star City, not to mention street fights, even the phenomenon of petty theft is basically eradicated. I like this planet more and more. It's just like Earth a few centuries later, a super technologically advanced Earth. Ant-Man Scott was lying on a massage bed, enjoying the service of 2 green-skinned Xander girls. You like it here, not because of the advanced technology here, but because you have enough money in your card. In the past 5 days, you alone have spent 50 million New Star coins. Rog, like Scott, was lying on a white massage bed, enjoying the gentle massage of Xander girls. Because of more than 1 billion new star coins in hand, in the past 5 days, Rog and others used practical actions to prove what it means to spend money like water. Even the simple and honest Hulk also learned what it means to spend money as he pleases in these few days. But unlike Scott, most of Hulk's spending was used to enjoy delicious food. Even now, Hulk doesn't know which corner of New Star City he is enjoying delicious food. If you don't have any plans, I think we can stay here for a while. By the way, aren't you still waiting for the ants of the slave hunters? I think you can give them a little more time. They are already working hard to find the ants you want. Scott was now more and more glad that he had been chosen by Rog. This allowed him to experience the beauty of extraterrestrial travel. If you really like it here, I can get you a permanent residence permit and make you a legal citizen of Xander. You can stay here for as long as you want. After hearing Roger's words, Scott wanted to agree immediately. But before he opened his mouth, he suddenly realized something. If I really become a legal citizen of Xander, will you still bring me back to Earth? Scott asked worriedly. You're from Xander. Why are you returning to Earth? I have no intention of abducting aliens back to Earth. More than 1 hour later, Rog and Scott, who had been fully relaxed mentally and physically, left this male legal entertainment and relaxation place that was famous for its good service, high-quality staff and amazing consumption level in Star City. Yes, it was a legal place for entertainment and relaxation. Because all the services inside had to be taxed. Noah, the deputy leader of the slave hunters, was still with Rog and the others. Before he received what he wanted, Rog did not plan to let him go. And here, he also needed a competent driver and bodyguard. Let's go back to the hotel. The things I ordered should have been delivered to the hotel. After sitting in the luxurious car driven by Noah, Rog directly said the next destination. Okay. Noah now began to gradually get used to his identity as a driver and bodyguard. After returning to the highest-level hotel called Bright Starry Sky, Rog returned to the supreme suite he lived in alone. After arriving at Nova City, Rog booked 5 supreme suites in this hotel. Even Noah and Blackie were assigned to their own suites. Because there was nothing particularly urgent, in the past 5 days, they fully enjoyed their trip to Xander. However, while he was eating, drinking, and squandering, Rog still did some proper business. Large-scale acquisition of technological information and related equipment on Xander, and at the same time, various combat equipment, including energy weapons. Most of the civilizations in the universe look down on the civilization on Earth, and it is indeed reasonable. Many technologies that have not even been developed on Earth are public information with a confidentiality level close to 0 in alien civilizations such as Xander. Take the simplest spacecraft drive engine for example. This is a high-tech technology that has not yet been successfully developed on Earth. But for those civilizations that have opened the era of the universe, this is the simplest basic technology. Just like the cars on Earth, it is a technology that ordinary people can buy or master at will. Rog intends to pack a copy of these relevant technological information and take it back as a small gift for Hinata and Tani. As for the information and finished products of the energy weapons, he intends to leave them for his own Konoha. In addition to these information and items, he also commissioned a special acquisition firm to purchase living animals and seeds of various animals and plants on a large scale. Once these alien animals and plants return to Earth, they may trigger an uncontrolled biological invasion disaster. Therefore, Rog intends to throw these animals and plants directly onto the planet Tatooine that he is developing. Calculating the time, the infrastructure of Konoha Hidden Village on Tatooine should have been established by now, and it is time for the dead planet Tatooine to be rejuvenated. Rog originally had a more extreme and crazy plan to restore the vitality of Tatooine. Star-Lord's father, Igo, is a self-aware planet. Rog's original plan was to use Igo's power to restore the vitality of Tatooine. However, after considering the gap in strength between him and Igo, he temporarily put this plan on hold. Although he can't deal with Igo for the time being, it doesn't mean that he will ignore Igo's existence. In addition to being an important factor in his plan for Tatooine, Igo is also related to a super huge and important plan in his future. After fighting with Mephisto, Rog roughly inferred the limit that the system can reach. Although the strength of a divine father is enough to dominate one side of the universe, there is still a long way to go before Rog can achieve his dream of becoming the god of ninja. Therefore, he intends to restore the traditional craftsmanship of the Otsutsuki clan. Planting divine trees on an alien planet. Chapter 373. An Otsutsuki who did not want to plant trees was not a good Otsutsuki. Although Rog was not a member of the Otsutsuki clan, he was still very interested in this traditional skill of the Otsutsuki clan. And before he transmigrated, he had the habit of collecting energy to plant trees every day. Now that he thought about it, he was really patient back then. After putting the latest information and valuable research materials into the psychic scroll, Rog left the hotel with the Flying Thunder God and came to a warehouse at the port of Nova Star City. Only the collected information and a small amount of valuable research materials would be sent to the hotel suite. As for the large instruments, weapons, and equipment, as well as the large number of alien animals and plants, they would be sent to another warehouse that was responsible for delivery. The one in charge of guarding and delivery was, of course, the hardworking Blackie. Blackie originally wanted to go out with Hulk to taste the alien delicacies, but after trying it for a day, he gave up on this naive idea. As a special symbiotic body, Blackie had no interest in these so-called delicacies. To him, food that was rich in energy was his favorite. When Rog's figure appeared in the warehouse, the humanoid Blackie immediately walked over and handed the transparent glass-like tablet in his hand to Rog. Everything received in the past few days is recorded on it. I've checked the quantity, there's no problem. Thank you for your hard work. After receiving the tablet from Blackie, Rog quickly browsed through it and then put the tablet aside. Shadow Clone Technique. Bang 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 bang, clouds of white smoke continued to appear in the warehouse as dozens of shadow clones were summoned by Rog. After casting the Shadow Clone Technique, Rog did not stop what he was doing. He took out the hanging ring that was necessary to cast the teleportation portal spell. After coming to Nova Star City, he had already tested it. He could directly open the teleportation portal to Tatooine from Xander. Therefore, he planned to use the teleportation portal to send the purchased instruments, equipment, and alien animals and plants to Tatooine. After putting the ring on his left hand, Rog took a deep breath and began to construct an image of Tatooine in his mind. After dealing with the hive that the Kree had exiled to Tatooine, he had never been to Tatooine again. However, this did not affect him from casting the teleportation portal magic. As long as he could visualize the destination in his mind and imagine the details clearly enough, he would be able to construct a stable portal. Of course, the premise of all this was to have enough magic power. As his right hand continued to draw circles in the air, the teleportation gate glowing with golden sparks gradually took shape. Rog heaved a sigh of relief when the 10-meter-wide portal was fully formed. Although he did not know how far Tatooine was from Xander, one thing he was certain of was that the distance between Xander and Tatooine was much closer than Sokka. At the very least, after casting the teleportation gate this time, he still had more than half of his mana remaining, and the consumption was far less terrifying than the previous time. Without any instructions, as soon as the teleportation gate appeared, the shadow clone immediately turned into a porter and began the fast and orderly transportation work. Large research instruments, cargo boxes containing weapons and equipment, metal cages holding alien animals, planting boxes with alien plants, and a large number of miscellaneous boxes including alien plant seeds were moved into the teleportation gate by the shadow clone one by one. While the shadow clone turned into a porter, Rog himself did not stay idle. He walked directly into the teleportation gate and summoned a mobile phone-like communication device from the summon scroll. Strictly speaking, this communication device, which was similar to a mobile phone, was a mobile phone. But unlike a normal mobile phone, this mobile phone can only connect to a special satellite network. I can actually find a signal. It seems that the basic construction of Konoha's hidden village is faster than I expected. Looking at the satellite signal that appeared on the screen of the mobile phone, Rog showed a satisfied smile, and then dialed the only number on it. The number was connected within a few seconds, and the image of the 32-year-old young woman after marriage appeared on the screen of the mobile phone. Good morning, Rog-sama. Your current location is more than 1,500 kilometers away from Konoha's hidden village. A Quinjet and intelligent guard will pick you up later, please wait for a moment. Although the Hinata on the screen looks very intelligent, Rog doesn't know if it's his illusion, but he always feels that she's not as pleasing to the eye as the Hinata in Konoha's headquarters. However, this also has something to do with the fact that the Hinata here is not the real Hinata. The one in Konoha's headquarters on Earth is the real Hinata. The one on Tatooine is just a clone program copied by Hinata according to her own program. An artificial intelligence self-replicating another artificial intelligence, this is very artificial intelligence. When Hinata was doing this, Rog was always a little worried about whether she would create an uncontrollable artificial intelligence crisis. No need to pick me up, I will leave in a while. I will leave something here, you can arrange someone to come and pick it up. Those animals and plants, you can study them first, if there is no problem, you can raise them or plant them near Konoha. I will also send something from time to time in the future, you can arrange someone to come and pick it up. After saying that, Rog directly closed the call and threw the mobile phone that can only be used on Tatooine back into the summon scroll. When the shadow clone moved all the boxes to Tatooine, Rog returned to the warehouse on Xander and closed the huge golden portal. Ant-Man Scott squandered 50 million new star coins in the past 5 days, and Rog spent nearly 800 million new star coins for the things in the warehouse, as well as the precious raw materials in the summon scroll. In terms of the degree of squandering, he is the real spender these days. After deducting the expenses of these days, Rog has less than 500 million new star coins in his hands, but he doesn't have any particularly large expenses. Everything that needs to be bought has been bought, and the rest of the scattered things don't cost much. According to the plan, when they spend all the new star coins in their hands, they will almost return to Earth. After sending all the things in the warehouse to Tatooine, Rog returned to the hotel with Xiao He. Not long after he and Xiao He returned to the hotel, Hulk, who had been eating and drinking outside all day, and Natasha, who accompanied Hulk to look for delicious food, also returned to the hotel. But this time, it was not only the two of them who returned to the hotel, but also several soldiers of the new Star Corps. Hello, Mr. Rog, I am Roman Day, the Centurion of the new Star Corps. The new Star Supreme hopes to see you. Chapter 374. Supreme Nova. Rog frowned as he looked at Roman Day, who was wearing a dark green new Star Corps uniform and had short curly brown hair. He looked no different from an ordinary middle-aged man on Earth. Rog did not immediately answer the new Star Corps Centurion. Instead, he quickly recalled in his mind. In the past few days, other than spending like a nouveau riche in New Star City, they did not do anything that violated the laws of Xander. Here, Rog instinctively ignored the fact that he bought restricted weapons and equipment illegally. Wasn't it normal to buy some guns and ammunition? Even America, a democratic country on Earth, did not restrict this. Can I ask why the new Star Supreme wants to see me? Roman Day came to inform him with a courteous face. Rog would of course treat him with courtesy. This was a basic quality that every citizen who received compulsory education should have. Supreme Nova was not an ordinary person. Why would the most luxurious suite in Xander's hotel be called the Supreme Suite? The reason was similar to how 5-star hotels on Earth would call their luxurious suites the Presidential Suite. Supreme Nova's strength might not be much, but he was definitely the most powerful person on Xander. In other words, he was the ruler of Xander. I'm not sure about the specifics. The order I received was to invite you, Mr. Rog, to the new Star Corps headquarters to meet Supreme Nova. Although I'm not sure what Supreme Nova wants to talk to you about, I think it should have something to do with the Carey Empire. At this point, Roman Dai didn't continue to speak. Obviously, as a new Star Corps Centurion, Roman Day definitely knew the truth of the matter. However, the current him did not intend to reveal everything. The position of a new Star Corps Centurion did not sound like much, but it was already the highest level of existence in the new Star Corps. It was the elite warrior second to none in the new Star Corps and had the authority to mobilize and command the new Star Corps. In terms of military ranks on Earth, a new Star Corps Centurion was roughly equivalent to a general in Earth's army. Moreover, it was a general who had the authority to command. Since you're so enthusiastic, if I don't go, it'll be hard to explain. Let's go, I also want to see the new Star Corps headquarters. With that, Rog raised his left hand, indicating for Roman to lead the way. When Roman Day and the other 4 new Star Legion warriors turned around, Rog turned to Natasha and the others and said, "If you have anything else you want to buy it as soon as possible. We might have to leave Xander." Roman Day, who was walking at the front, clearly heard Rog's words, but he didn't say anything and walked straight to the elevator. Although Roman Day didn't reveal too much, Rog could roughly guess what would happen next. If nothing unexpected happened, the new Star Supreme was going to entrust him with a task. And the contents of the commission were very likely related to Luo Nan, the accuser. This was why he reminded Natasha and the others to make preparations to return to Earth. The 4th rule of commission was that before the current commission was completed, the next commission could not be accepted. Under Roman Dai's lead, Rog boarded a small aircraft parked on the top floor of the hotel and flew directly to the core area of New Star City, the new Star Corps headquarters. The new Star Corps headquarters wasn't located in the central area of New Star City, but in the restricted flying zone near the port. Other than the new Star Corps' aircraft, any aircraft that entered the airspace would be subjected to intensive anti-aircraft fire from the ground. Compared to the buildings in the city, which were mainly light white and had a curvaceous shape, the new Star Corps headquarters building had a more sturdy appearance. The light gray color made the entire building look like it was made of steel. If it wasn't for the huge octagonal star symbol of the new Star Corps hanging on the exterior of the building, it would be very difficult for tourists from other planets to connect this building with the new Star Corps headquarters. With Centurion Roman Dai leading the way, Rog entered the new Star Corps headquarters building without any obstructions. In a meeting room that wasn't very spacious, he saw the legendary new Star Supreme. Like Centurion Roman Dai, new Star Supreme had an extremely similar appearance to a human from Earth. Even new Star Supreme's hairstyle was extremely similar to the retro hairstyle that was popular in America in the 60s and 70s. If one didn't look at the new Star Corps uniform that new Star Supreme was wearing, she would look no different from a woman from Earth in her 60s or 70s. That's right, this new Star Supremacy was a woman. And on her body, Rog didn't sense any energy other than life energy. Clearly, this new Star Supreme wasn't a warrior. Rog even suspected that she didn't even know the most basic combat techniques. But at the level of new Star Supreme, there wasn't much need for combat strength. "You're the Rog who defeated Ronan the Accuser twice." The moment Rog entered the meeting room, new Star Supreme opened her mouth and asked. "Yes, I'm that Rog. You look more refined than I imagined. I can't see the tough attitude that ordinary warriors have on you." This extremely benevolent-looking Nova Supremacy sized up Log and continued. "Because I'm not an ordinary warrior. I'm the more powerful kind." Although he was facing the highest commander of Xander and the new Star Corps, Rog didn't show any fear or panic. Instead, he was incomparably relaxed and casual. Rog didn't doubt the combat strength of the new Star Corps. To a certain extent, he actually quite admired the new Star Corps. A corps that could go head-to-head with the Carey Empire, one of the 3 great empires of the universe, and even fight to a standstill couldn't be weak. Otherwise, a country like Xander that pursued civility too much would have been destroyed by the Carey Empire long ago. Rog didn't have any objections to Xander's efforts to improve the civility of their citizens. But in his opinion, Xander's approach could easily cultivate the citizens of Xander into docile cowards without any blood. In contrast, he preferred the harsh education style of the Carey Empire that leaned towards Sparta. "You're indeed the more powerful kind. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to defeat Ronan the Accuser twice and fight a lunatic like Thanos to a draw." Obviously, the new Star Corps' intelligence on Rog came from Sokka. This couldn't be blamed on the new Star Corps. After all, he had just emerged in the universe. If they wanted to investigate him, they could only start from Sokka. "Let's stop with the pleasantries. I want to know why New Star Supreme of the New Star Corps suddenly wants to see me, an alien tourist from another planet. Chapter 375. I hope you can come with us to the Kree Empire. You have defeated Luo Nan twice. Your presence can reduce the possibility of the Kree Empire making unwise moves. Nova Supremacy stated his purpose straightforwardly. Are you sure this will work? I feel that my presence in the mission will only provoke the Kree Empire. Rog wasn't surprised that Nova Supreme would have such thoughts. But he always felt that Nova Supreme was taking things for granted. Even though he had defeated Luo Nan, the controller, twice, this did not mean that his existence would cause the Kree Empire to become even more restrained. It would be abnormal if the Kree Empire, which had always been unyielding, became afraid of him just because he was in the diplomatic corps. I can't guarantee that this will work, but with you, the Kree Empire will be more cautious. As long as the Kree Empire is a bit more cautious, it will be enough for the mission. Supreme Nova explained once again. You can rest assured, this diplomatic mission to the Kree Empire was invited by the Kree Empire. They want to end the war with us and sign a peace treaty that both sides can accept. As long as you are willing to help, no matter what your request is, we will try our best to satisfy you. We know that you have been collecting some documents and equipment recently. If you need, we can provide you with top-secret documents and high-level equipment that can't be obtained from the black market. Rog's purchase of weapons and equipment on the black market wasn't hidden from the New Star Regiment. Now, this has become a bait for Nova Supreme to tempt him. I need to discuss it with my companions. If they don't have any objections, we can discuss the specific content. Rog didn't directly refuse Nova Supreme's proposal, but he also didn't accept it immediately. He still had the commission to bring Dr. Banner back to Earth. Before completing this commission, he couldn't accept other commissions. Although he could accept Nova Supreme's commission without the system, he wouldn't be able to get the ninja coins rewarded by the system. Ninja coins, he would never complain about having too much. When you go to the Kree Empire, your companions can continue to stay in Nova City. We will provide them with the best service. We will not let you have any worries. Although it was the first time Nova Supreme met Rog, she had already browsed through the information of Rog, Hulk, and the others in detail. Even Rog and the others' contact with the Bloody Gladiator in Halton City was also recorded. So in Nova Supreme's view, whether to accept the mission to the Kree Empire or not, Rog could decide by himself. There was no need to discuss it with Hulk and the others. However, she never thought that Rog wasn't worried about the safety of Hulk and the others, but whether he could get ninja coins. Thank you for your kindness, but I still need to discuss it with them. Tomorrow, I will give you a final answer. Roger didn't want to continue talking about this matter with Supreme Nova, so he ended the conversation. Resplendent Starry Sky Hotel, Supreme Suite. That's the general situation, so I'd like to ask for your opinions. If I accept the commission, I must send you, or Hulk, back to Earth. Don't ask me why, it's OCD. Of course, if you don't want to go back to Earth for the time being, it doesn't matter, I can directly reject this commission. Rog, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, said to Hulk with a serious face. Whether Natasha and Scott stay or not, it doesn't affect him accepting the commission. The key is Hulk. If Hulk doesn't want to return to Earth now, Rog won't force him to go back. The commission is a commission, Hulk is a friend, he can't force a friend. Hulk doesn't like Earth, Hulk doesn't want to be a burden to you, Hulk can go back, Hulk is willing to help friends. Hulk said in a low voice. At the same time, he raised his huge right hand and gently patted Rog's shoulder. Although Hulk doesn't know why he is the key to whether Rog accepts the commission or not, as he said, he doesn't want to be a burden to Rog, he is willing to help Rog. Thanks, big guy. Rog patted Hulk's right hand that hasn't had time to retract and said with a smile. Since Hulk is going back, then let's go back, we left Earth to bring Hulk back. After Hulk made his decision, Natasha immediately gave a reply. However, when Natasha answered Rog, Scott's face showed an extremely reluctant look. The luxurious life of a nouveau riche has only started for a few days, so it's inevitable that Scott, who has always been poor in economic conditions, will feel a little reluctant. Then when are we going back? Can your portal magic take us directly back to Earth? Natasha looked at Rog and continued to ask. Now or tomorrow, it's up to you. I will take you back with the portal, but not directly to Earth, but to a transit station first, and then to bring you back to Earth from the transit station. Before returning to the hotel, Rog had already planned a specific return route, a relatively convenient return route. Although this will slightly expose some of his little secrets, it doesn't matter. Because Hulk and Scott both wanted an unforgettable return night, the time to return to Earth was finally set at noon tomorrow. At noon the next day, the naked Natasha woke up Rog, who was sleeping next to her, and then dressed up in front of the sleepy Rog. When Natasha was thoroughly dressed, Rog got up from the bed with a yawn and walked tiredly to the bathroom. Rog doesn't know whether Hulk and Stick's return night was memorable or not, he only knows that he was very tired this night. After everyone gathered and ate an expensive lunch with the characteristics of Xander, Rog opened the portal to Tatooine in the living room of the suite. Without needing Rog's instructions, Natasha and others, who were already prepared, walked into the portal and came to the planet belonging to Rog. Where is this? Looking at the barren land around her, Natasha asked doubtfully. This is my planet, and it's the reward for one of my commissions. Rog briefly explained, then began to identify the direction. Quantum transmission. When he confirmed the specific location of Konoha's hidden village, he used quantum transmission to bring Natasha and others to Konoha's hidden village. Chapter 376. This is Konoha's hidden village. Looking at the city in front of her, which is a combination of punk futuristic and ancient Chinese style, Natasha asked in disbelief. To be precise, this is the new Konoha's hidden village, not the Konoha's hidden village where I learned ninjutsu. Although there is no such thing as Konoha's hidden village in this world, Rog won't forget the origin setting that he casually said at the beginning. Acting should be done completely, especially paying attention to the details. As a cautious ninja, Rog will certainly pay attention to this point. This is incredible. You actually have your own planet, and you are building your own Konoha's hidden village. This is simply, like the shocked Natasha. Scott also showed a look of disbelief after seeing the Konoha's hidden village under construction. Although they have been to several alien planets, the scene in front of them is still beyond their scope of understanding. An Earthling has an alien planet suitable for human survival, and has built his own city on it. This is a major milestone that can change the history of mankind, just like the discovery of the American continent by Columbus. No, what Rog did is much crazier than Columbus. What he discovered is not a new continent, but a new planet, a habitable planet. In fact, this is nothing. You have also traveled in the universe for a while, you should have experienced the vastness of the universe. In the universe, there are many undeveloped planets like Tatooine. If you are interested, you can also find a planet of your own. Rog explained casually. He brought Natasha and others to Konoha's hidden village not to show off that he has a planet. The reason why he came here is purely to return to Earth from here. Under the guidance of an intelligent robot, Rog and others came to the transmission base in Konoha's hidden village. After a lot of research and testing, Konoha's headquarters finally stabilized the coordinates of the space channel that will constantly change with the rotation of the planet and fixed the entrance of the space channel in a huge building. This is an open-air building similar to a football field, and even the area is very similar to a football field on Earth. In Hinata's plan, this place will become a spaceport for transporting materials from Earth in the future. In the center of the building, there was a circular platform 1 meter above the ground, and in the position of the circular point, there was a 1 meter tall black boulder. The platform had a diameter of 50 meters, and it could open up a spatial tunnel with a diameter of 35 meters at most. Of course, the size of the spatial tunnel depended on the size of the goods being transported. For people like Rog and the others, who only needed to pass through a space channel to return to Earth, a space channel with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters would be enough. The black stone placed on the dot was cut from the black boulder by Hinata, and its function is equivalent to the gate of Konoha. Through the mysterious connection between the two black stones, they can open the space channel from Konoha Hidden Village to the Konoha headquarters. It was a bit like using two black stones to create a spatial door that could be opened between Earth and Tatooine. No matter which side he opened the door from, he would be able to reach the other side smoothly. Roger didn't know what scientific theories were involved in this, but Hinata explained it to him in such a way back then. By the way, although this place will be announced by me sooner or later. But before I announce it to the public, I hope you can forget everything you see here for the time being. Before jumping into the space channel formed by the liquefied black boulder, Rog said to Natasha and the others around him. No problem, I'm very good at keeping secrets. Scott said first. After Scott's statement, Natasha and Hulk also nodded, indicating that they won't leak the secret. The next thing was relatively simple. Through the space channel built by the Black Boulder, Rog and others smoothly returned from Konoha Hidden Village on Tatooine to the headquarters of Konoha Intelligence Agency in Washington, D.C. However, before Natasha and the others had time to take a good look at the secret laboratory of Konoha's headquarters, the hemispherical energy shield formed by quantum transmission enveloped them again. Although he has a good relationship with Natasha and Hulk, and he doesn't mind them visiting Konoha's headquarters, now is not the right time to visit. Through quantum transmission, Rog and others instantly crossed from Washington to the duplex base in the suburbs of New York. When those familiar buildings appeared in front of them one by one, Natasha and Scott inexplicably felt like they had returned home after a long separation. Big guy, although I'm a little reluctant to part with you, I can only say goodbye to you for the time being. Let Dr. Banner come out, it's time for him to go home. Rog's commission was to bring Dr. Banner back to Earth, but now, it is not Dr. Banner who has returned to Earth, but Hulk. So strictly speaking, his commission has not been completed yet. When you come back, you must come to Hulk. Hulk wants to learn your green light move. Before returning control of the body to Banner, Hulk said to Rog very seriously. The green light move mentioned by Hulk is actually the visual effect after opening the third gate of life in the Hashiman Tanku. When Roger bullied Ronan, the accuser, in the arena, he opened the third gate of life. Therefore, Hulk had firmly memorized it. No problem, after I come back, I will teach you the Hashiman Tanku. At that time, no one will be able to stop you if you release the green light first. After that, Rog raised his right hand and bumped fists with Hulk, reaching an agreement with Hulk. Under the gaze of Rog and others, Hulk returned control of the body to Banner, and his huge body began to shrink rapidly. It didn't take long for Dr. Banner to appear in front of them in ill-fitting elastic shorts. I'm back. Is this the duplex headquarters? Although Hulk returned control of the body to Banner, he didn't seem to have left any memories for Banner, causing Dr. Banner, who reappeared, to look confused and puzzled. Not long after Dr. Banner appeared, Tony, Rogers, and the others from the American team rushed over. Rog didn't stay at the duplex headquarters for too long. He briefly told Tani about the process of rescuing Hulk, and then returned to Konoha's headquarters. Not long after he returned to the office at Konoha's headquarters, he received a text message from the bank. Amount credited, $1. This $1 is the reward Tani paid for this commission. Although the reward is unprecedentedly low, the system still passed this commission with only a reward of $1. Moreover, this reward of $1 was requested by Rog. I'm not going to rescue Dr. Banner, I'm going to rescue my friend, Hulk. Chapter 377. Xander, New Star City, Supreme Suite of the Bright Starry Sky Hotel. Is this Xander? It's so cool. Can I go out and have a look? I promise I won't let anyone else find me. Wearing a light blue sportswear, Quicksilver Pietro was running at top speed, his voice constantly coming from various rooms. I'll take you out later, after we've met the guests. Rog was sitting on the sofa in the living room, rubbing his temples with a headache. According to his plan, only he and Xiao Hei would return to New Star City. But plans can't keep up with changes, especially when the people who entangled him were Daisy and Pietro, two energetic young people. After knowing that Rog was about to leave the headquarters again and go to an alien planet in the universe, Daisy and Pietro didn't want to leave. This made Rog regret why he returned to the office. He just planned to go back to the office to see what happened in Konoha's headquarters during this period, but he had just returned to the office when Daisy and Pietro rushed in. Then, there was a simple and complicated negotiation process. The final result of the negotiation was that he took Daisy and Pietro, two energetic and curious guys, to Xander. That's what you said. Anyway, during this time, I'll go wherever you go. Don't even think about getting rid of me. After running back and forth in the suite several times, Pietro finally stopped and sat on the sofa opposite Rog. If the employer doesn't mind, I can let you follow me. But if the employer doesn't agree, you can play in this city for a while. After I complete the commission, I'll take you back to Earth. Because it involves the peace agreement between the two countries, Rog wasn't sure whether Xander Supreme would agree to let him take Daisy and Pietro with him. It's not a big problem to add one more person to the mission. Xiao Hei can transform into a weapon form, so it's not a big problem to bring him there. The key to the problem is whether Xander Supreme is willing to have two other Earthlings in the mission, especially Daisy. Although Daisy's appearance doesn't seem to have any problems, she is, after all, a descendant of the experimental products abandoned by the Kree tens of thousands of years ago. Bringing Daisy to the Carey Empire, no one could guarantee what would happen. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the Centurion of the New Star Legion, Roman Day, once again came to the hotel, and then looked at Daisy and Pietro beside Rog with a puzzled expression. Where did these two people come from? What about Hulk, Natasha, and the others? Good afternoon, Mr. Rog. May I ask where your previous companion went? Roman Dai put away the doubt on his face and asked seriously. They have returned to our home planet. As for these two, they are also my companions. This is Pietro, and this is Daisy. Roger briefly explained the situation and introduced Pietro and Daisy to them. I see. If Mr. Rog has nothing else to do, why don't we go and meet Jizun now? No problem, thank you for your hard work. Under the lead of Roman Dai, Rog and the other two once again came to the reception room he came to last night and saw Jizun, who didn't change his appearance at all. When he saw Pietro and Daisy, a trace of doubt appeared on Jizun's face. However, this doubt quickly disappeared, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Rog, since you are here, it means that you have made a decision, but these two are. Rog once again introduced Daisy and Pietro, and emphasized Daisy's identity. When he first came to New Star City, he had already told Daisy about the origin of the Kree race, so Daisy is also very clear about the accident that may happen if she goes to the Carey Empire. This is one of the reasons why Daisy has been so quiet all this time. So that's how it is, Miss Daisy's race is indeed special, but since she is your companion, Rog, I believe you can protect her safety. After looking at Daisy carefully several times, Jizun said with a smile. On the surface, Jizun didn't seem to mind Pietro and Daisy joining the diplomatic mission at all. But for some reason, Rog felt that there was something wrong with Jizun's smile. Is this the political scheming of a superior? The peace agreement this time may not be as simple as it seems. Signing a peace agreement with the Carey Empire has become the common goal of most citizens of Xander. Although the years of war did not completely drag Xander into the quagmire of war, it still had a considerable impact on the lives of Xander's citizens. If it weren't for the many resources from the subsidiary planets, Xander would not have been able to maintain its current rich standard of living. In addition to the impact on their lives, Xander's excessive pursuit of citizen literacy was also a main reason for the citizens' opposition to the war. Since you have already trained your citizens to be polite, you can't ask those who don't even know how to swear to kill on the battlefield. Of course, civilized people did not like violence and war, so signing a peace agreement to stop the war became the common choice of these civilized people. With the new star's permission, Pietro and Daisy, the two extra members, were added to the list of envoys. At this point, the 4 people, including Rog, were all granted the status of military officers of the diplomatic mission. Except for the chief military officer of the diplomatic mission, the other military officers did not need to participate in the signing of the peace agreement, they were purely the security forces of the diplomatic mission. The chief military officer of the diplomatic mission was the Centurion Roman Day of the New Star Corps. Rog was a first-class military officer of the diplomatic mission. As for Blackie and Daisy, they were third-class military officers. Whether he was the chief military officer of the diplomatic mission or not, it didn't matter to Rog at all. He only cared about this commission, whether he could pass the system's judgment and get the corresponding reward. When signing the commission agreement, Jizun originally intended to let Centurion Roman Day sign it for him. But under Rog's insistence, Jizun finally wrote his name on the commission scroll. Commission content: protect the safety of the members of the diplomatic mission during the period of the Xander diplomatic mission to the Carey Empire. Commission status: incomplete. Commission reward: 200 ninja coins. As Rog expected, the commission passed the system's judgment smoothly. However, the content description given by the system's commission page and the content written by Jizun on the commission scroll were a little different. The commission given by Jizun was to protect the safety of the members of the diplomatic mission during the period of the Xander diplomatic mission to the Carey Empire. And the commission content given by the system added the period of the signing of the peace agreement. The diplomatic mission to the Carey Empire was to sign the peace agreement, so at first glance, it was normal for the content of the system and the scroll not to be completely consistent, but Rog, who has been dealing with the system for so long, didn't think so. The system will never give any superfluous content description. Under normal circumstances, the content of the commission scroll is the content of the system's commission page. So the system's self-added period of the signing of the peace agreement made his imagination boil involuntarily. This commission is a bit interesting. Chapter 378. The commission reward of 200 ninja coins shows that completing the commission is a little difficult, but the difficulty is not very high. Rog opened the system to check the unspent ninja coins he now has. Before accepting the commission to rescue Banner, his unspent ninja coins was 230. In the process of executing the commission, he spent 100 ninja coins to exchange for Hashiman Tanku and 20 ninja coins to exchange for a branch of the divine tree that is of no use to him, but can impress the collector. So even if he completed the commission to rescue Banner, his unspent ninja coins didn't increase too much. Unspent ninja coins, 410. Taking a look at his unspent ninja coins, Rog closed the system page and left the headquarters building of the New Star Corps with Daisy and Pietro. There is still a week before the mission leaves for the Carey Empire's mother planet, Hala. Although Rog and others are military officers of the mission, they don't need to participate in the specific affairs of the mission. Therefore, this week was their leisure time. When Rog and others left the headquarters building, Centurion Roman Day handed them 4 military-grade communicators that are only used inside the New Star Corps and 4 universal language translators made by the New Star Corps. Until now, Rog is still using the universal language translators he got from the Carey battleship. They are about to represent the New Star Corps to the Carey Empire. Of course, it is not suitable for them to continue to use the translators of the Carey Empire. When Roman Day handed over the communicators and translators, Rog was a little stunned. He didn't expect that the seemingly careless Centurion Roman Day would have such a delicate side. This is a bit beyond his evaluation of Roman Day. Thank you. After receiving the communicators and translators from Roman Day, Rog thanked him and then took Daisy and Pietro directly to the downtown business district. Rog, who has been a nouveau riche in New Star City for a while, has little interest in shopping and enjoying alien food. However, Daisy and Pietro, who have never left the Earth, showed great interest in this. In order to satisfy the different needs of Daisy and Pietro, Rog and Blackie had no choice but to become their temporary guides. Blackie left with the anxious Pietro, while Rog and Daisy wandered aimlessly in the city center. Looking at Daisy, who was walking in front of him and looking around curiously, Rog suddenly remembered that he hadn't paid attention to Daisy's recent situation for a long time. Ever since Daisy had been reunited with her parents, he had hardly seen her. Although they both live in Konoha's headquarters, it's basically either he's not in the headquarters, or Daisy is not in the headquarters. In retrospect, the last time he was alone with Daisy was when Konoha's intelligence agency was just established. At that time, without a commission, he was trying his best to raise Daisy into a qualified warrior. However, at that time, her name was not Daisy, but Sky. When it was almost midnight, Daisy, who had been wandering in New Star City for most of the day, reluctantly returned to the hotel at the request of Rog. Although Natasha and the others have returned to the Earth, the suite they lived in before is still there. So after returning to the hotel, Rog righteously refused Daisy's request to live in his own suite and sent her to the suite where Natasha lived before. After arranging Daisy, he didn't immediately return to his room, but went to the room where Noah lived. Since yesterday, he hasn't gone to Noah, so until now, Noah still doesn't know that Hulk and Natasha have left. Although the rope herbalists cared a lot about their vice leader, Noah, they were already trying their best to find the whereabouts of the flower god Colossus Treant. But unfortunately, the slave hunters still haven't found anything. The mother planet of the giant statue tree man was not found, but a living giant statue tree man was found. However, the giant statue Treant happened to be the Treant Groot that Logue excluded from the list. From now on, you can return to the slave hunters. I have other work to deal with, so I can't continue to take you with me. You're free. After pouring himself a glass of green Xander Star wine, Rog said to Noah in a calm tone. You don't want the giant statue tree man anymore? Noah didn't expect that Rog, who he hadn't seen for 2 days, would suddenly say such a thing. No, you've misunderstood. I just don't need you to continue to follow me, but it doesn't mean that I don't need the giant statue tree man. After returning to the slave hunters, you still have to find a way to find the giant statue tree man. As for the deadline, I'll give you 3 years. Rog thought for a few seconds and gave a deadline that was neither too long nor too short. When you capture a living giant flower god tree man or find their home planet, send a message to this number. I will contact you again when the time comes. After that, Rog took out a metal plate engraved with the spaceship's internal contact code and threw it to Noah. He also gave this spaceship's contact code metal plate to Rocket and Groot before. However, his spaceship crashed after crossing Tasaka Star, so even if Rocket and Groot wanted to contact him, they couldn't do so now. This time, the spaceship's contact code metal plate he gave to Noah was the Golden Jack battleship. This battleship, which originally belonged to the Carey Empire, is now secretly parked in outer space not far from Earth. Although Noah didn't know what Rog was going to do next, he had no reason to refuse Rog's proposal at this time. Although after returning to the slave hunters, he still had to help Rog. But in any case, it was better than his current hostage-cum-driver-cum-bodyguard status. Aren't you afraid that I won't appear again after leaving? The universe is so big, if I want to hide, you may not be able to find me. Before leaving, Noah turned back and asked. Rog didn't speak, raised his left hand and pointed to his neck. Understood. What you want, within 3 years, I'll give it to you. After that, Noah left the room without looking back. Although Rog left the Flying Thor spell on Noah's neck, Noah didn't know the specific function of the spell, let alone how far the spell's sensing range was. With his current strength, as long as Noah left Xander, he wouldn't be able to sense the spell on it. However, Noah didn't know this, and he wasn't worried that Noah would really break the contract and disappear. If Noah was a Lone Ranger, he would add other restraints on Noah before Noah left. But Noah wasn't a Lone Ranger, he was the deputy leader of the rope hunters. As long as the slave hunters were still there, Rog didn't have to worry about Noah breaking the contract and escaping. Chapter 379. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Under the lead of a new Star Corps medic, Rog and the rest arrived at the spaceport near the new Star Corps headquarters building. Although the new Star Corps soldier leading them was a medic, he was not a medic like those on Earth. The soldiers in the new Star Corps were divided into 4 levels. The highest rank was the 4th rank of Centurion, which was Roman Day's rank. The medic was the lowest level, the first level of the new Star Corps, a newly graduated Space Academy student. In other words, most of these medic soldiers did not have actual combat experience, and their main daily tasks were some basic administrative work. Only when these medic soldiers successfully upgraded to the second-level Millennian or the third-level Denarian could they truly enter the battlefield and fight for the new Star Corps and Xander. In a few hours, the new Star Corps diplomatic group would officially depart to the Carey Empire. Therefore, before they depart, Rog and the rest needed to change into the uniform and equipment of the new Star Corps and obtain their temporary authorization card. From a personal aesthetic point of view, Rog did not like the uniform of the new Star Corps. However, in order to complete the mission, he could only wear the dark green uniform. Rog, Daisy, and Pietro's process of changing was quite smooth, they only needed to report their figures. However, Blackie, who was in his human form, was facing unprecedented difficulties. Symbiotes never wore clothes. They could change their form at any time and did not need the so-called clothes. Even if the new Star Corps prepared a uniform of the right size for Blackie, he still could not wear it. The humanoid Blackie only looked similar to a human's torso and limbs, his special life form was not suitable for wearing clothes. As the second-level military officer of the diplomatic group, Blackie definitely could not go to the Carey Empire without wearing anything, the new Star Corps could not afford to lose face. In the end, Blackie took the initiative to go to the Carey Empire in the form of a weapon. Although weapons with life were rare, it was still a reasonable existence. Therefore, Blackie, the second-level military officer of the diplomatic group, was officially dismissed before the diplomatic group departed. After changing into the uniform of the new Star Corps, Rog looked at himself in the mirror. Short black hair, blood-red eyes, and a language translator device made by the new Star Corps on his right ear. Near the heart, there were 3 rectangular red crests. In the middle of the crests, there was a golden octagon that symbolized the new Star Corps. These 3 qualifications not only represented his status as a first-grade military officer in the diplomatic mission, but also his status as a third-grade soldier in the Legion. On the left side of his belt, he wore the northern cold blade that Blackie had transformed into. On the right side of his belt, he wore the level 3 warrior's standard explosive pistol and the army's internal communicator. He was wearing black boots that matched his uniform. After putting on the black leather gloves, Rog left the changing room and took his temporary authorization card from the medic. Not long after, Pietro and Daisy, who had changed into their uniforms, walked out of the changing room and received their authorization cards. From now on, the 3 of them would be the military officers of the new Star Legion, in charge of protecting the safety of the Legion during their trip to the Kree Empire. Let's go, the commission has officially begun. For this diplomatic mission, the new Star Corps had prepared an army-level flagship as well as 2 frigates for the diplomatic mission. The frigates would only escort the flagship to the final warp jump point and wait for the flagship to return. Of course, if an accident happened, these 2 frigates would also become the first batch of support for the flagship. In order to avoid provoking the Kree Empire, the flagship of the diplomatic mission would not land on the Kree Empire's mother planet, but would remain in outer space. The only ones that could land on the Kree Empire's mother planet were the 3 civilian-grade spaceships within the flagship. Although there were thousands of soldiers and logisticians on the flagship, the diplomatic mission only had about 200 people. Furthermore, there were about 50 civil servants and administrative personnel who did not have any combat ability. When the diplomatic mission truly landed on the Kree Empire's mother planet, Hala, the only ones who could protect the mission's safety would be Rog and the other 250 soldiers. After knowing the exact number of people in the diplomatic mission, Rog finally understood why the new Star Corps invited him to join the diplomatic mission. 150 combatants, this number seemed to be quite a lot. However, if the Kree Empire really wanted to do something, these combatants would not even be able to put up a decent resistance. Even if the new Star Corps' flagship was in outer space nearby, it would not change the situation. After all, that was the mother planet of the Kree Empire, one of the 3 great empires in the universe. It was the Kree Empire's strongest military base. I hope it will go smoothly and easily complete the mission, otherwise. Rog was quite confident in his own strength, but he still did not dare to underestimate the military strength of the Kree Empire's mother planet. After boarding the flagship, Rog and the other 2 did not pay a visit to the ambassadors of the diplomatic mission. Instead, they went directly to their quarters. They were only members of the diplomatic mission in name. Although they had the status of military officers, they were not part of the new Star Corps. Therefore, things like paying a visit to their superiors had nothing to do with them. As long as nothing unexpected happened, they would be invisible in the diplomatic mission. When everything was ready, the flagship carrying the diplomatic mission lifted off according to the scheduled time. When the flagship entered outer space, Pietro and Daisy, who had never been in space before, excitedly went out to enjoy the scenery. As for Rog, he directly laid on the bed in his quarters and closed his eyes to rest. There was still quite a bit of time between the departure of the flagship and the landing of Hala. During this time, Rog only wanted to enjoy this last bit of leisure time. After flying for a while and jumping through more than 10 jump points, the Kree Empire's mother planet, Hala, finally revealed its true appearance. After a long docking, the Kree Empire approved the request for the flagship to stop in outer space and the diplomatic mission spacecraft to land. The landing process was very smooth, there was not even a slight bump. When Rog walked out of the second spacecraft and followed behind the diplomatic mission, he saw a familiar face in the welcoming team of the Kree Empire. Rog only knew 2 Kree people. One was the manipulator Ronan, and the other was Ronan's nephew Rothschild. Luo Nan was injured by his 8 inner hidden gates more than half a month ago, so the one who appeared in his line of sight now wasn't the Luo Nan he was more familiar with, but Luo Nan's overbearing nephew, Rothschild. How could it be him? Is there no one else in the Kree Empire? To let a playboy become a member of the welcoming team, and a rather important one at that. This arrangement of the Kree Empire made Rog a bit confused. Chapter 380. Rog didn't know if it was his own misperception, but he felt that the peace agreement between Xander and the Kree Empire this time was not normal from the inside out. The Nova Supreme gave him the same feeling, and the Kree Empire gave him the same feeling. But on the surface, it seemed that both sides were indeed looking forward to the signing of the peace agreement. The ambassador of the diplomatic mission was talking enthusiastically with the representative of the Kree Empire, as if they were old friends reuniting after not seeing each other for a long time. Rog didn't care too much about the conversation between the ambassador and the representative of the Kree Empire. His gaze was on Rothschild, who was standing next to the representative of the Kree Empire. Although only half a month had passed, the current Rothschild showed a completely different attitude compared to when he was on soccer. If he hadn't dealt with Rothschild before, Rog would have thought that Rothschild was a rising political star of the Kree Empire just by looking at his current appearance. Although Rog was standing behind the diplomatic mission in a low-key manner, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. But sometimes, the development of things was completely opposite to one's plan. I didn't expect that after parting on soccer, Mr. Rog would actually join the new Star Corps and accompany the diplomatic mission to the Kree Empire. Last time, I left in a hurry and didn't have time to say goodbye to Mr. Rog. I hope Mr. Rog won't blame me. Rog didn't take the initiative to look for Rothschild, but Rothschild took the initiative to look for him and said in a respectful tone. What the hell does this guy want? Does he want to take revenge for what happened on soccer? Rothschild's arrival completely broke Rog's low-key plan, making him suddenly the focus of attention. If it was any other time, Rog wouldn't mind being the focus of others' eyes, but now, it went against his plan. Before Rog could say anything, whispers could be heard all around him. So he's the 4th Hokage Rog who defeated Ronan the Accuser. When did he join the new Star Corps? Why didn't we receive any relevant information? The 4th Hokage who defeated Ronan the Accuser is one of us. He's actually a first-class military officer of the diplomatic mission. I don't remember his name being on the diplomatic missions list. It wasn't only the Kree Empire that was puzzled by Rog's appearance here. Even most of the people in the diplomatic corps were puzzled. Although Log's name was included in the list of members of the diplomatic mission that the new Star Legion submitted to the Kree Empire, it was only the name and identity of a first-grade military officer. Although Rog's name wasn't particularly common, there were still many people with the same name as him, so the Kree Empire wasn't able to discover that he was the 4th Hokage who defeated Luo Nan. The reason for this was because he didn't want to embarrass the Kree Empire on the surface. Similarly, because it was a secret mission, not many people in the diplomatic mission knew about Rog's identity. Aside from the chief military officer of the diplomatic corps, Centurion Roman Day, only a few people in the diplomatic corps knew. Of course I won't blame you. After all, I wasn't able to visit Sir Ronan in time. I hope Sir Ronan won't blame me. Although he didn't know what Rothschild was planning, since Rothschild took the initiative to come knocking on his door, it wouldn't be right if he didn't return the favor. Rog's tone was full of apology. If it was someone who didn't know the details, they would have mistakenly thought that there was some deep relationship between him and Ronan. However, everyone present knew that the person who caused Luo Nan to suffer such heavy injuries was none other than the apologetic Logue. After hearing Rog's words, the ambassador of the diplomatic corps couldn't help but reveal an indescribable expression. This Rog had the potential to become a politician. As a politician, the most important ability wasn't political ability, but thick skin. Thick skin allowed one to make promises and guarantees that one didn't even believe in without batting an eyelid. Thick skin allowed one to not care about temporary gains and losses. One could advance and retreat with a sense of propriety, slick when dealing with opponents with different political views. Thick skin allowed one to play the role of a politician that the people desired, gaining the brainless support of the people. Uncle is in the city right now. If Mr. Rog is willing to take the time to meet him, I'm sure Uncle will be looking forward to your arrival. Rothschild obviously understood the subtext of Rog's words, but he didn't take it to heart. His tone was just as respectful as before. If I have the time, I will definitely pay him a visit. On the morning of the second day, when the diplomatic mission and the Carey Empire's representatives were about to start the negotiations on the details of the peace treaty, Rothschild personally brought people to the diplomatic mission's residence and invited Logue to the residence of the accuser, Ronan. Although this invitation wasn't part of Rog's plan, he was still curious as to what Rothschild and Ronan were planning. After instructing Daisy and Pietro not to leave the diplomatic corps' residence, he brought the Northern Cool Blade and boarded Rothschild's luxurious flying vehicle, heading towards the residence of the accuser Ronan. Mr. Rog, would you like some Azure Stardust? This is one of the top products in the Empire. Only 50 bottles are produced in a year. If we use new star coins to measure, then each bottle of Azure Stardust costs more than 100 million new star coins. Moreover, it's priceless. Sitting across from Rog, Rothschild took out a bottle that emitted a faint blue glow from a small fridge and asked Rog. Since you've said so, then I'll have some. Rog wasn't worried that there would be any problems with this bottle of Azure Stardust. Rothschild and Ronan weren't idiots. They wouldn't do anything to this place. Although Uncle has lost to you twice, he doesn't hate you. Instead, he calls you a rare opponent. Rothschild handed the wine glass to Rog as he spoke. His face didn't show any signs of hypocrisy. Just listen to these words. We've all dealt with each other before. There's no need for pleasantries. Receiving the wine glass from Rothschild, Rog took a sip. Although he wasn't a professional wine taster, the moment the Azure Star entered his mouth, Rog felt a magical sensation that he had never experienced before. It was slightly spicy when it entered his mouth, but this spiciness quickly disappeared. What followed was a strange feeling of all sorts of tastes being activated at the same time. When all sorts of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty flavors gushed out at the same time, Rog's mind inexplicably imagined stars exploding. Azure Stardust filled the sky, forming a seemingly random scene that contained some sort of mysterious law. Was this thing really wine? Chapter 381. Rog had not been to many extraterrestrial planets. Even if he included Asgard and nothingness, he had only visited 5 or 6 extraterrestrial countries. However, he had drunk quite a lot of alien wine. Whether it was in Asgard, the barrels made from the wreckage of Brunhilde's fleet, the precious spirits that have been stored for thousands of years. Or on nothingness, the strange spirits that are not even known where they are produced. He has drunk a lot of them. However, this wine called Azure Stardust is the first wine that inexplicably made him think of a scene. At this time, he even suspected that what he drank was not wine, but some strange hallucinogen. The taste is really unique. After gathering chakra in his brain and dispelling the strange scene that emerged in his mind, Rog replied to Rothschild. You got rid of the hallucination of azure stardust so quickly, you are indeed the fourth Hokage. Seeing Rog almost instantly recover his sobriety, Rothschild said unexpectedly. Then, he quickly found the ambiguity in his words. No, I mean, you can recover your sobriety so quickly. Rothschild quickly explained, but he immediately found that his explanation seemed to make no sense at all. Azure stardust brings some strange hallucinations, making people see the gorgeous scene of stars exploding and stardust flying. This is also the origin of the name azure stardust. This is the unique effect of this wine. The duration of the hallucination varies from person to person. The stronger the person, the shorter the duration of the hallucination. Because he was afraid that Rog would suspect that he did something to the wine, Rothschild quickly explained and drank the azure stardust in his glass. Then, his eyes blurred and he leaned back in his chair as if he lost his mind. Is there a need to be so nervous? I just said that the taste of the wine is good. After waiting patiently for 5 or 6 minutes, the absent-minded Rothschild returned to normal and looked at Rog apologetically. I'm really sorry. I didn't inform you of the azure stardust's characteristics in advance and caused you to misunderstand. I'm very sorry. Rog frowned slightly as he looked at Rothfeld, who was exuding fear from head to toe. I remember that I didn't mistreat him much on Sokka Planet. How did he become like this? Am I really that frightening? Rothschild noticed the change in Rog's expression. However, Rog's suspicions were replaced by, he's considering how to punish me. This made Rothschild, who was already scared, even more nervous. Looking at Rothschild, who was getting more and more nervous and scared, Rog sighed and said helplessly, It's fine, you don't have to take it to heart. The Rothschild who appeared in front of the diplomatic mission yesterday was so confident, steady, and courteous. However, the current Rothschild gave people the impression that he was timid, weak, and trembling in fear. These two completely different attitudes made Rog wonder if Rothschild had some hidden symptoms of a split personality. Rothschild didn't dare to say a single word for the rest of the time. He was just like an accompanying servant, constantly pouring wine into Rog's empty wine cup. When the aircraft arrived at the residence of the accuser Luo Nan, only a tiny bit of the azure stardust, which was worth 100 million new star coins, remained. Just when Rog thought that Rothschild would continue to maintain this submissive attitude, Rothschild once again displayed a change in attitude. Or rather, it was an enormous change in personality. The aircraft's hatch opened and the light from the outside world poured into the cockpit. Rothschild once again returned to his attitude from yesterday. He was confident, upright, and generous. Under Rothschild's guidance, Rog walked into the residence that was like a small imperial palace. Soon after, he saw the accuser Luo Nan, who he hadn't seen for half a month, in the study of the residence. It was different from the previous 2 meetings. The current Luo Nan wasn't wearing battle armor, nor was he carrying the all-purpose warhammer with him. Luo Nan, who was wearing loose casual clothes, took the initiative to stand up after seeing Rog's arrival. He walked to the front of Rog. I really didn't expect to see you on the mother planet. Sit anywhere you like. I also didn't expect to come to Hala. After the servants of the residence prepared drinks and a few exquisite carry snacks, the door of the study was gently closed. Even Rothschild left the study like the servants. You specifically asked Rothschild to pick me up. It shouldn't be to catch up with me. Just say it. Why are you looking for me? Having said this, Rog picked up the cup on the table and gently took a sip. Compared to the azure stardust, this drink was clearly several levels lower. The taste it brought wasn't as unique and stimulating as the azure stardust. Generally speaking, this drink tasted a bit like the coffee on Earth. It was slightly bitter with a bit of aroma and sweetness. Although I don't know why you suddenly became a member of the new Star Corps and why you came to Hala with their diplomatic mission, I hope that you can stop this peace agreement from being signed. No matter what reward the new Star Corps Supreme gives you, I can give you 3 times the reward. Luo Nan didn't speak any superfluous words and spoke directly. 3 times the reward? That sounds pretty good. However, I am a ninja with good professional ethics. I will never betray my employer during the mission. This is a matter of principle. Luo Nan didn't speak any nonsense. Rog also decisively rejected Luo Nan's proposal. The atmosphere in the study suddenly became a bit heavy. I knew it wouldn't be that easy to bribe you. But I'm guessing that the new Star Corps Supreme's mission to you should be to protect the safety of the diplomatic mission. He also wants to use your existence to add some pressure to the opposition. Am I right? Luo Nan spoke again after a few dozen seconds of silence. You're right. First of all, I'm a person who can be bribed easily. For example, my resistance to honey traps is particularly weak. As for the rest, you're right. My mission this time is just to be a bodyguard. Whether or not the peace agreement can be successfully signed has nothing to do with me. Even if Rog didn't say it, Luo Nan could easily guess the contents of the mission. Although Luo Nan wasn't some sort of strategist, he still had basic political intuition. Honey traps. If you really like these, I can help you arrange them. Luo Nan said this, but he didn't feel that Rog was the type of person who would be tempted by beauty. It was absolutely impossible for a powerful person who obtained great strength through bitter training to be tempted by so-called beauty. Luo Nan was a typical person who obtained strength through bitter training. He wouldn't be tempted by so-called beauty. So in his opinion, Rog, who was a human from Earth, would be the same as him. He would absolutely not be tempted by beauty. Chapter 382. It had to be said that Luo Nan was taking things for granted. For him, women would hinder him from becoming strong. But for Rog, this was not necessarily the case. Sometimes, women could become the main reason why men become strong. Roger remembered that there was such a classic line in a movie he had watched before. All men who achieve great things do it for women. Men who give up on love do not do anything well. Although this sentence was a bit too absolute, Rog felt that it made a bit of sense. Of course, the current him couldn't openly say to Luo Nan, then arrange a few beautiful carry girls for me. This wasn't in line with the image of an expert he'd always had. That's not urgent. We can talk about it later. Rog temporarily declined Luo Nan's good intentions of arranging a honey trap for him. Since you've already told me the contents of the mission, then I might as well tell you a secret. Luo Nan looked at Rog with a serious expression and then said slowly, this time, the peace agreement will absolutely not be signed. Really? You're that sure? From yesterday's welcoming party, the Carey Empire did not support the peace agreement 100%, but at least they did enough to maintain their image. And according to Rog's knowledge, Luo Nan, who controlled the accusation group, was not on the Carey Empire's list of negotiators. Luo Nan was indeed very strong. He was one of the most powerful existences in the Carey Empire, and he was also the supreme accuser appointed by the Supreme Wisdom. But Luo Nan only had the accusation group and his direct subordinates in his hands. So in terms of the size of the troops, Luo Nan could not mobilize that many troops. Because while they are discussing the details of the peace agreement, I will personally lead the troops to attack Xander. Although Luo Nan and Luo Gu couldn't be considered friends at all, Luo Nan still spoke of his plan without holding anything back. As long as I lead the troops to attack, the peace agreement will absolutely not be signed. No matter how much the Carey Empire and Xander want to stop the war, they will absolutely not be able to stop the war. Looking at Luo Nan in front of him, Rog experienced for the first time the tyrannical and powerful image of Luo Nan, the accuser, in other people's minds. The current Luo Nan was like an ever-victorious general who had been on the battlefield for many years without a single defeat. He confidently stated the target of his next attack. Well, it's not that I doubt your strength, but in your current state, I don't think you have the strength to take down Xander. Having said this, Rog extended his right hand and pointed at Luo Nan's chest. Half a month ago, Luo Nan, who had just opened 5 gates, was heavily injured by a kick from Liu Yanhua in the arena of Sokka Planet. Luo Nan was wearing a special battle armor. although at the last moment, he had silently retracted some of his strength. However, Li Lianhua was still able to heavily injure Luo Nan in her five-gate state, causing him to lose his ability to fight on the spot. Although Luo Nan didn't say anything and acted as if nothing had happened, Rog could tell that Luo Nan had yet to fully recover his strength. That doesn't affect my plan. Xander doesn't have a powerhouse like you. Even if I haven't fully recovered from my injuries, there aren't many people in the New Star Legion who can stop me. Luo Nan was still very confident in his own strength. And after fighting with the New Star Legion for so many years, he knew roughly what stage the New Star Legion's strength was at. As long as he was careful and didn't get besieged by many centurions at the same time, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone in the New Star Legion even in his injured state. I don't know what kind of strength the powerhouses in the New Star Legion have, but aren't you afraid that I'll accept Nova Supreme's request and personally go to the battlefield to deal with you? Rog continued to ask. At this point, he basically understood why Luo Nan wanted to see him. Luo Nan didn't want the Carey Empire to sign a peace agreement with Xander, so he planned to take drastic measures to directly destroy the foundation of the peace agreement. If Rog hadn't accepted Nova Supreme's request, Luo Nan might have already led the fleet to the nearby universe of Xander. However, after discovering that Rog's name had appeared in the list of members of the diplomatic mission, Luo Nan planned to postpone his plan for a little while. First, he wanted to ensure that Rog wouldn't side with Xander, then lead the fleet to attack Xander. So, there was the bribe of 3 times the reward just now. You won't accept Nova Supreme's request for a second time. Although I still don't know why you accepted that woman's request, there's one thing I'm sure of. You're not the kind of person who would work for others again and again. Since your mission this time is to protect the diplomatic mission during the peace agreement, then you'll only be a bodyguard once. We haven't met many times, and we haven't known each other for a long time, but I firmly believe that my view of you is correct. You'll only accept one request. Luo Nan said confidently, making Rog wonder if Luo Nan had secretly investigated him. Luo Nan was right. Even if the Carey Empire and Xander really went to war, he wouldn't accept another request from Nova Supreme. Apart from those who had gained his approval, everyone else only had one chance to entrust him with them. For the sake of ninja coins, he can work for others. Ninja's job is to work hard. But he wouldn't work for others again and again for ninja coins, unless the client was someone he recognized. I've really underestimated you. I originally thought that someone like you wouldn't have such a meticulous mind. I didn't expect that a rough guy like you would be as thoughtful as those who play politics. Rog said with a smile. This time, Luo Nan did give him some unexpected surprises. Seeing that you're so sincere, I'll give you a definite answer. That's right, after this mission, I'll leave Xander, so you don't need to worry about meeting me on the battlefield. However, according to my rules, a request can only be considered officially ended after I receive the reward. I don't want to know why you're fighting, and I don't care about the war between you. But if you kill my employer before I receive the reward, then I'll pay you back. Then, if I don't receive the reward, I'll definitely kill you. Luo Nan confessed his plan, and Rog certainly didn't mind giving him a warm reminder. He didn't care whether he could receive the reward from Nova Supreme or not. But if Luo Nan's attack caused him to not receive the 200 ninja coins reward from the system, then even if Thanos was protecting Luo Nan, he would definitely kill him. If you dare to block my path to wealth, then I dare to destroy your path to life. Chapter 383. In the small living room of the Diplomatic Corps Hall. We'll probably be able to leave in a few days. If you want to sneak out for a stroll, I can take you out. Rog sat on the sofa in the living room and spoke to Pietro and Daisy, who had nothing to do in front of him. After having a showdown with Luo Nan, he left Luo Nan's mansion and returned to the Diplomatic Corps Hall. Luo Nan didn't need to worry about encountering Rog during the attack on Xander. Rog also didn't need to worry about Luo Nan attacking the Diplomatic Corps during the signing of the peace agreement. Although they didn't reach any agreement on the surface, they both got the results they wanted, the results that satisfied them. As the host, Luo Nan gave Rog a limitless payment card from the first bank of the Carey Empire when he left the mansion. This limitless payment card was similar to the credit cards on Earth. It was a method of paying first and paying later. Luo Nan gave the card that belonged to him to Luo Gu. The meaning behind this was basically the same as saying, "I'll pay for all of your expenses in the Kree Empire." Rog didn't refuse Luo Nan's kindness and happily accepted the card. Can we really go out? With our current identities, it's not suitable for us to show our faces outside, right? Although Pietro and Daisy had never been bodyguards, they were very clear about one thing. As military officers of Xander, it wasn't suitable for them to wander around the Carey Empire. Of course you can't wear your current clothes. But as long as you can disguise yourselves a little and pretend to be tourists wandering around the city, it won't be a problem. The Carey Empire's Hala and Xander were both famous planets in the universe. Although the Carey people were sometimes quite xenophobic and overbearing, there were still many extraterrestrial tourists on Hala. As long as Pietro and Daisy didn't wear the new Star Corps uniform, there wouldn't be too big of a problem. Moreover, it wasn't just Pietro and Daisy who wanted to see the scenery of the Kree Empire. Log was also quite interested. But if we leave, what about the safety of the diplomatic corps? After all, we're still on a mission. It's not good to run out like this, right? Although Daisy was a little moved, she was still a little worried. Leave this to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Rog stood up from the sofa and used shadow clone technique in front of Pietro and Daisy. Bang bang. 2 clouds of white smoke appeared out of thin air and quickly dissipated. However, after the smoke dispersed, 2 shadow clones that looked exactly like Rog appeared in front of them. Without waiting for Pietro and Daisy to ask, the 2 shadow clones tacitly displayed ninjutsu. Bang bang. 2 more clouds of white smoke appeared. However, this time, when the smoke dissipated, the 2 shadow clones turned into Pietro and Daisy, who were wearing the uniform of the new Star Corps. Hello, I'm Pietro. Hello, I'm Daisy. Without needing Rog's order, the shadow doppelganger Pete and Daisy appeared in front of the real Pete and Daisy and spoke in the same tone as them. This, looking at the Pietro, who looked exactly like him, and even the voice was the same, Pietro was a little stunned. Pietro knew that Rog was strong and fast, but he never knew that Rog had such a magical ability. The magical scene in front of him caused his brain to shut down for a while. Compared with Pietro, Daisy, who already knew that Rog had the ability to use shadow clone technique, was much calmer. However, when she saw that the Daisy, transformed by the shadow clone technique, was no different from herself, especially when the figure data was the same, some complicated expressions appeared on her face. You don't really have a hobby of cross-dressing, do you? Daisy looked at Rog with a strange look in her eyes. Leaving behind a shadow clone for himself, Rog took Pietro and Daisy, who had changed and disguised themselves a little, and quietly left the diplomatic corps hall. Rog originally planned to take Blackie with him, but after considering Blackie's eye-catching appearance in human form, he decisively gave up the idea. On Xander, Blackie's humanoid form was already eye-catching enough. However, Xander was a relatively tolerant planet, so even if Blackie was a little different, it wouldn't be too big of a problem. However, on Hala, the mother planet of the Carey Empire, Blackie's unique appearance would without a doubt attract the attention of the guards. The Carey Empire was an empire where the people were generally racist. Here, as long as one was not a pure Carey with blue skin, one would more or less encounter some unfair treatment. The difference in skin color was enough to cause unfair treatment. If it was a difference in appearance, it would not be unfair treatment, but more direct discrimination and exclusion. In order to make this trip to the Carey Empire easier, Rog and the other 2 planned to disguise their skin color as blue, but they soon found a blind spot. Even if they disguised their skin color as blue, they did not know the Carey language and would expose their identity as soon as they spoke. In the end, they did not even think about disguising their appearance. They just changed into Carey Empire-style clothes and quietly left the diplomatic mission hall. Of course, before they left the hall, they changed the translation device they were wearing back to the version made by the Carey Empire, and put on a pair of spectacles as well. In the city, in a small bar of the Carey Empire. After leaving the hall, Rog and the other two strolled outside for a while, then came to this ordinary bar of the Carey Empire. If one wanted to understand the characteristics of a civilization, a place where people from all walks of life gathered like a bar was a good starting point. It was like learning a new language. Swearing was often the easiest to learn. It seems that the bars here are not too different from the ones on Earth, just that the taste of the alcohol is a little strange, and the image of the guests is a little different. Pietro took a sip of the light green beer in his hand and turned to Rog. No matter what kind of civilization it is, the function of a bar or similar place is the same. But did you notice that the bar here has a higher degree of freedom? While speaking, Rog pointed at the two Cree who were fighting not far away and said casually. If it was on Earth, the moment the guests started fighting, the security in the bar would rush over to stop both sides. But here, the two Cree who were either drunk or had a grudge against each other fought for more than 10 minutes, and still, no staff came to stop them. Just when Pietro was about to bet with Rog on which Cree would win in the end, one of the Cree suddenly picked up a beer bottle and broke it with a bang. Then, he aimed the crack of the bottle at the neck of the Cree under him and forcefully stabbed it. The result was no surprise, the crack of the bottle stabbed into the neck of the Cree, and green blood burst out. Although the Cree who was pressed on the ground struggled with all his might, it did not take long for him to die from excessive blood loss. Now, do you still think this is the same as the bars on Earth? Chapter 384. On Xander, people who got into a fight would be sent to prison for serious crimes. On Hala, the home planet of the Carey Empire, people would not be punished even if they killed someone in public in a bar. Of course, Rog was not sure if there would be no punishment at all. However, judging from the winner's attitude and the cheers of the audience, there was a high chance that he would not be punished. When the Cree with a wound on his face raised his right fist proudly, several Cree surrounded him and invited him to their table for a drink. As for the loser who had died from excessive blood loss, he was carried out by the bar staff like garbage. The green blood on the floor was also cleaned up immediately. Will this really not be a problem? The one who died was a Cree, one of their kind. Pietro had a look of disbelief on his face. There shouldn't be a problem. The rule here is that as long as you don't use a gun, you can fight however you want. As for the consequences of losing, they already knew before the battle started. Roger took a sip of the beer that tasted like apple juice and said faintly. How did you know? Pietro asked. He remembered that Rog had said that this was his first time on Hala, so how did he know about this rule? When you tried to strike up a conversation with that Carey girl and ran back in fear, I asked the bartender here. When Rog pointed out his embarrassing incident, Pietro's expression became a little awkward. Don't worry, I won't tell Walter. There's nothing wrong with going out to have fun and having a romantic encounter. We're all men. I understand. Rog continued, trying to ease Pietro's embarrassment. However, he did not expect Pietro's expression to become even worse after hearing what he said. Sigh, young people nowadays can't be so thin-skinned. Rog sighed, a little angry at Pietro's failure to fight back. Thinking back, before he had transmigrated, he had been an ordinary person and had been called the Little White Dragon of the Waves. As a result, in this world, Pietro, who had extraordinary abilities, was not as good as him before he had transmigrated. Just as Rog was wondering if he should teach Pietro some of the skills he had used to dominate the martial arts world, he saw something unexpected. After arriving at the bar, Pietro and Daisy went to have fun according to their own preferences. Pietro's way of having fun was to hit on the Carey girls around him. Unfortunately, he was rather timid, and before he could strike up a conversation, he had already backed off. Compared to Pietro, Daisy was bolder and more confident. Of course, Daisy's way of having fun wasn't to flirt with the muscular men around her. Instead, she went straight to the dance floor and swayed her body along with the music. Rog didn't know if Daisy liked to dance or not. However, there was one thing that he knew very well, and that was that the vast majority of young girls wanted to be the center of attention. If it were any other place, these young girls would probably dress themselves up beautifully. In a place like a bar, it was much easier to become the center of attention. As long as your body was good enough, your face was beautiful enough, and you jumped high enough, you could attract most of the attention in the bar. In some cases, the first two conditions could be lowered appropriately. Although Rog wasn't a carry, he didn't know much about the aesthetic views of the carry people. However, from the looks of the carry men gathered around Daisy, she was more in line with the aesthetics of the carry men. At this time, although Daisy was dancing high, she still kept enough sober to not let herself become the prey of these carry men. At this time, a carry man came to Daisy's side with a domineering aura and pushed aside the small characters around him. This domineering carry man was none other than the guy who had just won the fight. Because of the distance and the music, Rog couldn't hear what the carry man said, but he witnessed the scene of this guy being sent flying. He saw a circle of transparent air shock wave gushing out from Daisy's palm, and the unlucky guy was directly sent flying. Although Daisy was very unhappy with the carry man's words, she still controlled her strength and didn't directly kill this guy. Instead, she sent him flying a few meters. The guy who was sent flying crashed into several tables before finally coming to a stop. His whole body was in a very sorry state as he lay between the broken bottles and the fallen tables and chairs. Trash like you don't deserve it, scram. After sending the carry man flying, Daisy still didn't vent her anger and loudly scolded. However, the moment Daisy finished scolding, the music in the bar stopped, and the carry people stood up one by one. Not only that, Rog also found that many people, including the bartender and the bar's security, took out their guns. What's going on? Didn't the bar's rules say that guns are not allowed? Are the young people of the carry empire so unethical? Seeing the muzzles of the guns aimed at Daisy, Rog and Pietro looked at each other in confusion. He is tonight's winner, you shouldn't have attacked him. Put down the weapon in your hand and beg for his forgiveness, otherwise you will not be able to leave tonight. Apologize immediately. Arrogant alien bitch, I will kill you. All kinds of warnings and curses sounded, and Daisy looked around with a puzzled expression. Daisy's superpower made these carry people mistakenly think that she used some kind of energy weapon, and her attack on the carry man seemed to have violated some kind of rule in the carry empire's bar. What do we do now? Pietro looked around and asked in a soft voice. What else can we do, beat them up? The carry empire's bars had their own rules, and Rog also had his own rules. Want to bully his companions in front of him with numbers? No way. The threats and curses directed at Daisy continued. At that moment, a palm-sized glass shot out like a bullet and hit the loudest cry. Bang! The glass shattered, and the residue splashed everywhere. The person who threw the glass was none other than Rog. His actions had successfully attracted everyone's attention. You want to fight? Sure, I'll play with you. As soon as his voice fell, Rog disappeared like a flash of lightning, leaving only a few finger-sized light blue electric currents behind. Lightning release, lightning body blink. At the same time, a flying Thor kunai appeared in Rog's right hand. Chapter 385. The moment Rog disappeared, Pietro, who was standing next to him, also entered a state of extreme speed. Pietro might not have a lot of experience in flirting, but he had a lot of combat experience. Before meeting Rog, Pietro had received some combat training from Hydra. After joining Konoha's intelligence agency, Pietro's combat experience has increased tremendously. Therefore, after Rog used Thunder Blink, Pietro also used his extraordinary ability. Although the Kree men in the bar looked ferocious, none of them were real Kree warriors. To put it simply, the Kree people were just a bunch of low-class hooligans. When Rog and Pietro disappeared one after another, the Kree people quickly realized something. However, it was already too late. Rog's flying Thor kunai and Pietro's fist struck the Kree with lightning speed. The music stopped, and screams rang out in the bar. Under the joint attack of Rog and Pietro, the Kree only lasted for 3 seconds before they fell to the ground one by one, clutching their injured right hand or head in pain. Green blood continuously flowed out of his right hand. Rog had used the flying Thor kunai to cut his tendons. Those who covered their heads or chests had been hit by Pietro's right fist. Although Roger and Pietro did not kill the Kree, under their extreme speed, a casual strike from them was enough to inflict unbearable pain on the Kree, whose strength was not much different from that of a street thug. I don't want to know what **T rules you have here. In front of me, there is only one kind of rule. That is, I have the final say in the rules. Do you understand? Rog said coldly as he squatted in front of the Kree who was sent flying by Daisy. He patted the guy's face with a Thor kunai that was stained with green blood. Understood. The Kree man did not expect to meet a foreigner like Rog who did not follow the rules of the Kree. What shocked him even more was that Rog and the other two, who appeared to be just extraterrestrial tourists, were actually far more powerful than them. It's good that you understand. I hate people who don't follow the rules the most. Since you're the winner tonight, I'll let you pay for tonight's loss. After wiping the Thor kunai on the Kree's collar several times, Rog stood up and put the Thor kunai back into the ninja tool bag behind his belt. Ignoring the wailing Kree on the ground, Rog and the other two left the bar without looking back. The onlookers who didn't threaten or insult Daisy or pull out their guns weren't attacked by Rog and Pietro. As for whether they would tell the police what happened in the bar, Rog and the others didn't care at all. The small incident in the bar didn't affect Rog and the other two's mood for sightseeing. Under the enthusiastic introduction of a Kree taxi driver, they arrived at the bustling business district of the city. Like real extraterrestrial tourists, they began to shop delightfully. Daisy mainly bought expensive jewelry and clothes in the style of the Kree Empire. Roger and Pietro, on the other hand, bought some technological products. They included anti-gravity flying boots, flying backpacks, household energy security barriers, smart home robots, and game consoles produced by the Kree Empire. From these commonly used technological products, it was obvious that there was a huge gap between Earth's technology and Kree's technology. Of course, in addition to these small technological products, Rog also bought flying motorcycles, flying cars, small household spaceships, and so on from the luxury aircraft sales center here. Although the price of these vehicles had a lot of zeros, they were all paid for by Luo Nan anyway, so Rog didn't need to save money for the Supreme Controller. In order to take away these large and small goods, Rog even showed a little of his hand in front of the Kree people, letting them see what a psychic scroll was. Pietro also suggested to buy some legal Kree weapons, but Rog rejected the suggestion. The weapons that could be sold legally were all civilian versions, and their power was innately inferior to military products. And on the Golden Jack, Rog had an entire armory of Kree weapons, enough to equip an army of 1,000 people. With such a pile of weapons, there was no way he would be interested in the weaker civilian weapons. Just as they finished their shopping trip and were enjoying the local delicacies of the Kree Empire in a high-class restaurant, a breaking news story appeared on the huge outdoor screen on the roof of the crossroad. The restaurant's excellent soundproofing completely blocked out the sounds from the street outside, but with the simultaneous translation glasses, they immediately understood the breaking news. The peace mission of Xander has been attacked by an unknown armed force. The police are on their way to the scene. The news footage clearly showed the embassy where the mission resided. Many buildings were set ablaze due to the explosion. The moment they saw the news, Rog and the other two's expressions turned abnormally serious. They didn't expect that the mission would actually be attacked when they snuck out. From the footage, it seemed that the attack on the mission wasn't over yet. After seeing the breaking news, Rog immediately called for the waiter to pay the bill. Then he cast Flying Thor in front of the waiter and brought Daisy and Pietro back to the embassy. Change your clothes first. I'll go out and see what's going on. As soon as he finished speaking, Rog deactivated the transformation spell and turned back into the military officer wearing the new Star Corp uniform. He also changed the translation device he brought with him to the new Star Corp version. While Pietro and Daisy were changing their clothes, Rog found the shadow clone he left behind and took back the Northern Chill blade. The moment the shadow clone was deactivated, the relevant information appeared in his mind. More than 10 minutes ago, armed forces of unknown origin appeared in the embassy and launched an attack on the members of the mission. Although the incident happened suddenly, the military officers and guards immediately organized a counterattack and stopped the attackers from attacking the members of the mission. The members of the mission who didn't have any combat power were arranged to stay in the innermost safe area of the embassy. Until now, there had been no news of casualties among the members of the mission. This definitely wasn't Ronan's doing. He didn't have the guts to do so. Was it the other rebels, or was it a terrorist organization within the Kree Empire? Rog began to think quickly. Chapter 386. From the current situation, Rog was more inclined to believe that it was the other rebels of the Kree Empire who launched the attack. Although the number of attackers wasn't particularly large, they displayed excellent military quality. Although the terrorist organizations of the Kree Empire could also cultivate experienced fighters, in general, the other rebels were more suspicious. Not long after, Pietro and Daisy, who had changed back into their military uniforms, came to Rog's side, looking around vigilantly. You two move together. If you encounter an enemy you can't handle, don't force it. Ask for help immediately. After instructing Pietro and Daisy, Rog picked up the northern cold blade and left alone, heading to the other areas that were attacked. At this time, the chief military officer of the diplomatic mission, Roman Day, was leading a team of guards to protect the ambassador's safety and constantly arranging for other guards to contact the outside world. The moment the attack began, all the communication channels near the hall were electronically jammed. Even the secret frequency band used by the New Star Army was filled with noise. It was because of this that this unknown armed force, which didn't have many people, caught the diplomatic mission unprepared and quickly gained the upper hand. Sounds of explosions and the unique sound of blasters could be heard everywhere in the hall. Moving alone, Rog quickly arrived at the target area and set his sights on the suspected commander of the attackers. When Rog was carrying out Jia Ying's request, he had fought with the Kree Empire's soldiers and had a rough understanding of the strength and equipment of the Kree Empire's ordinary soldiers. At this moment, the attackers that appeared in front of him were clearly stronger than the ordinary Kree warriors. Their equipment was also of a higher grade. However, this made no difference to Rog, who was wielding the northern cold blade. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. After determining the commander of the attackers, Rog didn't hesitate and immediately used his ninjutsu. Lightning release, lightning body blink. In an instant, Rog crossed a distance of tens of meters and appeared in front of the commander like a ghost, the pitch-black northern cold blade cutting through his neck like lightning. Before the corpse of the commander fell to the ground, Rog's figure disappeared again. Although the strength of these attackers was far inferior to Rog, their vigilance was not low at all. Rog had just slit the throat of the commander when the other attackers noticed his arrival. They aimed their guns at him and pulled the trigger. It had to be said that the ambushers' reactions were pretty good. However, they had clearly underestimated Rog's strength, or rather, speed. Just as the colorful blaster bullets flew out of the barrel, Rog had already left his original position and killed the second attacker. Lightning body flicker, lightning body flicker. At this time, Rog had transformed into a merciless harvester, reaping the lives of these attackers like the Grim Reaper. 10 seconds later, Rog's figure appeared again, and he forcefully swung the northern cold blade. After wiping the green blood off the northern cold blade, he put the northern cold blade back on the left side of his belt. Ignoring the more than 20 corpses on the ground, Rog walked into the building whose door had been destroyed by artillery shells. Is there anyone alive? If there is, let me know. It was unknown whether the members of the diplomatic mission in the building had taken the initiative to turn off the main power supply, or if the attackers outside had destroyed the wiring in the building. The huge building was now pitch black. After a few seconds, Rog heard a loud voice in the hall. Who are you? Are you a military officer? I'm Rog, a military officer of the diplomatic mission. If you want to meet up with the rest of the group, I can escort you there. Rog had long known that there were many members of the diplomatic mission who were still alive in the building. The reason why he purposely asked after entering the hall was to prevent these guys from shooting at him. A few of us here are injured, and it's not convenient for us to move around. We can still protect ourselves for now. Sir Rog, go protect the ambassador first. The members of the diplomatic mission hiding in the room did not show themselves, and only replied to Rog. Okay. Rog had no intention of wasting time with these unfamiliar diplomatic mission members, and turned to leave. After leaving the building where the power supply was completely turned off, Rog used Chakra's perception and began to sense Roman Day's position. Roman Day was a centurion of the New Star Corps, and his body had the unique, New Star energy, of the New Star Corps. New Star energy was a special energy generated by the New Star Corps' super life computer, World Mind, and was almost unlimited. The soldiers of the New Star Corps would be allocated different amounts of New Star energy according to their ranks. New Star energy could bestow upon the New Star soldiers super strength and endurance, as well as flight and energy shooting abilities. Super strength and endurance were general enhancements that every New Star soldier possessed. Flight and energy shooting abilities were advanced uses that could only be achieved by 3rd and 4th level centurions. In simpler terms, a New Star soldier was a super soldier that had been enhanced by New Star energy. Centurion Roman Day's New Star energy was the strongest among all the New Star soldiers in the hall, so Rog only needed to find the one with the highest energy intensity. After confirming Centurion Roman Day's position, Rog used the quantum teleportation that he had plundered from the Inhuman Gordon, and directly teleported to Roman Day's vicinity. Just as the splendid aurora-like hemispherical energy barrier appeared, it welcomed the attacks of the diplomatic mission's guards and attackers led by Roman Day. Whether it was Roman Day, the diplomatic mission's guards, or the unidentified attackers, they all treated Rog, who was inside the energy barrier, as the enemy's reinforcements. Various colored bullets and New Star energy rained down on the quantum energy barrier like a storm. Is there a need to welcome me so warmly? Rog cursed in his heart, and just as the energy barrier started to dissipate, he used Lightning Body Blink to teleport. Under the dual attack of the bullets and New Star energy, the quantum energy barrier soundlessly shattered like a bubble, revealing an empty interior. No one. This thought appeared in the minds of Roman Day, the attackers, and the others at the same time. However, in the next second, 3 shurikens drew a beautiful arc in the air and hit the 3 attackers closest to the battlefield like bullets. Uchiha Ryu Throw. 3 sharp shurikens made of ordinary metal took the lives of the attackers without any suspense, and the 3 dead bodies fell to the ground. Just as these unknown assailants were trying to find the hidden assailants, shurikens drew large and small arcs in the air one after another, hitting the assailants one after another. Chapter 387. These shurikens were like bullets with an automatic navigation system, accurately hitting the forehead of every attacker. No matter whether these attackers hid behind cover or not, and no matter how these attackers changed their positions, these shurikens were like the kiss of death, kissing their foreheads. The attackers fell to the ground one by one, and the originally noisy environment suddenly became quiet, so quiet that it was a bit strange. As a centurion of the New Star Legion, Roman Day was quite knowledgeable. However, the scene in front of him still caused him to be involuntarily shocked. If these shurikens didn't attack the attackers, but the diplomatic mission, then, Roman Day didn't dare to imagine such a scene. The attackers who were fighting back and forth with the diplomatic mission guards, in the face of this inexplicably and amazingly efficient shuriken attack, only lasted for a minute or so before they all died, with eyes full of unwillingness and doubt. Next time you shoot, make sure it's not your own reinforcements. I don't like the feeling of being shot by my own people. After finishing off all the attackers with the shurikens, Rog walked out from the corner of one of the buildings and said to Roman Day, who was flying in the air and covered in light. Sorry, I didn't expect it to be you. After hearing Roger's complaint, Roman Day immediately flew to his side and said apologetically, Sorry, Roger. I've taken care of some of the attackers in other places, the rest are being taken care of by Daisy and Pietro. While using chakra to search for Roman Day, Rog also checked the remaining attackers in the hall. In addition to those he took care of, only a large number of attackers gathered here. As for the scattered attackers in other places, the temporary team formed by Daisy and Pietro was gradually cleaning them up. There were subtle differences between the life energy characteristics of the Xanders and the Kree. It was based on these differences that Rog was able to determine the other attackers in the hall. There were some other Kree service staff in the hall, but on the first day of moving in, these Kree service staff were dismissed by the diplomatic mission. Therefore, during such a sensitive period, there was only one type of Kree who would appear in the hall, and that was an attacker. 10 minutes later, the remaining attackers in the hall were taken care of by Daisy and Pietro. Not long after the assailants were all killed, the Carey Empire's guards finally arrived, fully armed as they rushed into the hall. Rog had no intention of participating in the aftermath of the incident. He left it to the diplomatic mission to deal with. However, before returning to his room, he asked Roman Day about the current casualties of the diplomatic mission. Although the attackers were aggressive, no one from the diplomatic mission died, not even a single one of them was seriously injured. This result seemed quite abnormal, but with the personnel of the diplomatic mission, it was not something inconceivable. Among the 200-plus people in the diplomatic mission, there were more than 150 guards. When the attack had just occurred, the guards led by Roman Day had protected most of the administrative staff who had no fighting power. Therefore, from the very beginning, these attackers had lost the opportunity to inflict serious damage on the diplomatic mission. Furthermore, the guards that the assailants faced were not ordinary guards, but veterans that had been carefully selected from the New Star Corps. Although the ranks of these guards were not very high, each of them had exquisite combat skills and rich battle experience. This was one of the reasons why the guards were able to organize an effective resistance in the first place. The next morning, Roman Day, who had been busy all night, sent someone to invite Rog to a small reception room in the hall. The statistics of last night's attack are out. 12 of the administrative staff were injured, and 37 of the guards were injured. At this point, Roman Day handed a translucent electronic tablet to Rog and continued, "As for the dead attackers, we did not immediately hand them over to the Carey Empire's guards. According to our preliminary investigation, these attackers all have military service experience, and it's very likely that they're active service personnel. We have also investigated the equipment they used. There were no similar models found in any of the Carey battlefields. We have tested the performance of these weapons and equipment. They all meet military standards, and their performance is even better than the Carey Empire's current equipment." Roger quickly browsed through the statistics of the attacker's equipment on the tablet. He then casually placed the tablet on the table beside him. "You know better than me what these conclusions mean. What did Xander say? Do we continue to discuss the details or return immediately?" Although they were on the Carey Empire's mother planet, Hala, the communicators in the diplomatic mission were enough to send the news back to Xander immediately. Of course, the precondition for sending the news back was that there was no high-frequency electronic interference like last night. What the autarch means is to continue the discussion and use this as a bargaining chip to obtain more benefits. Not leaving Hala immediately, Rog had to admit that the autarch Nova's decision was a little out of his expectations. According to his previous judgment, the autarch Nova should not have wanted to see the peace treaty signed. But now, the autarch Nova's decision was the complete opposite of his previous judgment. If the autarch Nova did not want to sign the peace treaty, the attack last night could be used as a reasonable excuse to give up on signing the peace treaty. Even if the people of Xander and the other factions were dissatisfied, they could not raise any effective objections. But the autarch Nova did not do so. Instead, he instructed the diplomatic mission to continue the discussion and obtain more benefits. Did he really want to sign the peace treaty? Then let's continue the discussion. After all, this is something for you big shots to deal with. As long as you haven't returned to Xander, my mission is not over." After bidding farewell to Roman Day, Rog returned to his room. The moment he opened the door, he saw the communicator on the table. It was a communicator that did not exist before he left the room. "The incident last night was not done by my people. I know who arranged it, but I can't tell you their names." Rog had just turned on the communicator when Ronan's big blue face appeared on the screen. He spoke with a serious face. "You had someone put a communicator in my room just to tell me this?" Rog knew that the attackers last night were not Ronan's people. Unless Ronan was crazy, he would never do something like this. Chapter 388. Of course not. I'm here to remind you that as long as the diplomatic mission doesn't leave Hala, their attacks on the diplomatic mission won't stop. Maybe it's once a day, or maybe it's twice a day. If you don't want the mission to fail, then it's best if you don't leave the guild hall during this time. Although Luo Nan didn't really get along with the other members of the opposition, they were allies standing on the same front when it came to stopping the signing of the peace agreement. The only difference was that Luo Nan had reached a consensus with Rog in private, while the other members of the opposition didn't. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Rog replied politely. I'll tell you something else. The female mutant beside you has already attracted their interest. I don't know if they'll carry out any special operations on this matter. Also, your bill from last night has already been sent to me. I personally hope that you can control your purchasing desire a bit. Since Luo Nan was using the payment card under his name, all the bills from last night were sent to Luo Nan's account. Under normal circumstances, since Luo Nan dared to give his payment card to Rog, he wouldn't care too much about how much money Rog spent. But this morning, after receiving the bill from the bank, even Luo Nan, the supreme accuser, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Rog's spending last night was a bit shocking. To be precise, it was a shocking number with 8 zeros to the left of the decimal point. Last night was the first time I experienced the prosperity of the Carey Empire. It was inevitable that I couldn't control the urge to pay the bill. I won't spend so crazily in the future. Rog didn't really remember how much he spent last night, but he vaguely remembered that it should be several small goals. I'll lead the fleet to leave the mother planet in a few hours. I'll first go to the outlying base of the new star core for a stroll. I won't go to Xander for the time being before you return. If you have any other needs, you can contact Rothschild at any time. His private number is in the communicator. After ending the call with Luo Nan, Rog threw the communicator into the psychic scroll and headed straight to Daisy's room. He wasn't surprised that the diplomatic mission would continue to be attacked. However, he didn't expect the opposition to be interested in Daisy while preventing the peace agreement from being signed. Although Luo Nan didn't say anything during the call just now, Rog had captured an additional piece of information. Luo Nan didn't report the current development of the Inhumans. Otherwise, the opposition wouldn't have developed such an intense interest in Daisy after discovering that she was an Inhuman. Through the Golden Jacks database, Rog knew that the solar system to which Earth belonged was within the Carey Empire's military region. It was under Luo Nan's jurisdiction. Luo Nan had always been clear about the recent situation of the mutants on Earth and the Moon. This could be inferred from when he arranged for Maximus to bewitch Jiaying. However, he concealed the latest information about the Inhumans and did not report it to the Empire. Even after losing 2 Kree warships, they did not reveal anything about the Inhumans. This was interesting. It seems like the Kree Empire's highest accuser wasn't as loyal to the Kree Empire as the rumors said. However, Rog wasn't particularly surprised that Luo Nan would do this. He even understood it a bit. No intelligent creature would like the feeling of being controlled by a computer. No matter how intelligent and advanced the computer was, it was impossible for this innate biological instinct to reject it to disappear. Speaking of which, it was unknown whether it was a coincidence or an inevitable result after technology had developed to a certain degree. The Kree Empire and Xander, these 2 technologically advanced countries, were both ruled by the artificial intelligence they created. The controller of the Kree Empire was a life computer created by the Kree, Supreme Intelligence. The controller of Xander was a super life computer created by Xander, the World Mind. Whether it was the Supreme Intelligence or the World Mind, they both recorded the history and civilization of their respective countries. The only difference was that the Supreme Intelligence's control was in the open. It was known to ordinary people. The control of the World Mind was a lot more hidden. Xander had the so-called New Star Supreme who controlled the highest authority of the New Star Army. However, the New Star Army's greatest trump card, New Star Energy, was generated and controlled by the World Mind. Once the World Mind revoked the authority of all New Star soldiers to use the New Star Army's energy, the famous New Star Army would fall into a mediocre state without any suspense. One was to rule the empire openly, while the other was to control the strongest armed forces in the dark, hiding himself behind the scenes. Although the methods were somewhat different, the results were similar. That was absolute control that was unparalleled and could not be challenged by anyone. He did not know if this phenomenon would occur when Earth's technology developed to a certain limit. While his thoughts were in a mess, Rog came to the door of Daisy's room and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." After receiving Daisy's reply, Rog pushed open the door that did not have much defensive power and walked straight in. At this time, Daisy was still wearing the second-class military officer's uniform, but her hands were playing with a few gemstone jewelry that she had just bought last night. Because she had bought a lot of jewelry, Daisy only kept a few that she was interested in at the moment. As for the rest, they were all placed in Rog's psychic scroll. Not only Daisy, but even the technological products that Pietro had bought were also in Rog's psychic scroll. "What's wrong?" Daisy put down the jewelry in her hands and asked curiously. "Last night's battle has caused the person behind the attackers to target you. They know that you are an inhuman. Next, they may have some special operations against you. During this time, you need to pay attention to yourself. Do not leave the guild hall alone. If there are more attacks, you must team up with Pietro. Do not act alone." Daisy's strength was not bad, and she did not lack operational experience. But she was still in her early 20s. She was at an age where she was easily impulsive, so Rog had no choice but to come over and remind her. "Do you know who ordered the attackers?" Daisy continued to ask. "I only have a rough idea. In any case, you need to be careful for the next few days to avoid any accidents." After saying this, Rog did not stay in Daisy's room for too long. He immediately turned and left. Late at night, when most of the members of the diplomatic mission had already fallen asleep, the attack that Luo Nan had warned of occurred once again. Boom! A huge explosion rang out in the guild hall, waking everyone up with a start. Unlike last night, the guards of the diplomatic mission quickly organized a counterattack this time. They repelled all the attackers in a short time. Chapter 389. If they hadn't made any progress after being ambushed yesterday, there was no need for them to return to Xander. They could have just retired. The ambushers' ambush was easily repelled. Aside from causing everyone to lose sleep, the ambushers didn't cause any harm to the diplomatic mission. However, just as Ronan predicted, the opposition's ambush was far from over. On the afternoon of the second day, when the ambassador and the other negotiators had just returned to the hall, the opposition's ambush squad appeared once again. This time, the results were completely different from the night before. The vice-ambassador didn't retreat in time and was struck in the right leg, completely losing the ability to move. If it wasn't for the centurion Roman Day standing in front of the injured vice-ambassador, he would have been the first member of the diplomatic mission to die. The opposition's ambush had thoroughly infuriated the ambassador and the centurion. In response, the diplomatic mission raised a strong protest against the Carey Empire, demanding that the Carey Empire fulfill their duty of protecting the diplomatic mission. The Carey Empire satisfied the diplomatic mission's request and deployed a large number of security forces around the hall. However, on the night that the Carey Empire strengthened their security forces, the diplomatic mission was met with the largest ambush yet. Over 100 ambushers rushed into the hall and launched a suicide attack far greater than any of the previous ones. That night, the ambushers achieved glorious results. A fifth of the guards died on the spot and a third were injured. Just this attack alone reduced the number of guards of the diplomatic mission by half. At this time, the diplomatic mission and the Carey Empire's negotiators were faced with an incomparably realistic question. Should they continue negotiating the details of the peace treaty? It had only been 3 days and the diplomatic mission had already been ambushed 4 times. And with the passage of time, the ambushers' attacks became more and more frenzied. For example, tonight's ambushers were a complete suicide squad. The ambushers who rushed into the hall didn't have any strategy at all. The only thing they did was to recklessly charge at the diplomatic mission's guards and detonate the bombs on their bodies. It was this reckless fighting style that allowed the ambushers to achieve their most glorious results so far, reducing the diplomatic mission's guards by half. Does Nova Supreme still want to continue the negotiations? At this rate, it would only take 2 or 3 more attacks at most for most of the diplomatic mission to die here. No, it might not even be 2 or 3 times. Just 1 is enough. As long as the ambushers are crazy enough, a powerful enough weapon of mass destruction will be enough to completely wipe out the diplomatic mission. Rog sat on a chair in the hall and asked the Centurion Roman Day with a casual expression. Although the diplomatic mission's casualties were quite high tonight, he wasn't particularly worried about the commissions. This kind of suicide attack was something out of their control. Even if he summoned over 100 shadow clones, it was impossible to completely stop these crazy attackers. Furthermore, he didn't think the time requirement for the commission still existed. Protect the safety of the diplomatic mission during the signing of the peace agreement. This was the time limit stated by the system. Although the Carey Empire and Xander Star hadn't officially announced that they would sign a peace agreement, the current situation didn't seem like it was possible to sign a peace agreement. Of course, day, from the diplomatic mission a failure. However, Rog still believed in his judgment. Currently, the casualties didn't reach the minimum requirement for Day's commission to fail. Nova Supreme hasn't replied yet. However, the Carey Empire's representative has already proposed to change the time of the negotiations. As the chief military officer of the diplomatic mission, Roman Day's expression was gloomy. Regardless of the circumstances under which the diplomatic mission's members were injured, the ultimate responsibility couldn't be bypassed as the chief military officer. He could already imagine what kind of impeachment and internal trial he would face when he returned to Xander. That would not be a very pleasant image. Nova Supreme hasn't replied. What about the ambassador? What's his decision? As the person in charge of the diplomatic mission, the ambassador had the right to decide on whether to continue the negotiations without Nova Supreme's explicit orders. That included the Carey Empire's proposal to change the time of the negotiations. Changing the time of the negotiations was just on the surface. The real meaning of this proposal was that the peace treaty would probably not be signed this time. From the attacks of the opposition, it was obvious that they didn't care about the peacemakers. Otherwise, the opposition wouldn't have dared to attack the diplomatic mission one after the other. Apart from that, what was even more intriguing was the stance of the Supreme Wisdom during this time. Simply put, as the actual ruler of the Carey Empire, the Supreme Wisdom did nothing after the diplomatic mission arrived at Hala. The Supreme Wisdom didn't give any actual support to the peacemakers, nor did it show any stance to stop the opposition's attacks. In these few days, the Supreme Wisdom seemed to have crashed. There were no instructions at all. It was precisely because of the Supreme Wisdom's silence that the opposition's attacks became more frequent and more frenzied. The ambassador is still considering. Roman Day replied in a tired tone. If the ambassador comes to any conclusion, or if Nova Supreme's instructions arrive, just send someone to inform me. After that, Rog left the meeting room without looking back. The next day, before dawn, a young diplomatic mission guard came to Rog's door and knocked frantically on it. What's the matter? Being woken up before dawn, Roger, who had just woken up, asked the young guard at the door in a dissatisfied tone. Officer Rog, Officer Day requests that you go to the meeting room immediately. Emergency assembly. Emergency assembly? When he heard this, Rog, who hadn't fully woken up, was stunned. I'm not an official member of the new Star Corps. What does an emergency assembly have to do with me? Just as he was about to close the door and continue to sleep, he suddenly thought of something and instantly woke up. Centurion Roman Day couldn't possibly not know his true identity, but even so, he still arranged for someone to inform him. There was only one possibility, and that was that something had happened. A few minutes later, Rog, who had quickly washed up, came to the meeting room and saw all the military officers in full armor, as well as the ambassador and the deputy in a wheelchair. Since Officer Rog is here, I'll get straight to the point. Roman Day took a deep breath, and then said with a serious expression that Rog had never seen before, "Half an hour ago, the Carey Empire declared war on the core again. The main ship outside Hala was attacked by the Carey army, and the enemy was outnumbered. We are now in the enemy's capital." Chapter 390. During the war, they were trapped in the enemy's capital and lost all their support. It had to be said that this was downright bad news. When Roman Day said these words in a serious tone, most of the people in the reception room showed a dignified expression. The entire reception room suddenly became incomparably quiet. At this time, Rog, Pietro, and Daisy's expressions didn't change at all. The three people in the hall were different from the rest. "Rog, what do you think about this?" Romain Day, the centurion of the New Star Legion and the chief military officer of the diplomatic mission, swept his gaze across the hall and finally set it on Logue. "I don't have any opinion. Didn't you already expect this situation before the mission? Now it's just a prediction turned into reality. It's not a big deal." Although Rog didn't know what the Carey Empire was planning, but from the fact that the hall hasn't been attacked yet, it seems like the Carey Empire didn't plan to annihilate them immediately. Since the Carey Empire didn't have the intention to annihilate them, then for Rog, it wasn't a particularly serious problem. "Isn't it just the destruction of the main ship near planet Halley? There's no need to make a fuss." "No opinion. Is this your answer as a first-class military officer? You are dereliction of duty." When Rog finished his answer, before the chief military officer Roman Day said anything, a civil officer sitting near the ambassador suddenly stood up and raised his right hand to point at Rog and shouted loudly, "Dereliction of duty? Ha!" Looking at this 30-years-old civil officer with a face full of arrogance, Rog laughed disdainfully. "You idiot, you don't really think I'm a member of your new Star Corps, right? The reason I'm here is because your new Star Supreme personally asked me to come here. Also, I don't like being pointed at by people." When Rog spoke, this young and arrogant civil officer saw his blood-red Sharingan and screamed in horror. Sharingan illusion. Rog gave this ignorant civil officer a small lesson, letting him taste the most terrifying illusion in his heart. Shrill screams suddenly sounded in the hall. Just when the other military officers couldn't help but want to stop Rog, Rog took the initiative to remove the illusion on the civil officer. "This time, I'll only teach you a small lesson. If there's a next time, I'll break your hand." Although the illusion on the civil official had been dispelled, the terrifying illusion he had experienced was deeply imprinted in his mind, leaving an indelible mark in his heart. Not only that, the extreme emotional changes in a short period of time caused dense sweat to pour out of his forehead. The sudden adrenaline made him uncontrollably gasping for breath. "Enough, he didn't mean it, let's forgive him." In the end, it was still the chief military officer, Roman Day, who smoothed things over. "What we need to solve now is to return to Zandal Star. If any of you have any plans, why don't you tell us now, we can discuss them together." When the atmosphere in the reception room fell into a strange silence again, Roman Day spoke again. Under Roman Day's signal, many military officers and civil officers gave their own suggestions. Many of them used diplomatic channels and public pressure to force the Kree Empire to let the envoy leave, as well as to take the initiative to put down their weapons and seek reconciliation with the Kree Empire. The civil officers' suggestions were basically to use political means and channels to force the Kree Empire to let them leave. The military officers' suggestions were much more simple and crude. Gather all forces and force a way out of the encirclement. Or use the hall as a stronghold, defend the place, and fight a defensive battle that would last for who knows how long. Rog didn't participate in any of the discussions. Instead, he watched as the civil and military officers quarreled fiercely. Whether it was the civil officer's suggestion, which was inclined to surrender, or the military officer's suggestion, which was similar to a life-and-death struggle, Rog didn't think highly of either. Because no matter which side proposed the plan, it would ultimately end in failure. Although Rog didn't know why the Kree Empire only surrounded the hall and didn't attack, one thing he was certain of was that the Kree Empire had no intention of letting the envoy leave. The reason for this situation was very likely because the pro-peace faction and the pro-war faction of the Kree Empire were still in a fierce confrontation. That was why the main ship was destroyed, but the envoy was left behind. Shut the F***ck up, all of you, sit down. Look at you guys now, do you still have any semblance of the new Star Corps soldiers? While the civil officers and military officers were quarreling over their own plans, Roman Day suddenly stood up, his body erupting with a dazzling light as he cursed loudly. Under Roman Day's angry rebuke, the civil and military officers immediately shut their mouths and returned to their seats. Rog, you know you must have a way to let the envoy safely return to Xandal, otherwise you wouldn't have brought your companions here. Since it's already come to this, there's no need to hide it from everyone. Tell me, what do you plan to do? Roman Day, who had just been scolding the civil and military officers, now asked Rog in an incomparably calm tone, as if he wasn't the one who was scolding them. No wonder you're the only one who can become a centurion among so many people here. Just based on your observation skills alone, you're fully qualified to be a centurion. Rog didn't tell anyone about his plan, not even Pietro and Daisy knew he had a backup plan from the start. However, Roman Day had accurately grasped this from the fact that he brought Daisy and Pietro along. Gather the envoy, I'll open a portal to send you back. It's time for this bodyguard mission to end. Rog didn't say how he was going to open the portal, but after he said that, Roman Day didn't hesitate and immediately gave the order for everyone to gather. When all the members of the diplomatic mission, including the injured guards and the corpses of the guards who had died in battle, were gathered in the huge reception hall, Logue cast the teleportation portal spell. A portal 3 meters in diameter appeared out of thin air in the reception hall, shining with golden sparks. Through this circular portal, one could clearly see the new Star Corps headquarters hall on the opposite side. Don't just stand there, hurry up. Opening a portal directly from the mother planet of the Carey Empire to Xandal was no small burden for Rog. Looking at the portal in front of them, the members of the envoy revealed an expression of disbelief. They had never imagined that the terrible situation of being trapped in the enemy's capital during the war could be resolved in such a casual manner. Chapter 391. Dimensionality Reduction. This is the scene that often appears when Xander faces other technologically backward planets. But now, Rog used an unscientific but very magical portal to let the members of the diplomatic mission experience the feeling of dimensionality reduction. Under the orderly arrangement of Chief Military Officer Roman Day, the members of the diplomatic mission walked into the portal one by one and returned to the new Star Corps headquarters on Xander. When the portal appeared on the first floor of the new Star Corps headquarters building, a team of fully armed new Star Corps soldiers rushed over. Then, they witnessed the appearance of the members of the diplomatic mission one after another. From the first member of the diplomatic mission entering the portal to Rog entering the portal last, this retreat operation took less than 5 minutes. However, in less than 5 minutes, the mana in Rog's body was completely depleted. Once again, he experienced the physical and mental exhaustion brought about by the exhaustion of mana. Although the consumption was a bit high, it was all worth it. Bringing the members of the diplomatic mission safely back to Xander means that his commission is more than half completed. He only needs to get the reward promised by the new Star Supreme, and he will also get 200 ninja coins from the system. I have brought the members of the diplomatic mission back as agreed, you can start preparing the commission reward. 3 days later, I will receive the promised reward. After giving Roman Day enough time to prepare, Rog left the new Star Corps headquarters building with Pietro and Daisy and returned to the Bright Starry Sky hotel where he previously lived. The several suites that were previously booked are still in service, so after returning to the hotel, Rog and the other two returned to their respective suites. After returning to the suite, the first thing Rog did was to take off the dark green uniform of the new Star Corps and change back to his original clothes. Then, he summoned the latest game console of the Carey Empire that he bought on Hala from the Psychic Scroll. But before he began to enjoy the game of the Carey Empire, he first called the front desk of the hotel and asked the hotel to prepare a delicate and expensive enough lunch. Although there were some console games on Earth that were produced very well with high scores, they were limited by the current technology on Earth. The console games on Earth were unable to provide players with an immersive and realistic experience. However, to the technologically advanced Carey Empire, this was not a problem. After putting on the language translator produced by the Carey Empire, Rog put on the dark sci-fi virtual reality gaming helmet. For the next 3 days, Rog used his actions to prove what it meant to be unable to extricate oneself from the game. In those 3 days, he did not leave his suite at all. Like a paralyzed patient, he wore a gaming helmet and lay on the sofa in the living room all day. Apart from some necessary daily activities, all of his waking time was spent playing games in the Carey Empire. At first, Pietro didn't quite understand Rog's idea. However, when he put on the gaming helmet, he quickly succumbed. 3 days passed in a flash, and when the agreed time to receive the reward arrived, Rog reluctantly took off the gaming helmet, left the hotel alone, and went to the headquarters of the New Star Corps. After receiving the promised reward, "I'll go back and clear Rise of the Empire 3, then I can start playing Origin of the Universe." Fighter Hero is also not bad, but there's no way to play online, otherwise it would be a good game. Roger, who was sitting in a reception room, patiently waited for Roman Day's arrival and planned the next step of his plan to clear the dungeon. At first, his mood was very happy. After all, he was about to receive his reward and the ninja coin reward from the system. However, as time passed, his mood gradually changed from joy to dissatisfaction. An hour, now he waited in the reception room for an hour. "When will Centurion Roman Day come? I've been waiting here for an hour." This was the 3rd time Rog urged the staff in the reception room. "I'm sorry, Mr. Rog. We just received the latest news. Centurion Roman Day received the latest order from the Corps and is now going to the front line of the battlefield. He can't come to receive you." The female staff in the reception room answered with a standard smile and tone. "Set off to the front line of the battlefield? Forget it, it doesn't matter if he doesn't come, I just want to know when I can get the promised reward." Rog suppressed his dissatisfaction and continued to ask. "I'm sorry, Mr. Rog. We can't inquire about your reward for the time being." The green-skinned female staff continued to answer with a standard smile and tone. "Can't inquire." At this time, Rog has realized something. "Then can you contact the New Star Supreme? I want to meet with the New Star Supreme directly." "I'm sorry, Mr. Rog. You don't have the authority to request a meeting with the Supreme for the time being." It was the same standard smile and tone again. "He doesn't even have the authority to request a meeting with the New Star Supreme." Rog understood everything in an instant. This time, he encountered a renege again. "Seeing that you're just a basic staff, I won't make things difficult for you. Now, I'll give you a warm reminder, you have 10 seconds to leave here immediately. I'm going to kill someone." When he said these words, Rog's face didn't show any anger or dissatisfaction, and he said with a smile. "I'm sorry, Mr. Rog. You." Lightning release, lightning palm. Before the female staff finished speaking, Rog raised his right hand and aimed at the door of the reception room, and 5 or 6 arm-thick silver-white lightning surged out of his palm. Rumble. Strong thunder and a huge explosion sounded at the same time, and the silver-white lightning entangled with the orange-red fireball produced by the explosion. "You have 5 seconds left." This time, Rog didn't hear any of those formulaic answers. He only heard screams of fear. The staff in the reception room screamed and left, and Rog moved his wrist, summoning the Kusanagi sword that he hadn't used for a long time. He didn't expect that after he had made a name for himself, there would still be someone who dared to renege on his debt. Moreover, he had used such a despicable method. After summoning the Kusanagi sword, Rog casually waved the sword, and then walked out of the passage. The New Star Corps, this is a powerful corps that is famous in the universe. What Rog wants to do now is to single-handedly destroy the New Star Corps headquarters building. Chapter 392. The guards in the headquarters building came quickly. Rog had just stepped out of the reception room destroyed by the thunder palm when he saw the fully armed guards in dark green uniforms and simple armor. A standard 6-man squad with standard explosive rifles, no heavy firepower. Rog glanced at these guards and instinctively made a simple judgment of the enemy units in his mind. "Put down your weapons. Put down your weapons immediately." Looking at Rog, who was strolling leisurely, the captain at the front of the squad immediately shouted. "You think you're qualified to make me put down my weapons?" Rog replied with disdain. He was in a good mood today. For a gamer like him, the console games of the Kree Empire brought him the most enjoyable and pleasant mood in recent times. However, today's detrenigging incident had completely destroyed his hard-earned good mood. The target has obvious resistance, permission to shoot on the spot. The captain made the decision to shoot Rog on the spot. But before he finished his order, Rog, who was more than 10 meters away from them, swept past them like a ghost. Chi! These guards didn't even see the afterimage left by Rog. Their necks were cut by the Kusanagi sword in Rog's hand. Bright red blood sprayed out from the wound like rain. Rog didn't plan to talk nonsense with these guards. Although he knew that these guards were just fulfilling their duties, in a battle, their position was different from the camp, which was enough reason to take their lives. In the reception room, he spared the staff because they were not soldiers. And now, even though the guards he killed were ordinary, basic personnel, they were warriors. They were enemy soldiers who had raised their weapons against him in battle. When the guards whose carotid arteries had been completely cut fell to the ground one by one, Roger casually took the communicator from the last guard while he was still barely able to stand. "I don't care what reason you have for refusing to pay me what I deserve. But your decision makes me very angry, very angry. There has never been anyone who cannot pay me. New Star Corps not, New Star Supreme not." After saying this in the public channel of the New Star Corps, Rog crushed the communicator in his hand and walked straight towards the elevator. The New Star Corps did have a strong reputation in the universe, but he never put them in his heart. The New Star Corps was strong, but the strength of the New Star Corps was that it was a well-equipped army with a large number of people. It wasn't because of a single person. But Rog was different. The reason why he was strong was because of his own strength. Rog's speech in the public channel was immediately transmitted to the ears of all the guards in the headquarters building, including the mastermind behind the scenes who tried to not pay him. What do we do now? He doesn't seem to have any intention of holding back. In the command room on the 75th floor of the New Star Army headquarters, the guard commander of the headquarters said to a man in his early 30s. "What are you afraid of? He's only one person. Even if the accuser Ronan is here, he won't be able to leave the building alive." If Roger was present, he would definitely be able to recognize this arrogant Kerry man in his early 30s. This person was none other than the civil official of the diplomatic mission that he taught a lesson with his Sharingan. He's not the accuser Ronan. He's the man who defeated Ronan twice. "Chris, this is just a personal grudge between you two. I can't let the headquarters building fall into a crisis because of your personal grudge. I'll be court-martialed." The guard commander of the headquarters building voiced his concerns. "No one will let you go to court-martialed. This is also my father's decision. Otherwise, why do you think Roman Day received a temporary order to go to the front lines? I can tell you directly what his reward is. After hearing it, you should know why my father supports my plan. 500 sets of Star 4 series power armors, 35th generation new Star fighters, and various top-secret scientific documents." The guard commander couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air after listening to Chris's words. Whether it was the Star 4 series individual equipment or the 5th generation new Star fighters, they were all the latest top-notch armaments developed by the New Star Corps. Even the main force that was currently fighting the Kerry Empire only had a small number of Star 4 series power armors. As for the 5th generation new Star fighters, they were the latest generation of fighters that had yet to enter service. It's unbelievable that Prime would give these equipment to an outsider who doesn't belong to the Corps, and he even used a commission as a reward. The news of Rog accepting Prime Star's commission as a military officer of the diplomatic mission was spread out after the diplomatic mission returned to Xander. In the past few days, many people were curious about what kind of reward Xian Xing Supreme offered for Luo Gu, a powerful existence who had defeated Luo Nan, the accuser, twice, to join the diplomatic mission. However, The guard commander of the headquarters building never imagined that Prime Star's reward would be strategic materials like the Star 4 power armor and the 5th generation new Star fighter. After knowing the specific content of Rog's reward, the guard commander finally understood why Chris's father, the chairman of the military council, would support Chris's revenge for a personal grudge. Taking revenge on Rog was just a matter of convenience. What they really wanted was the Star 4 power armor and the 5th generation new Star fighter. In the short time that Chris was talking to the guard commander of the building, Rog had already broken through the 3rd floor of the security force and arrived at the 8th floor from the 5th floor. Looking at Chris, who had a ferocious smile, and then looking at Rog on the monitor screen, the guard commander of the building finally made a decision. From now on, issue a black intrusion alert. Dispatch all guards to annihilate the intruders in the headquarters building. The guard commander issued the highest level of command in the public channel to annihilate the intruders. The entire headquarters building immediately rang with an ear-piercing alarm, and red warning lights in every corner of the building lit up at the same time. At the same time, the staff in the headquarters building began to evacuate in an orderly manner. The important people with higher positions were also escorted by the guards and left on the aircraft on the roof of the building. Not long after, only the guards and Rog, who had just arrived at the 10th floor, were left in the headquarters building. In order to successfully kill Rog, the guard commander of the building issued a black intrusion alert that had never been used since the construction of the headquarters building. Chapter 393. The black invasion alert was issued, which meant that the only way left for the commander and Chris was to successfully kill Rog. If Rog is killed, with the ability of Chris' father, not only will they not be punished for this operation, but they will also be able to successfully obtain the reward that originally belonged to Rog. Of course, if they fail, the consequences will also be very serious. First of all, the commander of the guards will be court-martialed. Secondly, Chris may die. Finally, Chris' father, the Speaker of the Military Council, will also be strongly impeached by the Supreme Nova or other political enemies. However, Chris and the commander of the guards didn't think that they will fail. This is the headquarters of the new Star Corps, where the strongest guards in the entire Xander are stationed. If even these guards can't deal with Rog, then there are basically not many troops that can deal with Rog. Rog didn't care about the sirens that came one after another. He still maintained his initial leisurely posture and walked slowly toward the top of the building. Now he has reached the 10th floor of the building and defeated several guards that came to stop him. Although the overall quality of these guards is quite good, they don't lack experience and strength. But the problem is that the strength gap between them and Rog is too big, so big that they can't even understand it. Nova energy, this magical energy that can greatly strengthen the new Star soldiers, in front of Rog, is completely ineffective. No matter how these guards use this Nova energy, there is only one ending, and that is, their lives will be completely ended by Rog's Kusanagi sword. Although these guards are trying very hard to stop Rog, until now, they haven't forced Rog to use offensive ninjutsu. In addition to the initial lightning palm and the body flicker technique that he used from time to time, Rog basically used simple taijutsu to deal with these guards. Although these taijutsu attacks look simple, for these guards, these seemingly simple attacks are fatal. However, relying on continuous attacks like moths to the flame, these guards finally stopped Rog's footsteps a little, slightly slowing his pace. Are the guards of the new Star Army headquarters only at this standard? As the battle progressed, Rog's evaluation of the new Star Army continued to drop. Originally, he thought that these guards with Nova energy would be able to display some dazzling strength. However, it turned out that the strength of these guards was not as good as the Umbu members of Konoha's intelligence agency. In terms of attacking methods and killing efficiency, his Dark Group members were several levels higher than these guards. The only thing that made them inferior to these guards was that the number of members of the Dark Group was much smaller. With these guards dying one after another, Rog successfully reached the 20th floor of the building. Then, it took a little time to reach the 30th floor of the building. Because they were inside the building, it was impossible for these guards to mobilize fighters or heavy energy cannons to attack Rog. The emptied building became Rog's stage, a bloody stage where he could fully display his killing skills. Rog's unstoppable advance was finally stopped when he reached the 36th floor of the building. At this time, the enemies he faced were no longer ordinary guards using blasters, but third-level warriors who were proficient in using Nova energy to attack or defend. According to the classification of the New Star Army, the third-level Denarian Army warriors have 75% of the strength of a centurion, and also have the ability to fly. Although this was the classification of the New Star Army, after killing who knows how many guards, Rog knew that this so-called 75% of the strength of a centurion was just a superficial statement. To be precise, the third-level Denarian Army warriors have 75% of the Nova energy of a centurion. The guards that were killed by Rog before were second-level Denarian Army warriors. According to the classification of the army, they should have 50% of the strength of a centurion, just that they can't fly. However, after really fighting, Rog discovered how unreliable this statement was. If the guards that couldn't even block his sword had half of the strength of a centurion, then the New Star Army would have been annihilated by the Carry Empire long ago. These guards didn't have half of the strength of a centurion, but half of the Nova energy of a centurion. For a long time, Rog believed that energy was energy, and strength was strength. Energy was a part of strength, but it wasn't the entire strength. Take Rog for example, although he had never used Nova energy before, as long as he was given 10% of the Nova energy of a centurion, even if he didn't have any chakra, he was still confident that he could kill all the soldiers below the level of a centurion. Energy was just a weapon. How to use this weapon to quickly kill the enemy was the standard to determine whether a soldier was good or not. Finally, some decent people have come. Seeing that you are unarmed, I won't bully you with weapons. After saying that, Rog threw the Kusanagi sword back into the summon scroll. At this time, there were only 3 guards in front of him. Although their attire was no different from the guards he killed before, Rog didn't see any weapons on them. Whether it was firearms such as blasters, or cold weapons such as sabers and daggers, they didn't have any. The moment the Kusanagi sword disappeared from Rog's hand, the 3 guards didn't hesitate and immediately launched an attack. Their bodies shone with the golden light that Rog had seen from Roman day. Facing the attack of the 3 guards, Rog didn't retreat, but attacked them at the same time. Just when Rog thought that the 3 guards were going to fight him in close combat, their fists suddenly shone with golden Nova energy. Then, these Nova energy shrouded their fists and attacked him like cannonballs. Young man, you don't have any morals. These 6 golden Nova energy attacked Rog's different parts at the same time and blocked several of his escape angles. No matter which angle he dodged to, at least 1 or 2 of the Nova energy would hit him. Since his opponent had already unleashed an energy attack, Rog naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to use his physical body to block it. With a thought, a layer of light blue chakra instantly covered his body, giving him a 360-degree energy armor with no blind spots. Boom! 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 The 3 Nova energy first hit Rog's chakra armor and exploded like a bomb, bursting with a dazzling golden light. Chapter 394. The power of these 3 Nova energy is not small, it is already close to the power of a rocket. But even so, these 3 Nova energy did not penetrate the chakra coat on Rog's body, causing him any substantial damage. However, the shock wave generated by the explosion made his forward posture stop, and his whole speed suddenly slowed down. His speed slowed down, but that's not the worst situation. The worst thing is that the dazzling light generated by the explosion created an effect like a flash bomb, making Rog instinctively close his eyes. So this is the idea from the beginning. If the enemy these 3 guards are facing now is not Rog, then this sudden flash attack is enough to determine their victory. But unfortunately, they are not facing an ordinary enemy, but Rog. Not long after he crossed into this world, before he mastered enough ninjutsu, Rog once had a favorite tactic. A secret killing tactic based on genjutsu, dark sneak technique. Although he has not experienced the feeling of being completely deprived of his vision by genjutsu, he is good at secret killing tactics, so he naturally knows how to face this kind of attack from the dark. Losing his vision will not have much impact on him, especially in close combat. Almost at the moment when he closed his eyes, he gathered chakra in the nerves of his ears, stimulating the ear nerves and greatly improving his hearing. At the same time, his amazing combat intuition and combat experience honed over the years also made up for the impact of the loss of vision for the first time. Although he can't see with his eyes, Rog clearly perceives the movements of the three guards. Whether it is their route of advance or attack trajectory, it is like a three-dimensional image in his mind. The left attack is the fastest, a straight punch, the target is his head. The right attack is the strongest, a side kick, the target is his torso. The middle attack is the slowest, a heavy punch, the target is his chest. In the blink of an eye, Rog had determined the attacking methods of the three guards and instantly formulated a counterattack strategy. Retreat half a step, avoid the straight punch on the left, and seize the target's left arm. Break the target's left arm, and destroy the target's center of gravity with the left leg. He bent down and pushed the target on the left, dodging the side kick from the target on the right. Heavy punch to the head of the target on the ground. With the target's head as the center, heavy punch to attack the standing leg of the target on the right to destroy the stability of the target on the right. He got up and punched the unsteady target on the right with a right hook, sending the target on the right flying and causing it to crash into the target in the middle. Taking advantage of the situation, he quickly attacked the middle target's head, chest, and throat with quick punches. He continuously pushed back the target, and finally finished off the middle target with a monster strength punch. This entire set of counterattack strategies took less than a second to completely emerge in Rog's mind. In the next few seconds, Rog executed this counterattack strategy perfectly. Boom! When the guard in the middle was sent flying by the monstrous strength fist and crashed into the wall behind him, Rog opened his eyes. The sudden flash attack should have allowed the three guards to completely seize the initiative of the battle and even secure victory in one fell swoop. However, things did not go as they expected. Not only did Rog not fall into the situation of being besieged by the three of them, but he also severely injured two of them and instantly resolved the situation of being besieged. It wasn't until the guard in the middle was sent flying that the guard on the right, who had not been attacked much, finally stood up and looked at Rog in disbelief. Although he didn't know how Rog did it, he clearly saw that Rog's eyes were always closed during the fight. With his eyes closed, he resolved the joint attack of the three of them and severely injured two of them. The guard finally understood why Rog's invasion was classified as the highest level of black invasion. This was simply not something a human could do. He was a fighting machine with a humanoid appearance. Don't be so surprised. There are many people who can do this. I know a blind top fighter. The blind top fighter in Rog's mouth is none other than Daredevil. Speaking of Daredevil, Rog suddenly found that he hadn't paid attention to his news for a long time, and he didn't know how he was doing now and whether he was still fighting against Kingpin in Hell's Kitchen. You guys rely too much on Nova energy and advanced weapons. If you continue like this, you will forget how to fight in close combat sooner or later. Looking at the shocked guard, Rog gave his own advice. The remaining guard did not refute Rog. After thinking about it, he helplessly found that what Rog said was true. You can think about this problem later, I'm in a hurry now, so, as soon as his voice fell, Rog took the initiative to launch an attack and attacked the guard like lightning. Although the guard tried to resist Rog, the huge gap in strength doomed his resistance to be meaningless. 3 seconds later, the guard was hit in the chest by Rog's monster punch, and he flew out upside down, spitting out bright red blood from his mouth. After dealing with the guard, Rog did not stop at all and continued to walk towards the upper floor of the building. 40 floors, 50 floors, 60 floors. Although the guards in the building tried their best to stop Roger and kill this menacing intruder, they couldn't do anything about it. However, their efforts did not get the report they imagined. The number of guards decreased rapidly at a terrifying speed, but Rog's advancement was not affected in any way. Mobilize the Imperial Guards, we must mobilize the Imperial Guards, and now only the Imperial Guards of Supreme can stop him. Looking at the godlike Rog on the monitor screen, the guard commander of the building said loudly. The guard commander was not the only one who lost his composure, even Chris, who was originally arrogant, had an ashen face at this time. He never thought that Rog could really break through the endless siege of the building's guards and walk step by step to the top floor of the building. This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Even if it was a centurion of the New Star Legion, it was absolutely impossible to defeat all the guards of the headquarters building alone. This was simply not something a human could do. Chris's rank in the New Star Legion was not low. Although he walked the path of a civil official in the Legion, he was very clear about the strength of a centurion of the New Star Legion. It was precisely because of this comparison that he placed his hopes on the guards of the headquarters building. But it turned out that Chris underestimated the strength of the New Star Legion centurion, and also underestimated the gap between the centurion and Rog. Chapter 395. On the 75th floor of the Nova Corps headquarters building, Security Command Center. Just because I taught you a small lesson on Hala, you want my reward? At this time, Rog was holding the blaster he took from the guards of the building, and under his feet was Chris, who just wanted to escape but was kicked away by him. The reason why Rog suddenly came from the 60th floor to the command center on the 75th floor and kicked Chris under his feet was because Chris was sure that the guards of the headquarters building couldn't stop him. Looking at Rog, who has come to the 60th floor and showed strength far beyond that of a Supernova Corps Centurion, Chris made the decision to leave the headquarters building immediately. As the initiator of all this, Chris knows very well what will happen to him if he falls into the hands of Rog. In the Hala Guild Hall, he just scolded Rog and was taught a lesson by Rog with Sharingan Genjutsu. If Rog found out that he was the one who had plotted all of this and caused Rog to be unable to successfully obtain his reward, then he would definitely end up in a worse state than before. Therefore, Chris planned to leave the headquarters building immediately and get away from the madman Rog completely. But he didn't expect that before he walked out of the command center, the floor of the command center was penetrated. At this time, Rog, who he didn't want to see the most, flew up from the hole in the floor. Then, he was sent flying by Log's kick and stepped on by Log. No. I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. After hearing Rog's question, Chris didn't have time to care about the pain in his chest and immediately denied it. Really? But I don't believe it. While talking, Rog raised the blaster in his hand and fired a shot at the invisible right back. Whoosh! The green explosive bullet accurately hit the guard who was hiding in the corner and trying to shoot in the dark. It was a headshot. It's really not me, I just didn't have time to evacuate the building. Chris explained with great emotion, but Rog didn't believe a word of his explanation. Whoosh! Just when Chris was about to continue to explain, Rog fired a shot at his right leg, and the green bullet directly penetrated his thigh. Ah! My leg is broken. Since he was a child, Chris has never felt such bone-piercing pain, and suddenly issued a harsh scream. Your leg is not broken yet, but if you don't shut up, I don't mind fulfilling your little wish. Rog looked at Chris, who was stepped on by his foot, with an impatient look on his face. He originally thought that the person who dared to his reward would be a little shrewd and a little domineering. He didn't expect that when he came to the command center, he actually saw Chris, this guy. In the beginning, he only wanted to blow this matter up and let the people of the New Star Army understand the consequences of reneging on their debt. However, when the security commander of the building issued the black intrusion alert and evacuated all unrelated personnel from the headquarters, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have found the location of the mastermind behind the scenes. When all unrelated personnel were evacuated, the only people left in the headquarters, according to common sense, were the guards of the building and Rog himself. However, when he used chakra to sense the situation in the building, he found that on the 75th floor of the building, there was a life form without Nova energy in his body. As everyone knows, the soldiers of the Nova Corps, whether it is the medics who just graduated from the Space Academy or the highest-ranking Centurions, all have Nova energy in their body. A person without Nova energy in his body, after the black intrusion alert was issued, not only did he not evacuate, but he stayed in the security command center of the headquarters. This abnormal phenomenon aroused Rog's curiosity, and it also evoked some of his memories. During the days when he was a private investigator, he had studied criminal psychology. Some criminals like to return to the scene of the crime after committing a crime and gain a sense of control and satisfaction by witnessing the panic of the crowd and the reaction of the police. Especially for some particularly serious crimes, such as serial killings, it is even easier for the criminals to return to the scene of the crime. Even if it has been many years, these criminals will return to the scene of the crime and recall the specific details of the crime to gain a perverted sense of satisfaction. At that time, Rog didn't know that the person in the command center was Chris, but after discovering this abnormal phenomenon, the first thing that appeared in his mind was this theory that he saw in his research of criminal psychology. Then he thought about it carefully and found that his guess seemed to be correct. If it was because someone was dissatisfied with him or wanted to take his reward, then the mastermind behind the scenes would be in a safe place, or a place that he thought was safe, watching the whole scene. Unless the conditions didn't allow it, otherwise, the mastermind behind the scenes had more than an 80% chance of doing so. After all, watching how he suffered setbacks and even how he died would give the mastermind a sense of satisfaction that everything was under his control. After discovering, or rather, confirming, this point, the next step was very simple. Rog followed the plan, going up floor by floor, destroying the mastermind's plan bit by bit. In order to not let the mastermind notice the danger in advance, he deliberately controlled his pace to avoid scaring the mastermind away. Because the plan was going to fail bit by bit, the mastermind behind the scenes would not leave immediately. Instead, he would look forward to the next plan, looking forward to the hope of a comeback. When the mastermind behind the scenes, which was Chris, realized that the plan had no chance of success and planned to retreat in advance before the plan completely failed, Rog, who had been paying attention to him for a long time, didn't hesitate at all. He directly went from the 60th floor to the 75th floor and placed the result of failure in front of him. If it weren't for the lack of time and environment, Rog wouldn't have minded changing the method. He would have gone from the earth to heaven, and then from heaven to hell. Your Excellency Rog, he's still just a child. I hope you can be magnanimous and let him go first. Chris was afraid that Rog would really break his right leg, so he closed his mouth tightly and didn't dare to make any sound. At this moment, the guard commander of the building, under the protection of a team of guards, carefully approached Rog and said, "Just a child. A 30-year-old child." After hearing the commander's words, Rog sneered, then shot Chris' left leg in front of the commander. Chapter 396. Ah! Chris, who couldn't bear the pain from his left leg being shot, screamed again. But this time, his scream only lasted for a short second before he forcibly suppressed it. He had no choice but to suppress it because Rog had already turned the muzzle of the blaster and aimed it at his head. Although the pain from his legs was unbearable, Chris knew which one he should choose between death and the other. "Mr. Rog, you..." The commander didn't expect that his humble begging for mercy would result in Rog shooting even more decisively. Looking at Chris, who was trying his best to endure the pain, the commander originally wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He signaled the guards beside him to put down their weapons and retreat a distance. Rog didn't want to continue shooting Chris, at least not until he figured out the ins and outs of the matter. However, the commander's words, "He's still a child," completely angered him. Although he didn't know how long the average lifespan of Xander's people was, Chris, who was under his foot, didn't look like a child at all. Rog didn't forget that Chris was once a civil official of the diplomatic mission, someone who was sent to the Carey Empire. And taking a step back, even if Chris was indeed a child by Xander's standards, this definitely wouldn't be a reason for him to let Chris go. Admit your mistakes, this was a principle that even 5- or 6-year-old children on Earth knew. The people that Rog despised the most were those who used age as an excuse after making a mistake. In his opinion, whether it was a 13- or 14-year-old underage kid or an old man in his 70s or 80s, as long as they did something wrong, they had to be responsible for their own actions. Respecting the old and loving the young was one thing, but being responsible for one's own actions was another. It was because he had seen too many bullshit things like, "He's just a child," "He's already old," and "He's an old man," that he firmly believed that everyone had to be responsible for their own actions. From the looks of it, you should also know the ins and outs of this matter. Tell me, what exactly is going on? After barely suppressing the anger in his heart, Rog said coldly to the commander. No problem. As long as it's something Mr. Rog wants to know, I'll tell you everything I know. After hearing Rog's question, the commander was finally relieved. Although Rog still looks angry, at least he won't shoot Chris now. As long as Rog didn't shoot Chris, as long as Chris didn't die in front of him in the headquarters building, he could compromise on anything. Well, Mr. Rog, I wonder if you can let us stop Chris's bleeding first. If he continues to bleed like this, I'm afraid that he will die from excessive blood loss before he can give you a satisfactory compensation. The commander asked in a low voice again. He didn't look like a soldier at all. Instead, he looked more like a person who manipulated power all day long. More than 10 minutes later, in the living room next to the command center, Rog sat on the sofa with a calm face. Opposite him was the commander of the building's guards, and Chris, who had his wounds bandaged. Tell me everything you know. In the next few minutes, the commander spilled everything he knew without holding back. Including Chris's plan, the arrangement of Chris's father, how Chris found him, and some of the promises and benefits Chris gave him. In order not to let things continue to develop in a worse direction, the commander did not dare to hide the slightest bit of the truth. He told the whole story in full detail. After the commander finished speaking, Rog turned to look at Chris, who was silent, and his face became colder and colder. Just as he expected, Chris only wanted to use his father's power to retaliate a little, so that he couldn't get the reward he deserved so easily. But when he learned about the details of Rog's reward, he had some thoughts that he shouldn't have and told his father, the chairman of the military council, about the list of rewards. Then, his plan changed from the initial revenge to the invasion of Rog's reward. In order to successfully obtain the equipment that originally belonged to Rog, they deliberately set the location of the operation at the headquarters building. As long as they could successfully kill Rog in the headquarters building, they could conclude that Rog took credit for himself and caused a ruckus in the headquarters building and killed related staff members. Although this didn't seem to be in line with Rog's character, at that time, he would be dead, and no one would go against the chairman of the military council. When Rog was still alive, perhaps someone would be willing to fight for justice for him. But if he was dead, then naturally no one would be willing to stand up for a dead person. Especially since this was a dead person from another planet. So as long as Rog was dead, it didn't matter if other people believed it or not, it wouldn't affect Chris's plan. And the equipment that originally belonged to him would naturally return to the new Star Corps, and the military council would make reasonable arrangements. All in all, Chris's plan was feasible and had a chance of success. But the crux of the problem was that they had completely underestimated Rog's strength. In their plan, Luo Gu, who had defeated Luo Nan, the accuser, twice, was at most an existence stronger than the Centurion. After all, a Centurion was the strongest individual in the new Star Corps, and the possibility of Rog being stronger than a Centurion by several levels was instinctively ignored by them from the beginning. The new Star Corps was indeed very strong, but what they pursued wasn't the strength of an individual, but the strength of the Corps as a whole. So this possibility that was ignored from the beginning became the most fatal weakness in their plan. So that's how it is. No wonder when I first saw you 3 days ago in the guild hall, I felt that you had an innate arrogance. I didn't expect you to come from a powerful family. After listening to Chris's explanation, Rog said with a smile. Seeing the smile on Rog's face, Chris and the commander finally put down the big stone in their hearts and completely breathed a sigh of relief. Their surrender finally gave them the opportunity to peacefully resolve this matter. Chris didn't need to worry about his own safety, and the commander didn't need to worry about Chris dying in the headquarters building. Everything was starting to develop in a good direction. However, just when Chris and the commander felt that Rog had the idea of resolving the matter peacefully, Rog suddenly picked up the blaster on the table, pointed the muzzle directly at Chris's head, and decisively pulled the trigger. Shio! The green blaster bullet pierced through Chris's head without any suspense, completely taking away his life. The bright red blood that spurted out immediately dyed the clean table red. Your answer is very detailed, but I'm not satisfied. Rog put down the blaster in his hand, picked up the white napkin beside the table, and unhurriedly wiped his right hand that was splashed with Chris's blood. Inform his father, the chairman, that I'm waiting for him here. Chapter 397. Inform His Excellency. The commander's eyes kept switching between Chris and Rog, and he said with a look of disbelief. Now, he couldn't wait to completely conceal the matter of Chris' death, and then run as far as possible to avoid Chris' father venting his anger on him for the death of his only son. Although the position of commander of the new Star Corps headquarters is very good, compared to his own life, it's nothing. Yes, inform his father, tell him that I'm waiting for him here. You don't have to go personally, just let your men go. Looking at the panicked commander, Rog said unhurriedly, as if he didn't realize the consequences of his action of killing Chris. It doesn't matter, I can go personally. Yes, I can personally inform His Excellency. After hearing Rog's words again, the commander finally reacted, quickly stood up, and tried to leave the reception room. I just said, let your men go. You, stay here. Just by looking at the commander's expression, it's easy to know what he's thinking. Once he leaves the reception room, Rog can be 100% sure that he will never see this commander again. No problem, I will let others inform His Excellency. The commander originally wanted to fight for it, but when he saw Rog's emotionless eyes, he decisively gave up the idea of fighting for it. Under the commander's arrangement, the news of Chris being killed by Rog quickly spread to the military council, and to the ears of Chris' father. Although the guards have been arranged to inform Chris' father, the commander doesn't think that Chris' father will obediently come to the headquarters building according to Rog's request. According to his speculation, Chris' father is more likely to arrange for the new Star Corps Centurion powerhouse, or directly mobilize heavy weapons to bomb the headquarters building. Although the headquarters building is an important landmark building, if it is really bombed, it's not particularly difficult to deal with the aftermath. As the chairman of the military council, Chris' father is fully capable of completely solving the problems after the headquarters building is bombed. Your Excellency Rog, do you really think that His Excellency will come? In order to break the silence in the reception room, the commander took the opportunity to ask the question in his heart. He will definitely come. Rog answered decisively. Why? Can you tell me why you're so sure? The commanding officer still couldn't understand why Chris's father would come here personally. First of all, his son's body is here. Unless he didn't want to leave his son's corpse intact, he would definitely come in person. Secondly, after knowing that I am the murderer of his son, he will definitely want to see me. Even if he wanted to avenge his son, he would first come to see me, the person who killed his son. Finally, he was the president of the Army Council. For a person in his position, if he didn't even have the courage to meet the person who killed his son after his son's death, he would be criticized for the rest of his life. To put it simply, he can't afford to lose face like this, so he will definitely come in person. Since he had nothing else to do, Rog patiently explained why he was so sure that Chris' father would come in person. Although Rog had thoroughly explained the reason, the commander sitting on the sofa opposite him still didn't quite believe it. Not risking one's life was a common characteristic of almost every superior. Chris' father was the president of the Army Council, so it was impossible that he didn't understand this principle. If he were Chris' father, he would definitely not come in person. Therefore, the commander continued, I still think that His Excellency won't come. If it were me, I wouldn't come either. This is why you are only the commander of the guards in the headquarters building, and he is the president of the Army Council. Rog glanced at the commander and said calmly. Killing someone's heart, this was a blatant killing of someone's heart. If it wasn't Rog who said this, but someone else, the commander would definitely use his own actions to tell that person what trouble comes from the mouth meant. Although he was mercilessly stabbed by Rog, the commander didn't do anything in the end. However, what he was thinking now was, just wait, I want to see what kind of expression you will show when His Excellency doesn't appear. Time slowly passed, and just when the commander couldn't help but remind Rog that half an hour had passed, the door of the reception room was suddenly pushed open. The one who pushed open the door was a tall warrior wearing armor and the Nova Corps uniform. When this warrior who was over 2 meters tall pushed open the door of the reception room, Chris' father, the president of the Nova Corps Army Council, Morgan Gardner, walked in with a dignified aura around him. "Sir President." The moment Morgan Gardner entered the reception room, the commander sitting on the sofa immediately stood up and gave Morgan Gardner a Nova Corps military salute. Morgan Gardner didn't react at all to the commander's salute. He went straight to the sofa and looked down at Chris' corpse. "You, get out." After staring at Chris' corpse for more than 10 seconds, the president, who was exuding a dignified aura from head to toe, said expressionlessly. Although he didn't say who went out, he didn't even look at the commander. However, the moment he finished speaking, the commander left the reception room without looking back and closed the door on his way out. "I came out alive, I finally came out alive." The moment he closed the door, the commander's heart was filled with a sense of joy, as if he had just escaped death. However, this joy quickly disappeared because he immediately realized that his troubles weren't over yet. The conversation between them won't end so soon. "I have to leave Xander immediately, I have to leave now." However, he had only taken a few steps when the tall warrior who had pushed open the door blocked his way. "Why did you kill Chris? Just because he wanted to take revenge on you and take away your equipment?" President Morgan Gardner sat in the commander's seat and asked Rog with a blank expression. "You already know the reason, so why ask me?" Rog didn't see any sadness on Morgan Gardner's face, as if Chris, who was killed by him, wasn't his son at all. "Just because of that, you killed him. You killed my only son, Morgan Gardner. Aren't you a little too overbearing?" Hearing Morgan Gardner's emotionless words, Rog suddenly laughed. "Overbearing? You actually think I'm overbearing? Ha 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 ha, interesting, really interesting." Rog laughed wildly as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. At the same time, he looked at Morgan Gardner as if he was looking at an idiot. Are you provoking me?" As the president of the military council, Morgan Gardner could control his emotions very well, making it impossible for others to guess his true thoughts from his expression. However, for some reason, when he heard Rog's laughter, especially when he saw him looking at an idiot, Morgan Gardner showed signs of being unable to control his anger. "I originally thought that since you could become the president, you would at least be a little better than that idiot Chris. But now I realize that I guessed wrong, completely wrong. Chris being such an idiot is completely because he inherited your IQ." Rog sighed helplessly, and continued to say to Morgan Gardner, who was getting more and more angry, "Didn't you think I was too overbearing? Then I'll let you see what true overbearing is." As soon as his voice fell, the explosive pistol on the table suddenly appeared in Rog's hand, and 3 green explosive bullets instantly flew towards Morgan Gardner. Unlike Chris, who didn't have any actual combat strength, although Morgan Gardner had personally taken action many times, but before he entered the civil ranks of the New Star Corps, he was still a centurion through and through. A faint golden light suddenly erupted from Morgan Gardner's body, and the 3 explosive bullets aimed at his head and heart were instantly deflected. However, at the moment when the explosive bullets were deflected, a silver-white arc suddenly streaked across Morgan Gardner's right arm, cutting off his entire right hand. Lightning release, thunderbolt sword slash. The golden light of New Star energy was still shining, but the flash of silver-white lightning was not obstructed, and directly streaked across Morgan Gardner's right hand. The tachi made of lightning dissipated, and bright red blood spurted out from Morgan Gardner's severed right arm. Unlike Chris, who liked to yell after being injured, Morgan Gardner's ability to endure pain was clearly several levels higher. However, Morgan Gardner never thought that Rog would actually dare to attack him, and in such a fierce manner. At this moment, Morgan Gardner finally understood why Rog dared to kill Chris, and why he still stayed in the headquarters to wait for his arrival after killing him. Chris had never participated in any kind of battle, so Chris didn't know that in this world, there was a terrifying existence who had completely integrated madness into their instincts. But Morgan Gardner had seen such a person who he would never forget after seeing him. That person was previously called the Mad Titan. And now, people were more willing to call him the Emperor of the Universe. Morgan Gardner had once seen this kind of madness from Thanos, and now, he saw it again from Rog. Your Excellency, killing an idiot like Chris is not overbearing. Killing your son, and cutting off the hand you couldn't control because of your greed, that is overbearing. Chapter 398. Other than Rog and Chairman Morgan Gardner, no one knew what they were talking about in the reception room. However, 5 minutes after entering the reception room, Chairman Morgan Gardner walked out of the reception room with an expressionless face. Although Morgan Gardner didn't say anything, when he came out, everyone's attention was focused on his injured arm. It was a clean cut that looked like it was cut by a laser, a cut that was still flowing with bright red blood. Morgan Gardner didn't care about other people's gazes and handed his right hand that was held in his left hand to the tall soldier who opened the door. Then, without saying a word, as if nothing had happened, he left the building with his personal guards. Until Morgan Gardner and his guards completely disappeared around the corner of the corridor, the guard commander of the building finally regained a bit of his rationality. Am I hallucinating? The chairman's right hand was cut off. Rog actually cut off the chairman's right hand. The scene of Morgan Gardner holding a broken hand was completely beyond the commander's comprehension. He couldn't understand why Rog dared to cut off Morgan Gardner's right hand, and why Morgan Gardner was expressionless. What happened to this world? The commander, whose mind was filled with the scene of Morgan Gardner's broken hand, began to doubt whether this world was still the world he was familiar with. Just when the commander and the other guards were confused and shocked, Rog also walked out of the reception room as if nothing had happened. Then, without looking back, he left the New Star Army's headquarters building. Looking at Rog's leaving figure, the commander suddenly remembered the sentence Rog said to him before, the sentence that killed people. This is why you're only the commander of the headquarters building's guards, and he's the chairman of the council. A conflict that was originally enough to cause a war between Rog and the New Star Army ended just like that, in a way that no one knew about. After leaving the New Star Army's headquarters building, Rog directly used the portal magic and returned to the suite of the Bright Starry Sky hotel and put on the dark game helmet again. Rog's invasion of the headquarters building and triggering the black invasion alarm came to an end in a quiet and irresistible way. The New Star Army didn't find trouble with Rog because of what happened in the headquarters building, and he never went to the headquarters building again. 2 days later, Rog received the reward that originally belonged to him in an armory near the New Star Army's headquarters building. At the same time, he also took away a compensation gift that wasn't similar to this reward. At the moment of receiving the reward, the commission status in the system also changed. 200 ninja coins commission reward was sent to Rog's account. Ninja coins not consumed, 610. Looking at his current unconsumed ninja coins, Rog returned to the hotel suite and directly used the portal magic, returning to Konoha's ninja village on Tatooine with Black, Pietro, and Rhodesi. You three go back to the headquarters first, I'm going to train here for a while. If there's anything urgent, you can let Hinata contact me. After that, Rog sent Black and the other two into the portal built by the Black Boulder. When the black liquid that built the portal resolidified into a boulder, Rog used quantum transmission to go to the Hokage building that he had never been to before and came to the training room in the basement of the building. What happened in the New Star Army's headquarters building was just a small episode outside the plan for him. Although this episode caused him to return to Tatooine 2 days late, in general, this episode didn't cause him too much trouble. He got the promised reward, and the guy who tried to renege on the debt also received the punishment he deserved, and he also got the corresponding compensation. Except for affecting his mood and wasting 2 days of unnecessary time, he didn't lose much. After coming to the huge training room built under the Hokage building, Rog opened the system's exchange page and quickly browsed it. What happened in the New Star Army's headquarters building was just a small episode for him. However, what happened in the Sokka planet's arena was a big problem for him. When he fought with Thanos, he saw the terrifying body of Thanos that was so strong that it was completely unreasonable. It's a body stronger than Hulk, a body that can ignore most of his ninjutsu attacks. Except for the fact that he can't fly and can't use energy attacks, Thanos's body is perfect. In order to effectively take the initiative in the next battle against Thanos, Rog needs to add some extra cards for himself, a card that was not in his current training plan. The taijutsu in Naruto can be roughly divided into two categories, Steel Fist and Soft Fist. Steel Fist is mainly a direct attack that causes the opponent to fracture or cause other trauma. Most of the ninjas, including the taijutsu used by Rogue before, belong to the category of Steel Fist. However, in the face of Thanos' strong physique, the effect of Steel Fist is greatly weakened. Even if Rogue has sage body and monstrous strength, the Steel Fist taijutsu he used can't cause too much damage to Thanos. Since Steel Fist is restrained, it's time to put the practice of Soft Fist on the agenda. To be honest, Luo Gu did not like Gentle Fist, a fist technique that looked soft and weak. He doesn't doubt the power of Soft Fist. After all, when Soft Fist is developed to the extreme, it may become an ultimate taijutsu. It's just that compared to destroying the enemy's internal organs and meridians, he still prefers to destroy the enemy's body. Simple, violent, and effective. It didn't take long for Rogue to find the Soft Fist he wanted in the system's exchange page. Hyuga Soft Fist, exchange price, 100 ninja coins. This is a collection of Hyuga clan's basic Soft Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams palm, 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 mountain break strike, etc. It also includes some of the Hyuga clan's practice notes. The exchange price is not expensive, which is within Rogue's expectations. So he didn't hesitate and directly chose to exchange. The exchange icon symbolizing Hyuga clan's Soft Fist suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the practice information of Hyuga's Soft Fist appeared in Rogue's mind out of thin air. Soft Fist is in his hand, but to fully exert the power of Soft Fist, he still needs a pair of special eyes, a pair of eyes that can let him see the enemy's meridians. Byakugan, exchange price, 200 ninja coins. Chapter 399. Byakugan, the Kekei Genkai of the Hyuga clan, originated from the Otsutsuki clan. Like Sharingan, Byakugan is also one of the three dojutsu. In terms of development potential, Byakugan is not much worse than Sharingan. Sharingan can evolve into Manjikyu Sharingan, Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and Rinnegan. And Byakugan can also evolve into Tensegan. The true power of Byakugan is not as weak as people think. The reason why Byakugan is not as good as Sharingan is purely because the Hyuga clan is too weak. The same Byakugan, but in the Otsutsuki clan, one is more powerful than the other, and one is more abnormal than the other. If the Hyuga clan can also be like the Uchiha clan, where there is a monster every 3 to 5 days, Byakugan can also shine like Sharingan. Rogue will not hesitate to exchange for the Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist. But when he exchanged for Byakugan, he hesitated. Although the exchange icon in the system clearly proves that he can exchange for Byakugan, he still can't make up his mind. Under normal circumstances, the icon that can't be exchanged will become dim black. For example, after he exchanged for the Sage mode of the Shikatsu Forest, the exchange icons of Ryuchi Cave and Mount Myaboku became black and gray. However, Byakugan is not the Sage mode or Ninjutsu Genjutsu. Byakugan is a Kekei Genkai that will change his physique. Rogue now has the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, and he has also practiced Manjikyu Sharingan to the level of Manjikyu Sharingan. So the problem is, although the system does not prevent him from exchanging for Byakugan, after exchanging for Byakugan, whether his Manjikyu Sharingan will still exist or not becomes a problem. Unlike his other transmigrating counterparts who were kind and considerate and would occasionally act as life mentors, his Goldfinger system was completely mute. Not to mention chatting to relieve boredom, even some basic user questions, his system is too lazy to explain. At this time, if his system can give some slightly more reliable explanation, he won't have to struggle for so long. To exchange or not to exchange, this is the problem. If he does, he may lose the Manjikyu Sharingan, which has become one of his main combat powers. If he didn't exchange for it, he wouldn't be able to display the true power of the Gentle Fist. The exchange price of 200 ninja coins has become the most insignificant existence at this time. After thinking about it seriously for more than 10 minutes and preparing for the worst, Rogue finally made the decision to exchange for the Supercilious Eye. Although this decision seemed very rash, he had already considered all his options. If he exchanged for the Byakugan, his Mangekyo Sharingan would disappear. So, he will completely give up the idea of practicing Gentle Fist and Byakugan and use the remaining 300 ninja coins to exchange for the Sharingan. Then, he repeated the process of the kaleidoscope's eye-opening that he had done once before. Walter was in Konoha, and he had already opened his eyes with the Mangekyo once. It wouldn't be difficult for him to do it again. If it really came to this point, it would also answer a question that he still didn't know the answer to. That is, can the Sharingan he exchanged in the system evolve into an original Mangekyo pattern that he has never seen before? If with the help of Walter, the evolved Mangekyo is still the same, then according to his previous experience, he will plunder Gordon's quantum transmission and Johnny's Hellfire again. If the evolved Mangekyo is completely different from the current ability and pattern, then he will practice the new ability again. Speaking of which, he is really looking forward to what kind of Mangekyo ability he will get. Although Tsukuyomi and Vientiane are very good, men will always have some ideas of liking the new and getting tired of the old. After suppressing the nervousness and excitement in his heart, Rog pressed the exchange icon representing the Byakugan. Then, the exchange icon representing the Byakugan disappeared, and his unconsumed ninja coins dropped to 310. Just when Rog was all mentally prepared and waiting for the Byakugan to appear, he didn't get anything. What's going on? Is the system down? Or the ninja coins were swallowed? For a while, Rog was a little stunned. What the hell? Where's my Byakugan? Where's my ninja coins? This is not scientific. Rog, who has dealt with the system many times, is now completely confused. Chakra normal, Senni normal, Mangekyo Sharingan normal, Kyubi normal, Mana normal. Rog seriously and carefully perceived his current state from top to bottom. Then, he didn't find anything strange. Am I really so unlucky? I was ready to lose Mangekyo Sharingan again, and the result is this? Rog suddenly didn't know what to say. According to the exchange icon given by the system and his own speculation, Byakugan and Sharingan may appear in the same person. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Mamashiki all have Byakugan and Rinnegan at the same time. Since Byakugan and Rinnegan can appear in the same person, then the Rinnegan-level Sharingan should also be able to coexist with Byakugan. Although this is just a speculation, it is a very reliable speculation. At least in Rog's view, this is the case. If there is any difference between him and Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Mamashiki, it is only that he is not a member of the Otsutsuki clan, and he only has 2 eyes. Forget it, don't think about it, just think of it as the new Star Supreme's commission for free. After adjusting his current lost mentality, Rog used quantum transmission and directly teleported from the practice room to the bathroom of the Hokage's mansion. Right now, he no longer had any interest in practicing the Gentle Fist. At least, he didn't have any interest in it now. Without Byakugan, Gentle Fist can't exert its full power at all. At most, it can be used to deal with enemies who are not as strong as him. Because of his bad mood, Rog soaked in hot water for half an hour in the bathroom, then wrapped in a bath towel and came to the bathroom's more than 2 meters long mirror. Speaking of which, it seems that he hasn't seen his original black eyes for a long time. Looking at the blood-red eyes in the mirror, Rog suddenly missed his original black eyes. So, he closed his 3-tomo Sharingan that is open 24 hours a day. Just when he thought he was about to see his black eyes, he saw an unbelievable scene in the mirror. What the hell? Where are my black eyes? At this time, what appeared in front of him was not the black eyes in his memory, but the opposite white eyes. Chapter 400. Is this Byakugan? Looking at his eyes that have completely turned white, Rog couldn't react for a while. Although, in terms of color, his eyes are now Byakugan. But not only did he not feel any improvement in vision, but because he turned off the 3-tomo Sharingan, he felt that his vision has decreased a lot. After a few seconds of doubt, he found out what the problem is. Like Sharingan, Byakugan needs to be opened before it can exert its power. But it's not the same as Sharingan. after opening Byakugan, the original color of the iris will not change, but the blue veins next to the eyes will burst. Byakugan, open. After finding the way to open Byakugan in his mind, Rog silently said in his heart, and a few blue veins suddenly burst on the side of his eyes. With the opening of Byakugan, the system's introduction and information about Byakugan finally emerged in his mind. The basic abilities of Sharingan can be divided into observation, replication, and hypnosis. As one of the three major dojutsu, Byakugan also has three basic abilities: telescopic vision, X-ray, and insight. Telescopic vision, as the name suggests, is to improve the eyesight of the eyes. Even if Rog has just opened Byakugan, his telescopic vision has reached a radius of 1 kilometer. In the state of opening Byakugan, as long as he wants, he can clearly see anything within a radius of 1 kilometer. Of course, with the continuous improvement of Byakugan's ability, the limit of telescopic vision will continue to increase. In addition to telescopic vision, Byakugan's X-ray and insight ability will continue to improve due to cultivation. Among the two abilities of X-ray and insight, Rog's personal favorite is X-ray. Byakugan's X-ray ability allows him to easily see through objects and enemies. Clothes, walls, metal, and other obstacles will be transparent under Byakugan's X-ray. More importantly, Byakugan can see the meridians, acupoints, bones, and chakra flow in the target's body. Just like the replication ability of Sharingan, the system has also made some adjustments to Byakugan's X-ray ability, changing the ability to see through the target's chakra flow to see through the target's energy flow, not just limited to chakra. Rog wasn't surprised by the system's adjustment to supercilious eye. Because until now, he was the only one in this world who possessed chakra. Byakugan's ability to see through things was the key to unleashing the power of Gentle Fist. Only with his X-ray vision could Rog accurately penetrate the enemy's body with his chakra, thereby destroying the enemy's meridian system, or the energy circulation route, thereby achieving the effect of destroying the enemy from the inside. As for the Byakugan's insight vision, it allowed him to have a 360-degree field of vision without any blind spots, unlike normal humans who could only have a horizontal field of vision of 188 degrees at most. Other than the three basic abilities of vision, clairvoyance, and insight, with the Byakugan, he could also slightly increase his control over chakra, allowing him to release chakra from all the acupoints in his body at the same time, allowing him to perform high-level physical skills such as 8 trigrams palm, revolving heaven. However, this did not mean that possessing the Byakugan would allow one to release chakra from all the acupoints in one's body. Whether or not one could do this depended on the user's control over chakra as well as his strength. If it was a ninja with no strength, even if he had the Byakugan, he wouldn't be able to release chakra from all the acupoints in his body. After quickly going through the information of Byakugan in his mind, Rog began to use his Byakugan ability for the first time. The first thing he used was, of course, his most valued clairvoyance ability. When the clairvoyance ability of Byakugan was activated, the mirror in front of Rog instantly became transparent like glass, even the wall behind the mirror was the same. Under the clairvoyance of Byakugan, Rog could easily see through any obstacles in front of him. Whether it was metal, walls, or anything else, nothing could block his sight. In the case of clairvoyance, Rog also used the clairvoyance ability of Byakugan, allowing his clairvoyance to be improved qualitatively. With the combination of clairvoyance and clairvoyance, he could clearly see the names of the books placed on the bookshelves of the Hokage's office hundreds of meters away in the bathroom of the Hokage's residence. After adapting to the new visual experience of combining clairvoyance and clairvoyance, Rog used the third ability of Byakugan, the clairvoyance ability. With the integration of clairvoyance, Rog's perspective was no longer limited to what was in front of him, but became a 360-degree view without any blind spots. After experiencing the new visual experience brought about by Byakugan, Rog turned his gaze back to himself, instantly seeing through his body and examining the internal situation of his body. The light blue ball burning like a flame was his own chakra. And the blood-red ball was the half-kyubi sealed in his body, yang-kyubi. In addition, he also saw a small ball of rainbow-like gorgeous light in his right eye, as well as an orange-red flame. The rainbow-like brilliance was the quantum teleportation arcana that he had plundered from Gordon. The orange-red flame was the hellfire that he plundered from Ghost Rider Johnny. Not only that, he also saw a golden light in his body, which was the magic he got from learning magic in Kamartage. After carefully examining his physical condition, Rog closed the Byakugan, and the bulging blue veins around his eyes returned to normal. With the closing of Byakugan, the clairvoyance also disappeared. The appearance of Byakugan did not change the Sharingan, but replaced his original black eyes. Even if he doesn't open Byakugan and Sharingan, his black eyes won't appear again. After a few seconds of sighing, Rog found a new set of clothes from the closet in the bedroom. After dressing up, he used quantum transmission to return to the office in the Hokage building, then turned on the computer and quickly typed. It didn't take long for him to type out all the cultivation methods of the Hashiman Tanku in his mind without missing a word. After checking it again, he silently deleted the cultivation methods of the last 3 gates, and then said, Hinata, use Hulk as the test target, replace chakra with gamma energy or Hulk's vitality, and retest the possibility of cultivating the Hashiman Tanku, and make relevant adjustments. Although Rog hasn't returned to Earth yet, he didn't forget what he promised Hulk. In addition, start a new research project. Project topic, Chakra Energy Transplant Plan. The test target is also Hulk.